Let's get this going. That is the show.
Oh, I gotta do an intro and everything like that.
You're doing great so far.
You have to.
I want to
Hi.
be professional.
Look at you all shaved.
I know I'm all pretty. I got pretty for you,
Thanks.
but just for you.
He's talking to you, Mike.
Oh, okay. Well, I thank you, Jason.
Oh, you're very welcome. I wanted to feel the. I didn't want scruff on scruff. I wanted smooth on scruff when we gently glide our cheeks past one another.
That's
Face cheeks or which?
Whoa!
Yes.
It's saucy early
The
on.
answer
Tom.
is yes.
Because there would be scruff on scruff with the other cheeks, right? Oh,
The
no.
answer again is yes.
Too much scruff.
You always amaze me with how clever you are, Tom. I appreciate it.
so. Are we recording yet?
Yeah, we've been recording.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Fantastic.
okay. So I guess best segue would be neoliberalism.
All right. Is that like the Matrix? Oh,
Well, it's a good light conversation about how things exist and whether things will continue to exist. Did anyone get a chance to view the TED talk that concerns the dark side of capitalism?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
Yes.
sorry.
All right. Well, fair enough. The main point of it was just a quick synopsis. A one person, not just a 1%er, a 0.1%er who has decided to favor changing the mechanisms that had made him as such. And I guess it's probably some form of guilt or responsibility to society that he thinks he and his ilk do not deserve their wealth. So he wants to see a more equitable future.
Oh, is
And-
this where everybody is equal?
No, not quite. Because that's sort of the question. I think everyone here would probably agree that capitalism is probably the best system we've had in generating wealth for anyone in the world, but it's could potentially have some drawbacks that we might be able to fix. Is that a fair assumption?
I think so.
Yep.
I think it's the most living form of government. It changes, or economy rather.
Yeah, I mean, like any economic system taken to its end, it can kind of get a little dicey, right? That's why we have antitrust, anti-monopoly laws, things along those lines.
And yet
We're not living in the fountainhead or anything quite yet.
Yeah, quite yet.
we still have monopolies. I mean, we don't call them that, but
I do.
But I will say,
The tech monopolies that we talked about like 3 weeks ago.
I know.
but
Did you watch that episode, by the way? Okay.
Yeah.
if you walk into a grocery store in a capitalist country, you can find a lot of options. And if you walk into a grocery store in a Marxist country or a other dictatorship, totalitarian, iron-fisted, probably can't find Gruyere cheese as easily as you can. So it creates more options for the populace when you have a market-driven economy, and that's what I like about it. It's more options. But
I'm gonna fix my legs.
Yep.
And I think if you think back to some of the socialist countries, so let's say like the Soviet Union up until 1989, can you think of like some major inventions or innovations that they came up with under socialism? Because it seems like capitalism, you get a lot of inventions. People keep kind of pushing forward and driving computers and newer cars and better cars and cell phones. But what came out of socialism? Do you remember any like big inventions?
Um,
Because I don't think
well,
there were
it
many.
depends on if you. I mean, the Nazis were socialists, and they did invent a whole lot of new
Yeah, they were good with the
technologies.
rockets. That's true.
But the
But
thing,
for the most part, I think capitalism is going to be the economy where, just by the nature of it, the businesses are trying to create something new for the consumer. That kind of drives that cycle.
You're absolutely right. And that's in the video is pretty much the feedback loop that he mentioned as what powered that um, is the innovation, the opportunity for innovation, and then the consumer demand would select out the
Yeah.
preferred innovations and lead to greater conveniences and better quality of life. Yeah, so that's pretty
well,
much
it's
right on the
also
money.
the thing, and it's sort of like the Walmart dilemma or whatever. The other thing with capitalism, and I guess it could be a knock on it. It's not always what's best, right? It's what's enough for the least amount of money. So it's not necessarily when you go to a store, you want a pool noodle, right? You don't. There may be someone that makes a absolutely fantastic pool noodle that costs $20, and it's the best pool noodle ever. But you don't want to spend $20 on a pool noodle. This one's enough, and so there's some of that too, right? And so it's not like it's always the best. It's what's best for the market, not necessarily what's the best product by itself.
What I might say to answer Tom's question, from at least from my point of view, is that okay? So no, they didn't produce socialism. Didn't produce products. We could say that the arts, um, writers, ballet, uh, athletes, that they had cultural contributions to the world. Whether we agree with their politics or not, that they did have, some of the greatest ballerinas, ballet dancers are, out of, Russia. Um, Tolstoy, there's good arguments
Hmm.
for what they provided to the arts. But then again, that lends to the fact that they didn't have anything else to do. So,
Well, I mean, like a lot of countries, like most countries, and Zeus and I were talking about this before you guys came on. I love human beings. I think human beings are freaking amazing. And the Russian people in the history of Russia, they are a proud, strong, accomplished people. Their government has sucked ass big time, over time, and has oppressed them. I would say the Russian people have achieved, despite their government more than anything. I mean, it's like when we talk about China, and we always qualify that. Like, I don't think anyone on here has a beef with the Chinese people. Chinese people are freaking amazing. They're like the oldest society on the planet. I mean, they've been around for thousands of years. It wasn't until Mao tried to erase that. But their government blows, and I don't know. I always find that it's a canard. It's sort of like a red herring when people start turning these political discussions into like some sort of personal, you
Right.
hate Vietnamese people or something. Like, that's never what it's about. It's never what it's about.
All right. Well, before we get too much further into the weeds, I have a couple quick questions. I'd like to just sort of review the question we had last week about perceptions on corrupt states, and just sort of reiterate what we said, like what we believe the top one and the bottom one were.
Find my papers.
If you recall, or just come up with one right now. And like,
It
I
was
think I said
Russia.
I think I said the least corrupt was Singapore, and the
Yeah.
most corrupt was, what did I say? I forgot. Probably China. I think
I
that's
think
what I
you
said.
said China. I think you said
Yeah.
China.
Does anyone else remember what they had?
I want to say,
Russia.
oh, I'm sorry.
Russia was most corrupt, and gosh,
I see. I know that I was leaning more towards like your Algerias, your Yemens, your countries that are just they're war zones. It's warlords. You know, you could say the Sudan. Um, I mean, honestly, all of them are. You find me a country that's not corrupt. Even like your Swedens and Switzerlands, there's still people in high-ranking positions that take advantage of that and maybe don't oppress on the level of, say, even in, like in America. I mean, call it what it is. Um, but they're all there's corruption everywhere. It's a matter
I
of
mean, corruption. The roots of corruption are when you have a system where there's people that are in control who don't have a check on them. That's you have to have that, and then corruption is the natural progression from that. So in a say a government like China, where even though I think like 1 out of 10 people belong to the Communist Party, which is astonishing to me. I thought it was much higher than that. But if it's not 10, it's like 15%. It's not a majority by any stretch.
that's huge.
That those people are the ones that are in positions of power or are able to influence power, and there's not really a check on them that's from outside the party, then that's a you know that's a fertile ground for corruption. And same thing in Russia, which is more of an oligarch kind of society where if you're not in government, you may be on the approved list as a business person or what have you, and there's no consequence or accountability, then that breeds corruption. But if you're in a system where people are elected and come in and out of power or don't hold power for that long, it's hard to be corrupt. It's harder.
All right, so let's switch over then to economic freedom. Which country do you think has the most economic freedom?
Well, what would be your definition of economic freedom?
Economic freedom would sort of be, and the point is there are actually lists for this, organizations that come to put lists together, but economic freedom is the highest form of economic freedom, provides an absolute right of property ownership, fully realized freedoms of movement for labor, capital, and goods, and an absolute absence of coercion or constraint of economic liberty. So part of what they're looking are property rights, lack of corruption, fiscal freedom, government spending, business freedom, labor freedom, monetary freedom, open markets, trade freedom. So who's at the top of the list there?
I'm still going to lean to like your Sweden, Switzerland's, Norway's.
I'm going to say the U.S., man. I mean, that's why most people are coming here.
I think we got a lot of that here.
We have people
like
coming.
% of the United States is federally owned.
But
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
that's
you can
solid.
still own property.
But my point is you can't just squat and take up land. So it's not.
No, but you can. What you buy, you own it, and for the most part, they can't take it away from you.
Eminent domain. If they need to
I
build,
know that's why I said for the most part. But
that's the exception.
That's huge, dude. That's not just like a for the. I'm not busting your chops, but that's not a for the most part kind of situation.
But every government would have that. And they're not abusing it willy-nilly and just kind of, oh, I don't like Trump, I'm going to take all of his property.
Tell that to the guy that drove the tank, the murder tank in, I forget where it was, like Texas.
Zeus, those are, I mean, I would say I'm just looking at the fact that people go out of their way to try to get to the United States. It's been the story since before all of us were born.
That doesn't make it
well before that.
It just makes it better.
But there's a reason, right? They're leaving somewhere, and their perception is that it's better here. And it's not perfect, but I think the U.S. offers a pretty wide opportunity for people.
I'm not saying any of that's not true, but what I am saying is that again, about
where are there the most billionaires?
The United States is federally owned lands that you cannot just go build a house on.
No, but you can buy land. There's still plenty of land to buy in the United
Well,
States.
that land's gone. I'm not. It's not an argument of we're bad. It's just an argument
I'm
of
not saying,
we
yeah.
might be. We're not that much better when you look.
What is Sweden or Switzerland
Yeah.
doing?
What's Switzerland?
we're not
offering?
You never hear ill at all anywhere about that region. You know, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland.
As far as economic prosperity,
But economic prosperity is good there. I know I've heard that over and over, and they seem to be doing pretty well with social medicine, like a lot of things that, I mean, we could probably learn from them. But again, it's not knocking America. It's just saying let's. It's more of a keeping it realistic thing. Again,
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just my.
States.
I mean, I was the one that put U.S. as the most corrupt country, so I'm not like, you know.
Right.
Anyway,
I think
I'm
we're
just
fighting
saying.
the same fight here.
I just don't see people trying to go other. I'm not like seeing people say like, "Man, we need to go to Norway." Like I don't see that. I don't see that at all. You know, I gotta.
So
gotta look at-
how about wealth inequality? Wealth inequality. What are some of the highest that you think are there?
Is wealth disparity inequality, or like what
Yes.
is wealth inequality?
Yes, and you're absolutely right. It's part of the problem. Virtually any source is going to have to define exactly what they mean by wealth. And a lot of times they'll end up confusing income with wealth. But wealth is larger. It includes income. It includes financial assets. It includes land holdings.
The big thing that we have in this country is there's certain rules of economics that you just can't get around. One is whatever you tax, you get less of, right? So in our country, we decided sometime, early 20th century that we would tax income. And everyone's like, okay, we tax income. Well, and you always hear Warren Buffett, oh, my secretary pays more in taxes than I do. It's like, because we don't tax wealth necessarily. I'm not saying we should, but taxing income is a fraught thing, because once you get to a certain point, you're not making your bones on your paycheck, right? You're making your bones on your investments and things along those lines. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I mean, the old adage is, when you need to get a job, do you go to a poor person and ask them for a job, or do you go to a wealthy person and ask them for a job? I mean, it's kind of a necessary evil to an extent.
Right on time.
So
Speaking of necessary evils,
so my answer on that would have been like Saudi Arabia.
that's one family like controls everything in that.
Yeah. So as far as inequality, yeah, I would say that would be my go-to. Or again, if we're gonna be honest, we got to talk about your Yemens, your Algerias, where there's no records being kept on all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Jack.
What's up, Jack?
What's up, guys?
So
How you feeling, Jack?
I feel good, man. I just I fell asleep after dinner.
it's nice.
Yeah.
Good dinner.
I'm good.
We're on
feeling-
wealth. We're on
Sorry.
wealth inequality.
Oh boy.
Tom, what country you think's at highest inequality?
I think Zeus had a good point. Those oil-rich countries, I think, because the ones that are taking in the money from the oil, but what's everybody else got?
Right.
Just sand. So there's got to be a huge disparity there. So probably those sorts of nations where there's very limited resources.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's a big disparity. I mean, there's a disparity, of course, between Bezos and the regular American, but I think there's wealth. The wealth of the average American here compared to the average guy in Zimbabwe or the average person in Cambodia or wherever, pick any other country, and it's going to far outweigh anybody else around the world.
All right. So just reviewing the indexes, the Corruption Perceptions Index has as the least corrupt nations in order: Denmark, New Zealand, Finland, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland. It goes on,
Singapore.
Norland. Yeah. And at the bottom, the most corrupt are pretty much what you did guess.
Saudi Arabia, Russia.
Venezuela, Haiti, Iraq, Sudan. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong list.
So
Where'd it
again,
go? I'm sorry. South Sudan, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, Venezuela. Exactly.
Yeah, it's places where we can't get real info from.
Where there's a shortage. When there's a shortage on goods, you're going to have corruption because people are going to
It's more
slide
than
an extra bit of money over to the guy in charge to make sure that their family gets a bag of rice.
But it's more than that. It's two or three of the countries that he mentioned. Yemen is like it's like terrorist training camp country. So is Algeria. Sudan is warlords. I'm surprised Somalia didn't show up on that list actually, because
Well, it's on there. It's just not at that very bottom.
All the pirates and all. Yeah, so a lot of these countries, yeah, of course they're corrupt because we don't know anything about them. I mean, and that's
Well, they also, the one thing those countries all have in common is they have a tightly controlled, centralized power in the government, right? They're not
from go.
They're not democracies or
I think
republics.
there's different kinds of corruption, and I don't know what that list was basing it on, but think of a country like China where they sort of allow the software piracy and the piracy of movies and music, CDs and everything.
They
They just let you copy. I mean, they just it's kind of like government allowed, corruption in Russia with the things they're doing with the,
China's 78.
their number's 78.
Yeah, US is 25.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
Everybody knows.
I don't know what their definition, what their guidelines are, but there's different types of corruption.
Absolutely.
Like state-sponsored corruption, like when you're assassinating your, political, counterparts. That's
Anyone have the 411 on this Haiti thing? Like, I looked it up and I was like, man, this is horrible. And it sounds like that guy had some issues himself, but anyone have any
Isn't Haiti
info or insight on that situation? Just out of
Haiti,
curiosity.
Papa Doc?
I think
No, in
that
Haiti,
was
the guy that just got
Dominican Republic.
assassinated.
No, but isn't that where Papa Doc was? They've always
I think
been.
that was Dominican Republic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
That was the Dominican.
Papa Doc Duvalier.
Yeah. I was going to say, again, back to the corruption. I mean, I think I would imagine this list is based on just overall corruption. Because another thing about China, people don't realize this, but I think most of you know Kirk. I think Jack's the only one that doesn't know Kirk. But Kirk traveled around the world on a boat, like by himself. And besides Somalia, like around that region of Africa, the worst place to take your boat when you're circumnavigating is the
South China Sea.
China, yeah. Piracy is rampant there. It's like nobody goes there. They own it. They own their land and then the ocean. Anywhere within their region. Like people literally go as far down as they possibly can to avoid all that.
They were like surrounding some island, not Taiwan, but some other island. They would just take all these like fishing boats. Well, a lot of them are like military. They called them fishing boats, and they would just surround this island. Say, "Oh, this is our area here." We're trying to pressure these people to hand that land over to China.
And I'd very much like to clarify again, because we do bring this up a lot, China, and I'm not pointing this at the people, because if people are listening, I want them to know I'm talking more government, that it's not the people that are doing this. I think the people are probably not too cheery right now. I think they like things different with the social credit thing that they've got going on right now. Sounds horrible.
I don't know. That's good you said that, Zeus, because I think we're huge in China.
Yeah, we had like 60,000 views in China.
We're massive in Russia. No, but we have.
I got like 10 yen coming in every day.
I have at least one person
on
I
my
have
Cash App.
China,
Yeah.
so I just want to be kind.
I got you.
All right, jumping to economics. Just going to run through these real quick. Top 5: Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, Ireland.
For
And then, it goes on. US is at 20 on the economic freedom index. And for wealth,
Singapore, gosh.
wealth inequality, so wealth disparity, 1 to 10. Netherlands, Russia, Sweden is 3, US is 4, Brazil, Thailand, Denmark, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia.
Wow.
So there was a paper that noted that although that is somewhat surprising, again, it has a lot to do with how you measure wealth, but it was plotted out versus wealth inequality versus prosperity. And there's something of a correlation between wealth inequality and prosperity in nations. And it's comes to a lot of the points, comes back to what capitalism is, and distinguishing between wealth and distressed states such as poverty. When you have a wealthy state that is, or you're a wealthy individual, that is not the same thing, or you're measuring wealth. That doesn't mean that there are people who are impoverished. If there's an unequal level, it doesn't say anything about the well-being of the people at the lowest end of that spectrum. It just says that there's a disparity and nothing more than that. So then you have to explore a lot of the other issues to determine what exactly is going on. But using that as a standard by which to say a society is bad or we ought to overthrow our economic system isn't a very well-informed approach.
But aren't you going to have that great disparity whenever you have a booming economy and you have like super rich magnates like Bezos and Bill Gates and those guys, because they're super, super, super rich because they happen to be here? Is that the disparity that they're looking at?
Absolutely. I mean, those are right. All the politicians love to bring up the richest, most hyper-productive people in the world, in the country, in history. They gained collectively whatever trillions of dollars in 2020 alone, or whatever the number is. And well, how much total money is there? How are people living? Still, it could be bad, but it is their fault, and most of it is just the value of their shares in their own companies. Something like the top 400 wealthiest people in the world has been measured since 1980, and they say that only about 20 and change are still on the list, and they all tend to be entrepreneurs. It's not it's not trust.
So isn't that a benefit then that we have? It's
Yes,
putting us on the list, but it's kind of a bad rap, I think.
What are you smirking at?
Because I was sending a message.
He's goofing off. He's not paying attention in class.
I'll smack your wrist. I'll smack something else.
The other thing with wealth inequality, it's like one of those terms that it just makes me scratch my head a little bit. Like, are we talking about, I'm digging a ditch and the guy next to me is digging a ditch and he's making $20 an hour and I'm making $5 an hour? Or are we talking about I'm digging a ditch and another guy's like creating the new concept of like electric automobiles and PayPal and designing rockets that can get reused? And I'm like, this is inequality. Like, I mean, what are we talking? What is how are you measuring inequality? I mean, I want people who are innovative and have that drive and can work. I want them to make, who doesn't want them to make more? They're making things better, in my belief, for everyone in the long run. And if they're not, right, if they're just like destroying the environment, hey man, when you make Tesla batteries, it's like killing people. Okay, then we'll deal with that. But that's not what we're talking about. The idea that someone's making more than me doesn't bother me. I'm okay with that.
Oh man, that's
what?
I said not at all. That's the whole thing. The capitalism isn't perfect. No,
that's the dream.
But if everybody's the same, there's no drive. There's no inspiration. There's nobody wanting to get. There is no greener grass on the other side. It's all the grass is green.
When you hear people say things, and I'm not picking on like teachers unions or educators, but I hear it from these people and I've heard it from these people where we need to build Johnny's self-esteem. You can't. Like, you either get self-esteem, like, it. You're not given self-esteem, like, you earn it. And this whole idea that we can make people feel better, it's a lie. I mean, it's such a lie. I mean, it is hard work. You have to, I don't know. You guys all know. I mean, you achieve what you can. You get pissed off and sad for what you don't achieve. You try something else, or you're like, you know what? I got enough. I'm comfortable. I'm just gonna sit in my beanbag, and that's cool too, man. Like, do what you want. But
So how do you feel? And this is coming back to Zeus saying we might be able to learn something from European nations. How do you all feel about the statement as a comparison? It may have been in the video that the European nations are all capitalist, right? There's anytime some AOC or Bernie Sanders says they are democratic socialists, that's not true. They all say they're capitalistic free market economies. But the contrast between us and them is they have they have market economies. And the concern for our system is that we have a market society, and that we aren't we're trying to rely upon the market in economics as a solution. Can just let the market take care of it. Whereas they are using the market to generate their wealth and then apply it to their societies. Is that something that would be favorable? Is that are we going to be suffering long term? Is that why we're suffering currently?
I think it comes down to like political ego, in that China says, and again, not beating up on China, but China says, we know what's best. Here's how everybody's going to do it. Whereas we are more like I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. We're more like our government is more parental. You can't do that. You can do this. If the one kid is doing well, you help them to rise up. If the other kid's not doing well, you help them. You don't change the household for them, but you should give them the means to be better. But it still all depends on their drive, on whether they're going to try to achieve or not. I got two boys. They could both go to prison, or they could both go to college. I'm gonna, if one of them's in prison, I'm gonna start focusing a little more on the college kid. You know what I mean? I love them.
Or have them become a lawyer. Yeah.
Right. I love them. Yeah. Redirect their talents. You know how to avoid the law. How about trying to work with it? But yeah, so I'm big on capitalism. I think it is the best way to do it. But you have to have a bottom, or you don't have a top to reach. It's like, that's the biggest part of it to me is if you have these governments where everybody's just everybody gets the same, it just doesn't make sense. What's the point in it all?
It's not human nature.
No, it's not. I mean, and again, we're raised here and we're comfortable with it. So maybe there's something that feels comfortable to.
Wait, what do you mean by human nature?
So human nature is, if I'm going to put X amount of effort into something and get Y reward, right? That bargain needs to make sense for me as an individual. The second that is skewed, or that I don't feel I'm getting the reward, the cost benefit, then I'm gonna pull back. I mean, that's human nature. I'm not gonna go out and work my ass off and not get what I feel is a justified return on that. I'm not talking about like whatever you do. If you go out and farming, right? I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna farm, and I'm gonna get some return on that or whatever. If I do it year after year after year, and I'm working all the time and busting my ass and getting like 1 ear of corn, I'm gonna stop doing that eventually.
Okay, so in the video, he made the point similar to this about a misperception about value, in that a person's return or income is a reflection of the value that they contribute. So if a CEO makes $50 million a year and an employee makes $50,000 a year, well, obviously the CEO is 1,000 times more valuable than a lower end employee.
Yeah, I disagree. No, of course. I mean, and just like there's also people that are satisfied with making X amount of money, but could go to another company and make more, but they're okay with that, whatever amount it is, right? That pays for what they need. You know, some people are motivated by money. Some people are just motivated by getting by, right? So there's that whole dichotomy in there. And yes, I mean the CEOs. I mean, I don't know how many you guys know CEOs. They're not worth $100 million a year. I mean, their connections are, right. And if they're into processes and systems and they're really up on the technology and the industry they're in, yes. But there's a certain level where it just becomes political too, right? So they're in, you know, or whatever. But to say that, are they worth that to the company? I don't know. I mean, there's probably someone below them, a few pay stages that are more hungry, that could do as good a job for less. I mean, I don't understand. I think a lot of our CEO class kind of takes care of themselves to a degree. I mean, certainly, I'm not going to argue with that, but it's up to that business to decide, or their shareholders to decide, you know, what that value is.
Yeah, Tom?
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's tough to compare. You talk about the grass is greener over in Denmark and Norway. Maybe literally it is, but figuratively, it's tough to compare those countries to us because they're the size. Like Germany is about the size of Wisconsin physically, and these countries are so much smaller, more homogenous. The U.S. is so gigantic and diverse. It's very difficult for us to behave the way they do and to be controlled the same way they are. But I think the proof is really in the pudding. If you're trying to compare, okay, what's more successful, just look, okay, well, did Denmark and Sweden, did they come up with any great did they come up with Microsoft and computers, and did they come up with, you know, the smartphones, and did they invent all this stuff going back like 100 years, the automobiles and, you know, the telephone, Alexander Graham Bell, everything that we've come up with under our system of economics, have they even come close to what we've done?
The greatest thing, and to Tom's point, that, and I'm not an economist, but the greatest asset that the U.S. has had, at least throughout the 20th century, was the middle class. Like, we found out a way to give an enormous percentage of our population disposable income. And that disposable income provided incentive for other people, the Henry Fords, the whatever. Actually, Henry Ford helped create the middle class. But provided that incentive, that pocket, that pool of money for them to innovate and try to get, right? I mean, that's the money in this country is in the middle class. It's not, you could take all the money from Bezos and Bill Gates and all these guys, it would keep the lights on for like a day, right? It's not, it's like class warfare to focus on these guys. There's 350 million people in this country.
That's a good point. Even though there's a disparity, who's got the largest middle class and who's got the most affluent lower class? If you take our lower class and compare it to anybody else's lower class, our poor people are richer than every other poor people around the world.
And you have to have, I keep saying it, but you have to have a lower class to have a middle class and an upper class.
Right.
You very good point, Tom, in that who has the best lower class? That's an interesting question I'd like to look into, because that's really the country that's.
We just talk economically, right? We don't have a caste system.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just economically, but yeah, I'd be interested in finding out, because that I would feel is probably, you know, one of the better places. One would argue it was probably Kuwait before everything happened over there, because apparently Kuwait was just, everybody was rich. Everybody had, like, you know, gallons and gallons of oil pumping out.
Again, a very small nation, kind of like Dubai or something.
But
it's tough to do that on a large scale.
The thing that to quote Family Guy, the thing that grinds my gears about when people talk about
human nature,
government control versus like the market control. Even you're right. even though, I mean, obviously the market's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. Nothing is perfect, right? But the thing that gets me is this, it seems like in the last 20 years, maybe longer, we've gotten into this like government worship, right? Where the zeitgeist is like, oh, whoever's president, they understand electrical engineering, they understand electric cars, they understand climate change, they understand they have no freaking idea that most of the people who are in power in our government, Biden, Harris, Schumer, Pelosi, McConnell, these people have never held regular jobs. They have no freaking, they don't know how to change a tire on a car. They have no freaking idea. So to look to these people as if they are the oracles of what we should be doing it is like the emperor has no clothes. It is so absurd. Meanwhile, we have this whole other system, this market economy where it's fight to the death, bloodbath, like the victor wins and moves on, the better thing moves on. And we just say, oh, you know what? These people over here that have no idea what they're talking about, they need to tell these people what's going on. Oh, there we go. I mean, the government should provide the guardrails, in my opinion, and they need to be serious guardrails. But other than that, I don't know, man. I'm not calling up Camilla Harris and asking her like how I should be investing or something. I don't know.
How about something like
better name now that we're gonna get watched?
you all have kids, right?
Yes, and they're mine.
Right. Do you think that it would have been helpful to have 6 months, a year off when your kids were born? Do you think that would help everyone? Do you think that would help society?
You know,
so what do you do to get there?
Them. Yeah.
So Germany does that. Poland does things similar to that. I'm not against that. I actually, you know what, for mental health alone, because you're not your most effective those
you're
6 months.
Yeah.
I took off like a month when my oldest was born. Yeah, I actually think that in the grand scheme of things, that is one that I could get behind. Is yes, when you have a kid, you're paid for like 6 months.
But here's the unintended consequence, and this gets into the disparity in pay between men and women. If I'm a business owner and I'm going to hire somebody, and I don't care if they're a man or woman at all, but it's a crucial, this person needs to be my right hand, right? I need to rely on them.
They don't take the job.
And it's a woman who's 25 years old, or it's a guy who's 25 years old. You got to be thinking they're going to, I mean, again, there is okay, we need to have them and pay them to be off for a year or 2 months. That's fantastic. Let's do that.
What if the woman's last name was Duger?
So
Duger. But to
like
pretend
17 kids and she's off for a year, like,
but to
be off like
it has
constantly,
no
basically.
repercussions it's just putting your head in the sand.
Well, no. But here's my answer to that. When I go to I'm getting schools paid for where I work, right? That's, to make me a better employee, more valuable, all that. Suckers. But anyway, if I quit or I get fired within a certain period of time, if I wasn't finished having everything paid off, they take it out of my check. I think you can apply the same principle to what we're talking about with children. If somebody gets pregnant and they signed a contract, look, I'll take ownership of this. So they could sign a contract. There could be, I will work. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be an end all be all, but it could be like a disability kind of thing. Well, FMLA kind of does it already.
Look, of course it's.
You know what I'm saying? But that's taken out of your paid time off. I don't know if I feel great about that. I feel like Jason asked a really great question.
No, it's a great question, and anyone would say, of course, it's better for the parents to have off. I mean, 6 months, whatever.
That's all.
Of course, that's better. But there is a cost associated with that, and to say, well, the company should just provide it, and then to put your head in the sand and not see that there are other repercussions and other costs, and you just ignore those. that's where it starts to go kind of off the rails. I mean, there are companies that go out there to say, hey man, if you work for us, we're going to give you a year of maternity leave, and they attract the higher level
Well,
people.
I mean,
And that's fine. I mean, they're making that decision to do
What
that.
if it was the government? What if everyone paid the way everyone pays for public education? So the burden wasn't placed on the business.
that's what I was getting at. Is they
would
could
probably be more ideal. Yeah, because that's a society. There is a societal benefit to having parents, especially mothers, be able to spend time with their children. There's no question that's a societal benefit. I mean, that would be, yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah, and that's more where I was going with it anyway, is you could also incentivize that, hey, if you can tough it out, one of you can work and the other one can't, maybe the from the government a subsidy or something. If the husband decides to work through that whole time, but the wife takes the time off, perhaps he's subsidized in his income, so it takes a little of the weight off of him. He doesn't have to work overtime. That's a really interesting, and I mean, I like the concept of it, and again, they're doing it in other countries. In Germany, like if you have if a woman has a child and it's out of wedlock, man, they're not hurting. They get a home. They
opposed to here.
What's that?
I said as opposed to
No,
here.
it's different. It's like it would be like your middle class. It wouldn't be welfare.
This is where you get into some social engineering. Like there's countries that have done things like that.
Are you encouraging?
I mean,
more babies.
Yes.
And people have done that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it works there. I know two people anyway, that have taken advantage of that situation, and they both work now. One of them is married. They got another kid, and they're working. It was just
if you look here's the consequence.
No.
See, now bad timing. I can't say what I'm going to say. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
We're talking about how you're a burden.
Bye, burden.
So here's the thing, right?
He's a contribution to society.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Here's the thing. So I just agreed. I'm like, man, yep, that's a common good. It's society says, hey man, we need to help these people out with their babies. Common good. Okay, great. So now when you get to a situation where the government's like, man, we have way too many kids here. Like we can't support all these kids. Then you have a second kid and they come and they sterilize you like they did in China during the one child policy. So once you let the camel in, like, oh, it's good to have the government involved with family planning, right? But once they're like a robot, man. If the conditions change and they have the power, it's not like they're like, oh, we can't do that. That's how you end up with the one child policy, because now you're letting the bureaucracy decide what's best for family planning.
Weight on your soul.
So it's like, what's worse? Like, is it okay? Like, is it a bummer that I can't spend a full month with my newborn kid? I got to go back to work in a week, or is it worse that I have a second child and my wife gets taken away in the night and their uterus cut out? Like, what's worse?
What's the rule in China? If you're rich in China, can you have 5 kids or?
Well, it's over now. It ended.
Oh,
it
okay.
ended back in like 97 or something.
Oh, but hey,
like
don't
that.
worry. There's still other countries where they just take the girl child out into the middle of the desert and bury them. So it's still going on.
That's
The
the
other
Spartans
thing-
used to do that.
The other thing in this country with the whole idea of like taking time off, it's like I always look back in history, like my dad was one of 6 kids. His mom died when he was like 2, so my grandfather raised these kids in like a townhouse in Philly, West Philly. How in the hell did he do that, man? That's like crazy. So the thing is, he had a support network, right? So he belonged to a church. He had people in the church. He had sisters and brothers that lived like 2 blocks away. His parents lived like blocks away, whatever. So he was part of an immigrant community, and they all that doesn't exist right now. Like it does in small cases and with new immigrants, but now it's like we have people, when my child was born, my parents are in Florida. My sister's in Massachusetts. I'm in Maryland. Like, everyone's spread out. And then we're like, whoa, we need some help with this. Well, okay, is the problem that we need the government to jump in, or we need businesses to jump in to support? Or is the problem that we fractured our multi-generational family structure where we don't want to talk to each other and we're spread out all over the place now? Like, which is the problem? I don't know. I mean, it's a rhetorical question,
I
but
think we found Darcy's replacement.
No, it's a valid point. I mean, we evolved over tens and hundreds of thousands of years in little tribal units. We're supposed to be together in close-knit communities, and we're not. And even Tom's talking about countries that are more communal in nature. They're smaller and they have similar cultures, and so I think there's certainly something to be said there.
So and to that, yeah, we Americans, we are unique in the fact that, man, if our parents over 60 and they start falling down, man, we don't keep them at home. We put them into a building with a bunch of other people that keep falling down all over the place and have kids that dump them. You go to Japan, you go to Poland, people live 5 minutes away. That is something that, again, maybe we could incentivize something where that'd be hard because we're kind of nomadic within our country. But I mean, that would be something interesting to incentivize. If childcare through family, if a family member does it, you could subsidize things like that. I like the idea of those kind of things where you're supporting unity. I mean, because that's something this country needs badly right now.
So
valuing the family.
Are we kind of now saying that such severe individualism is bad, and we ought to feel a little bit more solidarity to fellow Americans, and perhaps that ought to motivate us for more, be it federal or state or local government involvement?
Yeah, the more local your group is, whether it be your family, whether it be your community, your local town, whatever, the more central, the more close that is, the more power you have as an individual within that group. Within my family, I have an amazing amount of power, right? I'm one of only a few people. In the United States, I'm one of 350 million, right? My say is much more watered down.
We're coming across some really interesting concepts this episode. I'm really liking this because, yeah, I do think I'm not saying that you should be forced to stay there, but again, if things were incentivized a little more for positive, forward, progressive thought processes, not handouts, but again, incentives. If grandma is taking care of the kids and she's retired, so she gets an extra $1.50 in the old Social Security check or whatever. I mean, there could be something to that. We're certainly not doing it right now.
And then I'll take a break from talking for a minute. But this, like, if you remember back, I won't even get into that. So there is I think there is a kind of known way to handle things, like having the next generation of kids, having the older generations around, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles. That's beneficial. I don't think there's any society that would deny that. However, there's a lot of people that don't have that, right? So do we help provide, some kind of safety net for those people? I'm totally for that. I don't know what that looks like. The difference is, do you look at that as a safety net and as like a temporary thing to help people that need it? Or do you look at that as like, that's the way things should be? And I feel like at least in the United States, we're like, you don't need the older generation. We'll take care of you. Like, as though that's the preferred method. And I think that's where things really go downhill fast, because it's not sustainable. And it's a devaluation of the family and of the older way of doing things. That's old. That's in the past. We don't do that anymore.
Well, how about
I don't need a father. I can have a baby by myself. What are you against single family or single mother situations? I was raised by a single mother, not me. I'm just saying people say this. And it's like, of course that can work. Is it ideal? Is that what we should be striving for?
There's some people it might be.
I don't know. Is that the goal? Is the goal to be a single mother parent or not?
It
I
doesn't, statistically, it doesn't work.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not ideal.
It needs to be both. It needs to be, look, our history has shown this is probably a better idea. However, things happen. Get that. So we have this over here for you. But it's not like, hey, this is what you need to be shooting for, right? And I know I'm being like very general, but
well, we're probably talking about people we know loosely. Like I know people that are like, oh well, you should get you should get divorced so one of you can be on welfare, and you know what I mean. But you both stay together and work. Like there are people that take advantage of the system, and that's what makes it so hard.
There always will be, but you can't make policy based on that. There's always going to be that.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't have a problem with that. With those programs. My issue is when those programs become enshrined as the preferred or as the what you're shooting for. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's like Fix-A-Flat's a great product, right? But I don't want to use it. I like it that it's there if I need it. I'm not like, let me run over this nail so I can use my Fix-A-Flat.
Part of what you were saying also, there's other things that are valued in keeping families close. Like, just for instance, I don't know my father. Don't know him. Like, literally don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Could have congenital heart disease. I could need, bone marrow. Like, there's lots of benefits to
huge.
And just the passing on, I know you kind of touched on it, but I mean, it really needs to be said that the passing on of information, the experiences that my dad had, affect me. My dad, I think I've told some of you, I got like burnt on the face and the hand when I was a kid. We were out in the bayous in Louisiana, right? My dad swam through the bayous, alligator like infested waters, to get me to somewhere so they could get an ambulance. And
wow.
I'm not saying that I have the capability to do that, but that principle was impressed upon me, and I'll impress it upon my son. Sometimes you got to take big risks to do the right thing, and were I not to have that relationship with my father to be able to pass down to my son, who knows? So it is huge to have family.
It's huge.
And we're not doing it. I live states away from my family by design, but it's just too squirrely all the time. But I mean, I think we all do that. Like I said, we're kind of nomadic within our own country. We don't stay in one place. It's uncomfortable. We feel like we can run away from our problems. That our girl problems are suddenly going to be different if we move to Florida because they wear bikinis.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still going to be assholes to them. We didn't change us. We changed our locale. But that's what I got to say about that. So what else we got here?
If the Revolutionary Corps come by and the Revolutionary Corps for the Civil War come by and knock on your door and say, all right, we're splitting up. We're not necessarily going to fight and kill each other over it, but we're definitely splitting the country up.
But we'll probably kill each other over it.
Probably, but magically, it doesn't happen. You can pick where to live. You're either going to go pick on the side that's going to govern itself with strictly libertarian principles, or you can pick the states that are going to do the sort of mixed economy, the market, the market economy with the social programs.
Probably the market economy. I like the idea of being able to go to the top or
well, they're both market economies. Just one redistributes some the wealth via taxation and government programs for healthcare, childcare, whatever have you, whereas the other one relies upon the market. for the same functions.
There's definitely a role. I mean, in other words, look, so the states originally, our country, United States, they came together. These are very smart people,
Thanks for
and they,
clarifying that was our country, by the way. Thank you.
what? And they created, the states created the federal government, not because they were bored, but because they saw a need for it. The common defense, regulating things between the states, common currency, things along those lines. Absolutely, there's a need for a centralized government. It's no one. I don't know that any reason people argue that. But when it gets to be like when that organization becomes this monolithic controlling force, I think that's where people start to have an issue. And I think it's a misnomer to say if you are against this overwhelming centralized force that you're against having a centralized federal government. That's not the choice to me. I mean, I do want a centralized government. I just don't want it to come to my door and ask me if I got vaccinated, if I can avoid it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you got to let people keep what they earn. If you tax too much, if you take away what people earn and redistribute it, then people aren't going to have the incentive to work hard.
I'd be
And
salty.
that's really going to chop off going to just chop the legs off of everybody.
Well, back to Jason's question though, about which government would you choose? And it kind of goes to what Mike was saying about what is the role of centralized government. We've talked about different social programs here tonight, as far as paternity leave and benefiting single parenthood and all that stuff. I guess my issue would be, what are the social programs that I'm being taxed on as I try to work with the free market? And that's a big problem with the current system, I think, is like, where does my money go? And that's the appeal of the libertarian country, I would think, is that you control your own money. Like even these homogenized countries that are doing so well, that Bernie says are communist countries, but they're not. They have to pay, like when you buy stuff, you have to pay something called a VN tax, I think it's called, Jason. Where
Like a value added.
Yeah, where you're paying for like the tax toward the manufacturing of whatever it was that you bought, as opposed to just paying either a sales tax, or like in Florida, you pay sales tax, but you don't pay state income tax. So you basically are taxed on what you spend, which is why a lot of people love moving there when they get old. So the libertarian part of the country is scary, because like Zeus said, and I think we all agree, there's social programs you want as like a safety net. It doesn't even have to be to take 6 months off when your wife has a kid. It could just be, shit, I'm gonna have 6 months off because I just got fired. Like there's like a social program that helps you get employed, I'm all for. But all this other malarkey, a lot of it I'm not. Oh, look at Zeus. He just came out of what's his name's face. Yeah, so I don't know, Jason, to answer your question, I don't know which one I'd pick if they came with guns and said, what are you gonna wear, the blue or the gray?
I look better in blue.
Yeah, I look better in
I
blue.
kind of like having a lot of options, and that's why I like more local control. So the reason why Florida gets a lot of old people is because Florida's tax structure benefits old people. So they get more old people down there for whatever reason.
A chicken or egg thing, though. I think that Florida is good for the weather is good for their health.
The problem with Florida is it does not have as many jobs per square. Like, if you, where my parents live in Central Florida, they moved down there about 12 years ago. They're retired, and the area that they live in, there's not a lot of jobs for people like us, right?
Uh,
But if you're retired, it's fantastic. And Florida has a lot of places like that. I like having
Florida,
variety.
it's all tourism.
A lot
It's-
of it is, yeah.
But-
But I'm just saying, if you're a doctor who specializes in geriatric care, Florida's fantastic. If you're a doctor that specializes in OBGYN, probably not so good. Probably not a place you're going to go to.
Oh no, they get
So-
knocked up all the time down there.
I personally like the idea of having a variety of things, and that's why I'm so anti strong centralized overseeing government, because it takes away the choices. I mean, the fact is, if I want to be in a certain incentivized system, I can go do that. Now, I know that there's people that make the argument of, like, what kind of getting back to what Jason was saying, economic opportunity, being able to move. A lot of people can't just move. And I get that, I mean, there needs to be a baseline. But I look at the diversity of how states are run as a benefit, not as a, I like the fact that there's 50 different gun laws and 50 different tax laws. And to me, that's a benefit. I don't see that as a negative, but that's just me.
If I may go back to
Mobility.
something you said, Mike, I disagree on the Florida thing. I really do think that it is more of a chicken egg situation. I think that Florida is probably more accommodating to the geriatric community because they moved there due to health reasons.
Yeah, too.
And that and that's why it's the way it is. It's a no fault state. There's no state tax. Very old school kind of concepts.
Rent work.
Interesting thing that we could touch on too is it's interesting that, like, say you move to like Wisconsin Dells, whatever, somewhere where it's less expensive and the cost of living is lower, but so is the pay. We do often find ourselves in these situations. Like, if I could move to Florida right now and I'd be great, but moving back to Virginia, unless I keep my house up here and all that, it's unlikely. Unless I'm going to prosper far more than I needed to here, I'm going to be stuck in Florida. And that's something that is interesting about that, like, state run, the little intricacies with the governments, because it's harder to move to Virginia from Florida by far than it is to move from Virginia to Florida. So there is a little bit of inequity there. I mean, look at us with the whole housing bubble living in this area, in the Virginia area. I didn't feel it, man. I did okay. My job, I had a job, all that. When, like 10 years ago, when everybody was freaking out about the economy and all, we were insulated here.
Absolutely. Back in 07, 08, I had a company that totally hit the shoals, just destroyed construction company. This was like in 08, my partner and I was living up in Baltimore, like just and our business was north of Baltimore. And it was horrible. And then I got a job with a large company and I was working on high rises in DC. And I would drive down to DC, and there would be, like, as you approach, there'd be like 16 cranes that you could see on the horizon. It was not like that in Baltimore. It was not like that in Philadelphia. It was not like that anywhere. DC is definitely an insulated, the growth during 08 in this area, of the DC area that I'm in now, was phenomenal. Everywhere else, it sucked ass.
As is Southern Maryland and, Chevy Chase, the surrounding parts. Like here in Northern Virginia, there was no.
It was like a speed bump.
It's the government, because the government doesn't go out of business. All the governments.
People complain and crying about it, and I mean, to be honest, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Things are great.
Tom made a fantastic point. The government isn't going out of business.
No.
They're not going to run out of money. They're not going to run out of time. There's a reason why Fairfax County has the highest per capita income of any county in the entire country.
We need a revolution.
I guess.
Not in Fairfax County, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We'll
think
let the little people do it.
my final question about all this is: has anyone heard of the negative income tax?
I think you were talking to me about this, but I ignored you because it was boring.
It's
get
an
money
old
back?
idea. That's pretty much what it is, except it's some think it's like a universal basic income, but it's not. It's basically people on the lower end of the spectrum get will end up getting some percent beneath an allotted decided amount based on what they do make. And the intent is to pretty much replace most, if not all, social programs. Certainly anything in the welfare category, housing assistance, food stamps, anything like that. So, and there are a lot of questions, but basically, if you said, okay, 30,000 is 30,000 a year is the limit, and 50% is going to be the negative income tax. If you made 20,000 that year, then half of the remaining amount, that 10,000, the IRS would send you a check for 5. If you made 10,000, they'd send you a check for 10,000 because half of 20 is 10. If you made 29,000, they'd send you a check for $500. So there's a continual incentive that no matter how much you work, whether it's 10 hours or 1,000 hours in a year, you're always going to end up with more money.
I don't know.
Unless you make 30,000,
Unless
Yeah.
you make, well,
then
no,
all you get is the
30,000.
30,000.
30,000, you pay 0%, and you
That
keep all your
sucks.
money.
What's
And
the
then you-
incentive to work up to get a job that pays 30,000?
Well, because no matter how much you work, you're always going to be getting more. If
You're
you
always gonna
work,
be getting more money.
yep. If you earn 10,000 by your work, you'll get 10,000 from the
So-
government.
Isn't there
But
gonna?
the less you get paid more, the less you work.
You get more from the government, but your total, you net more at the end of the year.
But
So
aren't you
you
going to have inflation issues? I mean, with any of these, guaranteed basic income, and Jason, I've never heard of this before. I'm just thinking about it. But aren't you going to have inflationary repercussions from any sort of thing like this?
It's very possible. It's not like you're not necessarily creating more money, so it's not going to create an inflation that way. It would probably be more likely to generate greater GDP. And you'd be the government. You'd be spending less money on the government. I mean, you'd be closing down entire branches of government. So you'd get back closer to the principle, as you like, of a central government that's more in line with its core functions in the Constitution, and away from these programs, while still acknowledging that it's beneficial to society to have a safety net without it having to be administered by paid bureaucrats.
I'll think about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, me
I
too.
don't know.
I think if the aliens come, I'll take the anal probe and get off this fucking shit heap.
It's not.
Yeah, we know you will, Zeus.
You still got to work.
I
someday.
Anal probe either way.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were not even gonna wait for the aliens to come.
All right.
You've been
Honestly,
practicing.
this episode has been really, really creative and interesting, but it's so overwhelming. Like, we could do this all day long, talk about how we could change things, and it just gets frustrating.
Be the change, Zeus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be the change you
Be
want to
the
see in the
change.
world.
I'd love to change the world, but I don't know what to do.
Thank you. Your lips, God's ears, Jack.
No,
What
that
do
was
you do?
my.
Your kid
That was like,
walking across the back of the screen the whole episode.
God, what band was that?
What's that?
I'd love to change the world, but I don't know what to do. Is that Three Dog Night?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
I was going to go more with Stop the World. I want to get off. I don't know what band that is, but
Stop the World and Melt With You.
I was just gonna go there.
Yeah, sorry.
It's like,
I think we're tweetering out.
We almost made it. We almost made it.
Well, that's all I got. So
No,
I think that was compelling, Jason. I mean,
really.
a lot of stuff to think about.
And like thoughts I hadn't thought about, like incentivizing. I mean, we do incentivizing, but maybe we're doing it the wrong way. Maybe I think there's a lot of incentives that somebody at the top of they're validating their job and they're getting paid more because they incentivize something that looks good at first, but then shits the bed, 10 years down the road. I like the idea of, helping everybody to prosper. Like when we were talking about, allowing people to have some time off with kids. I think that like mental health wise is an amazingly good idea. I'm not talking welfare. I'm not talking it's okay to have kids and then, just depend on the government forever and just have another kid because that worked out well the first time.
Get more money.
I like the idea of giving people a hand up. Now that's what they say they're doing now, but I don't think they are. I think they're just making the problems worse. This will sound barbaric, but I'm probably do any of you guys give like money to like homeless people, like you're at the 7-Eleven or
Not in a while.
what's that?
Maybe a cigarette. Maybe a cigarette.
Yeah, see, I don't at all. And it's not from a place of cruelty. I really firmly believe that me giving, $10 to that guy that's standing in front of the 7-Eleven that I know is going to go in there and buy beer, I'm not helping him on any level. In fact, I'm worsening his problem. And buying him the meal, I've done that. And you know what they do? They look at you like, that's not what I was looking for.
No, that's like the whole mental health episode again. Those people are fucking.
But not all of them. Some of them are just.
Well, there's grifters. There's grifters.
Yeah, there's a guy. Oh my God. I know this sounds bad, but it infuriates me. I went to the 7-Eleven right before the show, and the guy goes, and they're sitting there and they look at you, and you can tell that they're kind of going, this guy's a soft touch, right?
Yeah, they're sizing you up.
And he's like, can you give me a Pepsi? And I was like, and I heard that, and then he goes, please. And I was like, all right, don't even look at me when I come out. The whole 12-year-old boy, please, can I have some ice cream? Tone in your voice just got you a hungry night. I can't do it. I don't know.
Didn't he know they have free Slurpees right now?
Anywhere, dude. Yeah.
That's something.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, just walk in there, get a free Slurpee. It's 7-Eleven's anniversary, for God's sake.
And you see the guys in the 7-Eleven and they're looking at these guys walking back and forth, and they're just irritated too. It's like it's very bothersome.
I have a short anecdote. Just thinking about when I lived up in Baltimore, back in this was probably like 2000, 1999, something. Or Martin O'Malley was the mayor of Baltimore City at the time. I had a house in Baltimore City and Hamilton, and very modest house, very working class area. I think the house value was like 160,000 or 150,000. So the ACLU had filed suit against Baltimore because Baltimore had started blowing up public housing like decades earlier and like eliminating it.
Move the people?
I'm sorry? Yeah, they got the people out first. Yes.
No, Zeus, they only moved the headstones.
They only moved the headstones. And so
didn't move the bodies.
They were suing because they were saying that the city had to make sure that this public housing was being dispersed throughout the city. And the neighborhood I lived in was like right near the top of neighborhoods they wanted to put a lot of these homes into. And of course, people were like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I remember going to these meetings like at the school, and hundreds of people would be there. And there'd be like lawyers from the ACLU that came down from New York that were like talking down their nose to us. There was Martin O'Malley there talking down his nose to us. And I got up to the microphone and I was like, you know, you guys are absolutely right. We need, things are horrible here. We need to start putting these houses in Roland Park and, you know, over there by on Charles Street, like where all the politicians and the wealthy people live. Of course, no one was making any arguments about putting these homes over there. So I've always been suspicious of people that have these solutions that the downside, they always kind of keep themselves out of the downside, you know, of it. And that has proven true in my experience over the years, that I see that same sort of, you know, situation develop.
It all comes down to lawyers. I mean, hey, raise your hand if you hate lawyers, guys.
Depends where I am in the courtroom. I've loved some lawyers.
I'm just saying they're dirty people.
Oh, fuck off.
All right, so we feel like there. I just saw a head pop by again.
Yep. Well,
he makes me think of Jim Carrey. Remember those old bits where Jim Carrey would be like, they'd be holding the interview in the front, and Jim Carrey would be like rowing a boat by or something.
Yeah.
He's walking up, Tom's just like pushing his head out of the way. That's on film, by the way, Tom. If anybody asks.
Yeah, we got you.
All right.
It's abusive.
I got to head out.
All right.
All right, Jason.
All right,
Take care,
Jason.
man.
Okay, good episode.
So,
Good job.
Good talking to you
I'm
guys.
rolling out soon too.
Absolutely.
Take care, man.
Yeah,
You
good
too.
one. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. What do we say, Jack?
I think we've been on for a while, boys. I think it's time we got to wrap this up.
All right. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Free time.
All right, guys. So today our thing is you know, kind of like a what is kind of thing at first, right? Then it's the whole Britney thing later, right? So
Okay.
Continue. Okay. So you know, I have these conversations with people, and it just seems like a lot of times when you have I guess people take words that they don't like or things that they don't like, and they'll say, this thing that I don't like is also this other thing that I don't like. And they'll have nothing to do with each other. So, you know, like everything is whatever I don't like, it's socialism, you know? And, you know, so I was, one night I was like, you know what, let me just type in like, interracial marriage is communism and see if something pops up. And the first thing that pops up is race mixing is communism. And I was just like, wow, they were stupid back then too. So
Oh, no, they were stupid.
they're stupider. Right? So I decided, hey, why don't we just see what we know? So I purposely did not look anything up. So I'm probably wrong about some of the things that I think. Because we just over time, you know, we may have those definitions down at one time and then we don't, right? And I didn't want this to be a political thing. So after that, what I'm going to ask you about are things about other countries, right? Not about the US. This is far, far from the US. So, well, I guess it could lead back to the US, I guess, on some things, but I hopefully it doesn't. So, because I'm thinking in most cases we're in the middle somewhere, so we won't even pop up, which is both good and bad. So, what I wanted to do is while we're having our discussion, or I want everyone to kind of jot down some words or phrases that you really just hate, right? It just ticks you off, or what makes you go when someone says that, right? So just throughout the show, just mark them down. At first I was going to say, oh, write down 10, but then I was thinking to myself, I can't really think of 10, or maybe I will by the end of the show. All right. So I do have a bunch of words that I think people just kind of get confused with or whatever. And the first word is, of course, socialism. That's what got me on this whole thing, right? So I want you to kind of just write down what your definition, don't look it up. You guys already know what my definition is because we've already mentioned it, right? The next is communism. And as a matter of fact, we'll just...
Are these words that we don't like, or these are words that we think?
No, these are words. I'm just asking you to define these words. That's it. So just write what you think the definition is, right? And what I was thinking is that we'll each say what we think our definition is, what we think the definition is, and then later on, after the show, we'll look these things up and see if we're right? And we'll have a discussion about it. Okay, the next word is authoritarianism.
It's like being in school.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm on communism.
Do we not have to spell it right, do we?
No. I mean, this isn't spelling. Who cares about that? I mean, the main thing is your idea.
Socialists and the damn communists, that's who.
All right, the next is totalitarianism. And ran out of power. All right. One that we should all know, democracy, but I know we don't. I'm sure my definition is probably all wrong.
Are we writing down we're writing down definitions too at the same time, correct?
Right. I mean, you can just during the show write down the definitions of what you think they are.
Cool.
All right. Nationalism.
Right, slow down.
Oh, sorry.
I also not that fast. You made me misspell dictator. Dictator.
That's a whole other thing.
Okay, socialism, communism. Was it authoritarianism?
Yep.
And then totalitarianism.
Let me get up the same level that you guys are.
Authoritarianism. And what was the fifth one?
Hold
Does somebody have
on. Let's see. Nationalism.
nationalism? All right.
All right. And democracy.
Democracy.
We just okay. I thought we had okay.
Okay, sorry. So I probably got confused. So we got let's see, socialism, communism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, nationalism, capitalism, democracy.
Well, I didn't do capitalism. Democracy.
What does this have to do with Britney Spears?
Oh, nothing. I was just, you should just lighten it up, is talk about something else.
Okay. So we're gonna still do Britney Spears.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay, and then after this, I have 4 more questions. 4 questions. All right. Is everybody has everybody gotten their stuff written down?
Pretty much.
I don't have all the definitions, but I've got the words.
Cool, cool. But you've got them circling around in your head. All right.
7 words.
Right, 7 words.
Okay, I got you. I'm
Oh,
caught up.
wait, what's the set? I have communism, socialism,
So it's
authoritarianism.
So socialism, communism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, nationalism, capitalism, democracy.
That's what, okay, that was the one I was missing.
All right,
Wait, what was the last one?
democracy.
Oh, okay.
So you should have 7.
Okay.
I always wanted to start a sports franchise in Akron, Ohio, and I was going to call them the Akron-isms.
Didn't.
All right, let's see. Nationalism.
All right, and I've got a banger headache, man.
Oh man, is Jack okay? Like, what's up? He's feeling sick. Is that the problem? He's not like getting a new kidney or something, is he?
I don't know. He didn't respond. I tried to call him.
Did he get shot by a mortar by any chance?
Man,
Mm.
I mean, can you imagine? And from 10 feet, it
Yeah.
probably blew his heart up, man.
Well, you
Probably
guys keep saying chest trauma, but the article that Tom sent said that he hit his head.
Yeah, but that was discounted, like most news stories.
No, that was
Once
in
someone actually reported it. Yeah, no, he had like
the
severe
very
chest
next
trauma.
paragraph said that it was just trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would they have the fake news and the real news in the same article?
Because he probably hit his head.
He probably
and
hit
when
his
he's being
head.
carried off, they probably thought,
And
oh,
people
he hit his head.
and people
So-
saw it and they report and dude, you could have anything happen and 10 people watching it and you're gonna get 10 different stories.
Now, if he had COVID at the same time,
Then he would have died of COVID.
He died of
Right.
COVID.
At least yes. Man, I need a haircut, man. What is that going on?
Wait a minute.
I think the problem was that he was a goalie, right? So
Yeah,
anybody
you
else
think you would have just caught it and
go
deflected
past.
it.
Right. No, he didn't let it go past because he's a goalie. He
Okay.
had to stop everything. He like jumped.
Okay. Okay. This is gonna get a bunch of hate now.
Dude, he was only 24. He's only 20.
Yeah.
There's no goalie hate. Okay.
It's
What's next?
freak
Okay.
accident. Okay.
So I have 4 questions, and these are about like other countries, right? Besides ours. But I guess we could be included in this. First question is, what's the least corrupt country? Just off the,
Correct.
what do you think is the least corrupt country?
And that's hard how you define corruption too, right?
Right? Yeah. There are different types of corruption.
What are the different types of corruption? Bribery is usually what I think of.
Okay. Next.
Nepotism, I guess. Least corrupt.
All right. And followed up with, what's the most corrupt country?
See, now that can come across as prejudice. So if we
Let's say
what, you
Poland.
hate them?
Are you gonna say Poland?
Oh no. They're far from the most corrupt.
They're up there. They're on the list.
No.
Have you ever been in a traffic accident in Poland? You got to pay somebody.
You know,
Imagine what Turkish-
there is an argument that like
Here we
their
go.
entire government died in a plane crash, so perhaps they are a little. I may have to. Oh my God, where'd Mike's head go?
How'd you do that? That was awesome. Do that again.
Disaster.
Oh, okay. Wait, most corrupt country. Gosh.
And this is, I mean, it's so like, I have no idea. I mean, it's just my
It is.
impression, right? I mean,
Yeah.
there's some I may know, but
Like,
how am I-
come on. Okay, we're Americans, first of all. So I think most of us pretty much don't know anything about most other countries. So, about the
It's
politics, how
fair.
things work.
yeah.
So,
I mean,
you know,
we are like the king of the navel gazers, right? Like, we're all into ourselves.
Not this group.
Not this
is the
group.
best and the brightest right here.
right.
As good as it gets, man.
All right, what's the next one? I got like 3
Okay.
corrupt because man, I'm tough. That's tough.
Country with the happiest citizens.
Hmm. Happy people.
Oh, I think I know this one.
I actually have the same one for this one and the first one.
Thought you gonna say the most corrupt, and they're also happy.
Wow. Okay.
Um,
No, least corrupt and happiest.
Okay.
I think people. I don't think anybody will argue that it's a good guess, but we'll see. Right, next.
That's it. Those are the four. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's
Country
3.
with the least happiest citizens. Sorry. Got ahead of myself.
Oh, least happiest?
Yeah.
And that's another one that's relative, right?
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. So these are all things that we can discuss and then research and actually have an idea of what's closer to true, right? So we can have our opinions about what they are, but I mean, even though things are subjective, if you interview people and they say, yeah, I'm pretty damn happy, overall, you got to take it for what it is, So
I'm gonna take
I mean,
a
pissed off people are usually pretty happy to tell you about how pissed off they are.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people that may be in bad situations, but they're
Well,
fearful and they're like happy.
right. Yeah, there are lots of people that are poor, don't have much, and they're very happy.
And they're super grateful.
So we're going to be writing words and phrases that bother us. as well.
Right. During the show, words and phrases that bother you, and it only has to be 1 or 2 or whatever. Because at first I was going to say 10 or something like that, but then I was thinking to myself,
What about acronyms?
sure, it could be anything
There's
anything
several
that's
of those
words,
that I hate
letters.
right
Sure,
now.
sure.
All right, so what is?
Oh, you know what? Why don't I throw in CRT?
Man, I hate it too.
As a phrase?
Critical race theory.
Phrase that bothers.
Yeah.
As a trigger.
It shouldn't bother you. I don't think it should bother anyone.
The word?
Yeah, the words. Well, the term critical race theory.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's I don't know why that wouldn't bother people. That's a bothersome term, I think.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, what would you call it?
I would call it something new to keep us all dancing around like.
But it's not.
Or a
It's,
magnifying
but it's
glass.
not new.
It's not new.
It's like
No, it's been
it's
around
like
since like the 50s, but
Yeah.
but it's coming back. And the thing is we're never going to get past these thought processes if we keep bringing it back when it has been talked about for a while. I'm weary of everything right now with race, with politics, with wokeness. Everybody has got to have a label that they assign themselves to.
Yeah.
They don't feel like they can be part of a
Well, that's what we are. That's what thinking people do. I mean, if we were just
yeah, but the
like
problem is
animals,
the people that are
we
using
wouldn't have that.
Yeah, but the people that are using the term CRT and woke and Me Too and BLM and all these other things,
Hey, look, you're going down a list, so it's like, okay,
but no,
whatever I don't like, just walk
I,
by it, and
it's
then I'll
not that
have
I-
reasonable people. I'm
No, no.
not saying you, Zeus, but you can have reasonable people that aren't really deeply thinking about it. Like, okay, so
That's what I'm saying.
subject. So every time any subject is discussed, you just put a bad spin on it, so you just don't discuss it. You know,
That's what I'm saying.
that's a huge problem that I think that we have right now. Like,
What I'm saying,
you can just say,
is we
but
find,
also this is also a thing that I didn't want to get into.
well, no, but you're not letting me finish. What I'm trying to
Sure.
say is that everybody has to have a label, because like inclusion, I used to like the concept of inclusion, but now inclusion is really just saying white people need to treat everybody better, or we're treating handicapped people worse. I'm sorry,
But I think
everybody has a
inclusion just
political
means
stance to it now.
inclusion. That's it.
Yes,
That's-
but if you're talking about inclusion, you're saying that people aren't being inclusive by bringing it up and saying that it is what we need to do. You're saying that people haven't been doing it. I can walk in. Well, you're not letting me finish.
Addressing a problem. Go on.
It's not a problem. That's the thing. We can tweak things, yes, but inclusion is definitely part of our society now.
It's not a problem.
Really, drive in front of any supermarket and find one that doesn't have handicap parking. NAACP, is there a white American people's college fund? No. I'm tired of and I'm not being like pro-white. I'm just saying that there's a vilification of people that are doing well, whether they be white or not. And I'm just a little fed up. I have to watch everything I say. And I don't have malice, but I feel like if I say anything, I got to go, wait, did that sound right? It's a nerve-wracking place to be. It just is. And I mean, I love America. Greatest country in the world, honestly. Not the happiest citizens and probably the most corrupt. But
I don't. Okay.
Okay, slow down, Zeus.
What I'm
Slow
saying
down.
is, well, no, but I said all these things, and I'm not saying that they're the problem. I'm saying that labeling things is the problem. I think we should just all around be kind.
What do you mean labeling things? That's what we do. We're humans. We label everything.
But Darcy,
Things
if I
need
can
I don't.
interject, I
Things
think
need to be categorized. That's
people
They don't
Darcy,
need to. You just need to be kind. You need to treat people as you would be treated yourself. It's that simple.
but people are at the point they use the label as a weapon to try and
Yes.
put somebody else down, like with the what do you call it when you don't believe the world is going to end in 10 years because of climate, you're a climate denier just because you don't think mankind will go extinct in 10 years. I mean,
no, I don't think we're going to go extinct. I think that's.
but
there
you'll
are
be
people that
labeled as a
overreact.
climate, you'll get a label
But there
for saying that.
there are also people that think that God's gonna, there's God and it's gonna end everything, or have this big football game over the next 1,000 years, and he
You're labeled
raptures
as a
people.
sinner by those people.
But you're getting
You know,
into you're not getting into the concept of what Tom is saying. What we're talking about is we shouldn't be labeling. Yes, we do that. That's what we do. That doesn't make it right.
Right.
Pedophiles have sex with children. That's what they do. Is it right? No. The
But
point.
is it right to call him a pedophile?
Absolutely, it is.
Okay, well, actually, it's a
It's a
pederast.
crime.
It's a pederast. So that's another thing with the definitions. Lots of people are pedophiles. They're basically people that don't act on it, right? But a pederast is a person that actually acts on it.
But again, you're getting caught up in definitions. What Tom and I are trying
because that's what we should
No,
do.
that's what you want to believe we do, but a lot of people don't. I don't walk around going, that's one of those type of people, and that's this type of person. I take people.
No, I'm not. I haven't said that. I haven't called anyone anything. I haven't labeled it.
That's what we do, and we don't. I don't.
No, that's what. Because you have a brain, that's what you do. That's what you do.
I will say,
it's unavoidable.
The thing, I don't know if this is what Darcy's getting at, but something I feel strongly about is words absolutely mean something, and our language. When Darcy, you were asked about like words and phrases that bother me. It's and nothing specific yet, but the kind of perversion of our language, like definitions get rewritten, things are said to mean things that they didn't mean yesterday, and there's definitely throughout history those who control the language control the people, right? Yeah. If you can control the language, you can control the thought, you can control people, and there's definitely a lot of loosey-goosey stuff going on with what words mean. So to Darcy's point, I think it's critically important to know what definitions are, because that's kind of the gears, right, of conversation. If we can't agree on terms, how are we supposed to have conversations about things? I mean, if we don't agree on like what democracy means, or if we don't agree on what CRT is, or whatever it is, if we can't agree on what things are, we can't even have a conversation about it. So I agree with Darcy on that.
I mean, hell, even the word pervert, the base of the word perversion that you just used, 150 years ago, it had a totally different meaning. It just meant to change something.
It still means
so well, but that's not how it's used today. When someone says pervert, it means it's a mal change, a bad change,
and it implies a relativeness to something else and what people compare it to. So if something is perverted, it's a relative term. It's perverted in relation to X, right? So what is X? What is it?
Well, X is so to me, the way I understand the word, the way it's always a net pervert is negative. It's a negative
connotation. How ironic that we're talking about perverts right now.
And here comes word association.
Wow. Speak of the devil and he shall.
Wow, hey guys, what are we talking about?
Shazam!
We were just talking about you.
I just got done making a mess in the back room. Everyone's still getting out. So there's some animals back there. And what's the topic today?
Britney Spears. And auto repair.
Right, and auto repair.
And Inigo Montoya. I do not think you know what that word means.
But no, I mean, I think it's refreshing to have a conversation about definitions. It's crucial, because the thing is, if you can change the definition of something, and then you can label someone that thing, right? Then you can control how that person is perceived.
Yes.
I mean,
I got a great example of this. I'm going to steal from Jason's story, but Jason had this thing that he did while he was in Japan, and this is hilarious. He would tell all his students, because he taught English to Japanese kids, and he would tell them that the word avalanche meant that was really cool. So they would be walking around going, "That is so avalanche."
Right back. Sorry.
And we had a couple of those. I don't remember what all of them are now. Oh, there was another expression. We'll see what you do when the bull's at your door.
When the poll's at your door.
The bull.
And did you make that face after you said it, like?
You have to. It's a requirement.
I was telling Mike yesterday on the phone that we should, if we really want to get popular, what we need to do is come up with some kind of conspiracy that people will really latch onto. Just start it. Like, what was I was saying to you, Mike? I forget.
I can't. An
I
example.
Here's mine. I think we should start this and just see if we can get it to go. We say that that Dirty Dancing was actually written by horribly racist people, and that all the people, Patrick Swayze, anybody that lived down in the houses, was of a certain race, but they had to change it to keep it politically correct. But the writer was actually a horrible racist, and just go with that.
You could go
and see if people start going, yeah, did you hear about Dirty Dancing? There's probably something better, like COVID's caused by doorknobs.
Not to jump back to last week's topic of comedians, but Mark Maron, who I like and don't like, but he had a great comment in one of his stand-up routines where he said, 90% of what we talk about when we're talking to other people, like about things that we know, it's like we don't know it, like we didn't discover it. It's like, yeah, like this guy said it, and now I'm telling you, like I know it. I mean, that's like 90% of human discourse, right?
It sounds smart.
I heard some guy say it, whatever.
It's kind of like all of society, like the entire zeitgeist is just based on like the old fire brigade theory of you got the bucket and it's full of water at the beginning, and by the time you get to the fire, there's like a couple drops left, except that's everybody talking.
Speaking, and not to jump in, but I got to mention it because I just thought of this and I read this thing. Speaking of fire brigades, how horrible that thing in Surfside Beach was with the building collapsing and all. But what badasses, like the crew that had to demo the rest of the building, like they were given a place where that building had to fall outside the existing pile. And they came in there and in like 20 hours set all the charges and brought that thing down right in the footprint that they were supposed to. I mean, that is freaking amazing.
Not unlike the second tower on 9/11, the way they demolished that one.
I'm just saying, this wasn't something they had weeks to plan for. These guys went in there, they did I mean, those guys deserve an attaboy, that's for sure.
Those guys on 9/11 did it in like 20 minutes, maybe. It's nice. I mean,
yeah,
still.
A little different.
Anyway. So we're talking about definitions and words. Apparently, I guess we're not talking about Britney Spears.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting. I'm going to get
dying for the Britney Spears.
Yeah.
I got a picture of everything.
Okay, so let's see. I guess did everyone write it on a piece of paper? I guess did everyone write it down on a piece of paper? All right. Show what your definition for socialism.
Why don't we just say it?
Okay. All right. Just say it.
One of us will say it, and if everybody agrees, good.
Right, so I say my definition is when the government controls the means of production.
No,
it's a little different.
I think everything is
okay.
The prime definition of socialism, as far as my understanding, is everything is owned by everyone. That you can't have the government in charge because then everything is not owned by everyone. So
it's the means of production are collectively held.
Yeah,
it's not by the government; it's by the people.
The people are
the government, but the government is the people.
It's not that simple. Like, this is the problem with socialism. Socialism is supposed to be what's the perfect world, utopian. It's supposed to be everybody is equal, nothing is different, but somebody's got to monitor that, and then that person.
No, I don't think. I think you're getting outside of what actual is. I think you're starting to talk about communism.
No,
So
communism is everybody getting paid based on their abilities and their needs. People may get more, some people may get less based on what they need and what their skills are. That's communism.
The main difference, as far as my understanding, is socialism is means of production are collectively held. In communism, there is this added element, right, of class that's interjected into that. So you basically have the government owns everything, but
right, the property, everything.
But how things are distributed is determined by class or whatever sort of striations those who in charge
abilities and needs.
Whereas pure socialism is, it doesn't matter if you have 3 heads, you're 6 feet tall, you got 1 leg, whatever race, it doesn't matter. Everyone shares collectively. Whereas communism adds a class element into how things are distributed. That's my understanding.
That's pretty close to what I'm going with. Yeah. Jason?
Classically, I would agree with Darcy on the definition. And then I think it sort of evolved into what Mike was saying. And then as it sort of percolated through the population and became more generally referred to, it sort of morphed into what Zeus was saying. And now if you ask somebody in the 20s, they're going to say it has something to do with social agenda. Someone who's younger might not even equate it with anything economic at all.
And so that's another thing. When we get into when we talk communism and we talk socialism and all these other ones, we tend to focus on the thought process for the people, and we forget that a lot of it has to do with economy and the environment and all these other things that aren't just how the people view it. Does that make sense?
Well, socialism is a type of economy.
Yeah,
what?
It's an economic.
So
it's not a political system, it's an economic system.
Fair enough.
There is an academic, I'm trying to think of his name, but he is a avowed socialist. And I saw a debate with him, and he spent the first 5 minutes basically crying about how everyone bashes on socialism for various reasons, for being what it is in that classical definition that Darcy gave. And then he suddenly started arguing for a version of socialism completely different from that, which is more in the collective ownership. And he had it in the form of employees. So the employees would have to buy the ownership in their own companies, but the means to accomplish that would be getting loans from the government.
Sort of a neo-socialism of sorts. I don't know. Honestly, I think for what it's worth, I like the idea of you work hard, you get more. You don't work hard, you better start working harder. You're never going to get more. You give out into the universe and you get something back for it.
But
I don't like things just arbitrarily being given away. I don't mind helping those less fortunate. Obviously, that's kind, but we don't improve, we don't evolve if we don't try to achieve higher station. Really?
Yeah. I think that's a race. That's like a race to the bottom, though. I do. I think that's a race to the bottom. So I feel that there are many people that have tons of potential that just never gets realized because there's so much just trying to make it through to the next day. So I think it's totally wasted. I would say there are probably a ton of people that if they were introduced to like learning about semiconductors, they'd be great at it. They could build those factories right up, right? And produce what we need. And it wouldn't have to be, because right now we have a system where if you're wealthy, you create, well, you don't create wealthy kids, but your kids get to take advantage of that wealth that you generated, right? So they get to go to the better schools, and those are not necessarily the best. Many times the best, it's spread all, the smartest, the brightest people, it's usually all around.
Well, so here's the thing, though. You use the term potential, and I think that's key to what I'm getting at. Who do you? Let me ask you this, Darcy, or any of you, except Jason, because Jason will probably already have the answer because he's smart. Who would you say in the life cycle has the most potential, and why?
In the life cycle, what do you mean?
In our life cycle, as a person, at what point in your life cycle do you have the most potential? Because that word gets used poorly, I think, a lot of times.
Here's the thing. I mean, look, we're getting into
there's a point to what I'm asking.
Well,
so here, I'll answer.
Okay.
Okay, so a child has the most potential, and why is because they've done the least. Potential is how much you can achieve.
Can do.
Right. So you say all these people have all these different potential, Darcy, but it really comes down to whoever's done the least has the most potential. It's how they use that potential.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. So that you could have a 20-year-old guy that's full of possible ideas, but he can't express them or do anything about them because he's got a 9-to-5 that's barely paying him enough to just live. So he can't do it. Now, there are extraordinary people like a Tesla or, they can do those things. And I applaud those people for being able to have what I consider a type of menial job where you feel like you're going nowhere, but able to do, still think about these incredible things. But I think most people can't do that.
But see that I guess go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying to use like the Elon Musks and the Bezoses and all those guys. You kind of have to take them out of it because that's such an extreme.
No, when I say Tesla, I meant actual Tesla.
Nickel.
Not the company.
The actual guy.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
For how this, I think, affects most people, and again, this is just a philosophical, belief. For one, I don't believe that if everyone's given the same opportunity that they will achieve the same. I do believe that there are people that are, for whatever reason, not necessarily intelligence, not necessarily any one thing. It could just be drive. I mean, I know people that or just have hustle.
And I wasn't saying that either.
No, I'm not saying you were, but I'm just saying there is regardless of what opportunity you're given, there are certain people who will push everything, will push things and achieve a lot given what their situation is. And there's other people who are born into great wealth and great opportunity who squander it. They have no idea what to do with it. And so the world is unfair. I mean, that's the first thing we have to acknowledge. I mean, if you are approaching things with the perspective of that all things must be just and pure as the driven snow,
no,
you're going to be sad.
No,
that's
what
not
I
the
want
way the world is.
As a country, I want us to win, and we won't win if we have what we currently have, which is it's kind of this kind of thing. I don't think we can win that way. I think we're going to get crushed by countries like China, for instance. European countries which have this. They have these models for education for how high you can go based off of how well you do. They give you a chance. And if you screw it up, well, you don't keep on getting those chances over and over again. But they create a situation where at least you get a chance to go to higher learning. So I think our K through 12 model is bad. I mean, it was good for when it was good. Now it's no longer good, because now it's not really a K through 12 kind of life you need. You need a K through almost PhD, you know, or something here, like a master's at least.
Well,
You
and
know?
to what
And
Darcy
most people
said,
can't afford that.
Do you, hey Darcy, real quick, do you think that's, because I don't disagree with that. Do you think that's because there's more that children need to know, or do you think that what we're focusing on with K through 12 is not, like, we need to focus on things that are important and take the focus off things that we're dealing with K through 12 that's not important?
That can be both.
Well,
They could be both. Because for, you know, I see these memes, and I hate to be meme led, but some memes are pretty good. Like,
For a reason.
why don't I know how to get out of how to do my taxes by the time I'm, you know, a senior in high school? Why don't I know, you know, how to go to a job interview? Why don't I know? I mean, there are all these things that, you know, they should be ingrained in us by the time we're ready to go out the door, you know? So I just
so here's the thing, if I may. I get them mixed up, so don't hold me to this, but there's Piaget and Erik Erikson. They're two like psychologists, and there's a lot of our schooling throughout the world is based on one or the other. One goes from the aspect of, if you're really good at science, they put you down a science path. And then I can't remember whose is whose, but the other ones was more like what we're doing, where jack of all trades, master of none, and then you evolve into what you want to do. So I mean, there's something to be said for the idea of, if somebody's really strong with math, like my son is like, he crushes it in math. He's doing stuff that I can't do now, and he's going to be 12 in a few days. So why not put him down down that math pathway, science, physics, things like that. My other son likes to run through things and break them, so he'll probably be a football player. But the point being is, yes, there is something to be said for looking at people's ability. And, you know, maybe the first 6 grades is where you kind of I don't like standardized tests, but you kind of get an idea, you know, a battery of different tests to kind of get a feel for where these kids might go.
I think there's a danger to that.
Yeah,
And
like a
that's
caste
something-
system. Yeah.
You see that a lot in socialism and communist countries historically, where they'd kind of funnel you into whatever you're good at, and that's the job, and you'd be stuck in that job. You'd
Yeah,
be
but the
locked
fact of the
in
matter is, they're doing
for
it.
your life.
Europe does it right now, and they're successful. They
And
have
that's not
very good
good.
schools. And
yeah, but I wouldn't want to, if someone's calling it something else, I wouldn't want to. I don't think we should have a system where you've got to be, and that comes back to, when something you don't like. It's,
no, I'm not saying make them do it. I'm saying you can point them in. Hey, you're really good at this. Do you want to continue down this, or find some hybrid of it?
It should definitely be some kind of choice.
But,
you know, I remember.
obviously,
I mean, we all took those aptitude
Yes, I was
tests when we
just
were
thinking of
kids,
the
right?
test. Yeah.
And
Yeah, but-
everything constantly came up. Oh, you're more like, you're probably going to be an engineer, or it looks like you probably want to be an engineer. And it just, and so that's, I mean, I was a network engineer, an email engineer, you know,
But
so
I'm not saying make people do this. I'm saying encourage them to go down to accentuate their strengths. I'm not saying if they're really good at math, they have to go that way. It's just that you could say, you know, we could provide scholarships if your math scores are off the charts. You might get a better scholarship going to a math program, but you could always go into sports, you know, or English, because that's your thing. That's where potential, that's where, when we're talking definitions, I think potential is used wrong. If you want to say possibility, It's different. Potential just means shit you haven't done yet or may not do. Ability or drive, those are kind of, I think, more where I was getting from what you said, Darcy, is that you have these people that have ability but they may be, and they may even have drive, but they're stopped for one reason or another.
Right.
But if you really have drive, nothing's gonna stop you, man. Look, dude,
No, that's just
4
not
years
true.
old. I did nothing. I was just a jerk off for the first 30 years of my life, and then I got my shit together. I got driven to do better. Now I've got 2 degrees, I own a home, couple cars, 2 kids. I've done all these things, and I'm not even doing as good as other people, but I achieved those things because I started meeting my potential, and I still haven't finished.
You valued it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
But
potential is just, it's a very broadly used word that I don't think is used properly. I just don't think it's used properly.
I don't know if anyone looked at the video that I sent yesterday or a couple of days ago, but it was like about how success, most of the time it's a lot of luck, because everyone's doing the same, everyone's got the same drive, but everyone's trying. No one's out there is like, hey, I want to be a failure. I don't want to, There's always there are people out there that are, let's say if there's a, like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, his grandfather, his job was screwing on those toothpaste tops.
Right.
He's probably trying to be the best toothpaste top screwer ever, but he's not going to get anywhere with that. He's just not. He thinks maybe he can move up to management one day, but it just never happens because it just doesn't. And I think there are a lot of people that are in those kind of situations.
I disagree with you, Darcy, because you're saying that this sort of funneling people into the jobs is the way we should go. But there's got to be the flexibility. And that's what you have when you have capitalism, free markets. People can do what, like Zeus was just saying, he was going the wrong direction for 30 years and not.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have capitalism.
And then he's allowed to just
I'm a
jump to a
capitalist.
different career. Okay, I know, but or take a guy like Einstein. He's like screwing the toothpaste lid, sort of, because he's just sitting there working at, what was he doing? Like a clerk. He was working as a clerk all the time, a patent clerk. But on the side, he's got all these ideas and things that just never came to fruition until he was able to kind of break free.
Well, also, look, part of it too is there are people that are amazingly talented at things that the market doesn't want, right? So I have known people in my life that were the best that I've ever known at something that had no monetary, treads to it. So
there's no aptitude test that would have told Steve Jobs that he should be designing handheld smartphones.
right.
Nobody had that wouldn't
And
have.
you know what? His aptitude,
right?
his real aptitude, and Woz, I love Woz, man. Woz is like that pair, those two guys, Wozniak. Woz says the thing that Jobs had was he just would not quit. He had a no quit. He hustled.
And that's what you hear about all these people.
He believed in stuff more than was rational. Even Woz would be like, he believed in this stuff so much, even more than what Woz did. And that's what took him, over. Look, I know for a fact that I met the best projectionist on, at least on the East Coast, if not in the entire world, like 20 years ago. But no one's going to see movies in movie theaters. Projection was going out. Everything's going digital. The guy did not make a lot of money because he was awesome at something that no one gave a shit about. So it's not about excellence. It's about being in the right place at the right time. And to Darcy's point, luck is obviously a big part of it. But in my personal experience, people that I know who are successful, if you work hard, you tend to be more lucky.
Well, is it luck? I don't think, and also a huge thing, we're talking like our level of success is measured by those around us. I personally think that I'm doing okay.
You're right.
I at the peak of my success? No, but I'm successful in the things that I try to achieve. But I hate, pride's another word I'm getting real tired of too, but I'm proud of where I've gotten so far. I've got more to do. Yeah, no, hold on. Let me write that down. But I got more to do. But does that mean I'm unsuccessful? No, it just means that I'm not at the peak of my success. Success is another one. So much is perspective. Tom can think I'm not successful all day long because he has more material things than me, and I'm just throwing out randomly. But I feel successful because this is not the path I was heading down 15 years ago. I was not going to be anything like this. Now I help people. I give back. I don't just, this is a huge thing for me. I get a little tired. This is where this whole inclusive thing gets to me. I give out and I try not to take more than I give out. Just into the universe, like opening, even things as simple as opening a door for someone, or buying their coffee, or just taking the time to sit and listen to somebody. Those things for me are really important. That's what we should be doing. But then there's these other people, and I find that most of them are the people that are screaming inclusiveness. They're like, give, I deserve, I'm entitled to, but they don't want to try and meet in the middle and be part of whatever that thing that they're trying to be included in. They just want to be arbitrarily accepted into whatever group they're trying to get into. It doesn't have to be anything based on race or government or anything like that, but we all want to be included, but we can't be angry if we're not. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's why I get tired of it.
You can't, if you're looking for validation from things outside yourself, you're gonna be sad.
Exactly.
Like, you have to find some level of self-worth and humility, or if you're basing your happiness on what other people think of you, I mean, that's a loser's game.
Yeah, like, look, Kate Spade, she was at the top of her game, millionaire, hundreds of millions probably, with the handbags, I guess, designer. She killed herself.
Yeah, she was suffering from depression.
Yeah, but the point is that nothing was going to make her happy. She was just, she never felt included. But as to Mike's point,
yeah, but this goes. It's funny how things can branch off into other things. I like the way we look at like a brain. Somehow that's not physical. Oh, that's mental. So we don't include that. So to me, Kate Spade's situation, it's like having a broken leg where you're not treating it. So you don't go by someone with a broken leg and go,
man, what's up with that guy?
Just get up, go on and just get about yourself.
Why can't you walk?
Yeah, but dude, she was massively successful. It's not like she was struggling all the time.
The thing is, when you're dealing with depression, it's things people can't see, and it's hard to understand. And if you have dealt with depression yourself or other people that are depressed, it's irrational. And when his humans, especially I mean, this is a total stereotype, but especially with guys, we try to make everything, rationalize everything. Well, you can't rationalize it. It doesn't make sense.
You don't want to, you don't know what needs to be fixed all the time. You can't look at a person that's bipolar and say, well, we got to fix that. Because those are some of the most successful, creative people.
Yeah,
the ones that have those swings. And that's when they go on that upswing, they're just manic and they're
amazing.
They're doing all kinds of things. So you don't want to take that out of that person. So sometimes they have faults, but they're faults that kind of help them achieve things.
So when I deal with patients, because I mean, this is what I do. I always, like, a few key things I always do. There's a theory, it's called Maslow's theory. It's a little complicated. I won't get too far into it, but it's basically like the food triangle, but you start at the bottom, and the couple of things at the bottom are like security, food,
hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
Right.
So I always make sure, like, as soon as a patient gets admitted on the unit, I'm like, you're safe. I always joke, look at me, nobody's getting past me. I got your back, you're going to be okay. And then give them some snacks, get them comfortable. Oddly enough, the same thing they do in like an interrogation. They always bring in like a Coke and a candy bar because it gets them comfortable. They're thank God I got sustenance. But more to the point, is the validation. I do try and validate them. They shouldn't be looking, again, it's another one of those perspective things. You shouldn't be looking for validation, but people should provide it to you. It should come externally, but you should already feel valid in your own right. And that's where the depression and all that gets a little crazy. But back to the Kate Spade, I really feel like I get what you're saying, that was mental health. I'm sure if we went down a list of people, we could find people that they weren't diagnosed with any of these things. They had it all by an external perspective, and still ended their lives, for whatever reason. With her, I mean, I get it, but she was also immensely successful, and she must have, on some degree, pushed it off. The depression. I'll address this later, until it got too much, because you can't have the level of success she had without having some survival instinct, coping skills, and that's the thing. Tom was saying about somebody's bipolar and fixing it. You're never going to fix it. It's in the brain. I mean, maybe 100 years from now we'll have some gene therapy or something, but we don't, in my line of work, you don't teach cure so much as cope, how to survive with it, how to take it on, wear it like armor, own it. That's where you get your artist and all this. It's not from fixing it, it's from adapting to it. They have a broader spectrum of experiences and outlook than you or I or Jason or Darcy or Mike. I mean, it's just a way of looking at it. You're never going to get rid of it. Cancer you get rid of, but even that comes back. But mental health.
Well, in any society, you have, in order to function in it, scholastically, in a job, in a relationship, in a community, in your neighborhood, whatever culture you're in, there's a set of rules. Well, human beings are very diverse, and there's all kinds of different people. So you're always going to have people that don't necessarily fit into that paradigm, and we label those people crazy, right? We say those people are dysfunction, or they're dysfunctional, or they have some sort of like mental problems or whatever, but they don't necessarily act in the systems that we've set up in our culture. They're not lesser people. They're just
different.
There's probably people that fit right in, apparently fit right in, like some of these serial killers. And later you find out that they're just, batshit serial killers.
Right.
But the whole time they were
That's a whole different thing.
They were behaving, and they were doing everything. They were fitting right in. They were going to work every day. And
he was such a nice boy. I mean,
right. It's always right.
And then the crazy person that doesn't fit in, they might be, they'll, be the next Van Gogh or Picasso.
I mean, that's really
the ear thing.
I mean, that's the interesting thing about society,
that's
right?
Crazy to cut your ear off.
how do you we're imperfect. If you're looking for perfection, you're not going to find it.
Well, no, I'm not looking for that. What? Okay, so like the way Jason, he understands. All right, and I mean Zeus, because I used to call Zeus Jason when we were kids, so I keep on saying that. So he understands that when that patient comes there, they need that base, right? So they don't have to worry as much about food and validation and all those things. So what about regular people? Imagine if
And
our
maybe
country was set up so it not to make you wealthy, not to make you so because I think for the most part, most people, if they have those basic things taken care of, they become better people. Like they want to do things. I think for the most part, I think we worry too much about the 3 to 5% that will abuse it. And I think we get so narrowed down on that, and we miss the forest for the trees. And that's why I think overall, when someone goes to look to see, how did things get all screwed up, and how, because I really think China, they're basically perfecting, and some of the stuff is just not good, and that's all I'll say about it. But I think we are setting ourselves up to show that we can't compete. This
with
the
China?
system with countries like a China. We can't compete.
I think, yeah, I think that's a valid point. It's fraught. It's a fraught thing, right? So, I mean, you get into what is valued in our education system, and I would suggest that we are not valuing things that we should be, and we are placing increased value on things that have no real merit in the marketplace of what you're talking about. In countries like China, they put value on things that are directly connected to the marketplace, period.
Utilitarianism, very utilitarian.
Right. They're not interested in like the feels, right? Or like, or anything else, right? It's all very practical.
They're essentially like the Matrix. Like they look at their populace, and I'm talking about the government. I'm not talking about Chinese people, but the government looks at them like they're batteries. Like, let's expend as much as we can. Like, very much like the Matrix. It might have even been kind of a symbolism of that kind of thought. And
I had back in 1989, I was a junior in high school, and our school had an exchange program with students in Lithuania, which at the time was still behind the Iron Curtain. And so they sent over like 20 students, and one of them we hosted, and then our school sent over like 20 students to them afterwards. And the student that I hosted, his name was Arturus, and he was he was learning to be a physicist, and it's because his parents were both physicists as well. Like, that's how it was decided. And I was like, well, I guess that makes sense. At the time I was like, well, okay, his parents are in it. He may have an aptitude for it. But then I found out, like, this other kid that I befriended, he was an artist, and his parents were artists. So they're like deciding that this person's going to be an artist based on the fact that his parents were, and all of the students were like that. So if you were a chemist or a carpenter, like, you were whatever and both of their parents were the same thing, because this is multi-generations of, look, we need X number of this, we need X number of that, and you were basically told what you were going to do. So I've been in touch with, the last time I was in touch with him was like 10 years ago, but he ended up being like a real estate mogul. This guy like came back, like, he came to the United States, he bought a ton of Levi's jeans and radios and shipped them back. And then he got into real estate, and he's like this like mega real estate dude in Lithuania.
Good for him.
He's not a physicist. But
Right.
I guess my point is, it works if you, it depends on what level you want to look at it. If you're looking at it as a collective, as a nation, it's like, okay, we need certain number of farmers, we need certain number of these guys and truck drivers. And, you know, if you're a bureaucrat and you're trying to figure out how to do it, okay, well, let's make these people do that. It makes sense. I get it. But on the individual level, that's where it breaks down. And it works until people start looking up over the wall and seeing how things are elsewhere. And they're like, I don't need to be the physicist. I can be the real estate mogul guy. And that's where things start breaking down for those systems. And why, you know, you look at like the United States, and it's always intrigued me because I'm not well traveled. I haven't been all over the world. I don't have perspective on a lot of other countries and things like that. But it's always intrigued me that people keep wanting to come here, right? Like there's something about this country that people from other countries who are in dire straits or going through things that aren't so great, and they're like, that I want to go there. Like that is where I can go, and I can become what is best in me, you know.
But mostly what I see of people that want to come here, they're just they're from what you know, people would consider shithole countries. You know, I don't see
Yeah, really, that's a little offensive.
I'm shocked.
I don't think of people like in Sweden like, I gotta come to America, to the US. And sorry, I don't mean to say America, I mean the US.
But people who don't have opportunity where they are, they look to, for good or bad, whatever. I'm saying people look to this country as a place to come where they can better themselves, and that's been the story of America. I mean, that's the story of America.
And when I say that, I meant it as like not necessarily like a joke, but just so people understand, you know. And I don't think any country is a shithole country. Every country has what I think are most, even the worst countries, what I think are the pretty bad countries, have very rich histories, amazing people. They get through, I mean, just awful times, and are still treated awfully, even by the whole world. Like when you think of a country like, oh man, what's the other side of Dominican Republic? Why can I think of the name? Haiti. You know, having to
and yet people go there all the time for vacation.
Listen, man, as far as the shithole country thing, okay, and I'm not picking on Trinidad, but I have a friend who's from Trinidad, and 20 years ago, he would go back to visit his family, and he would be like, okay, I'm coming back. I'm going to spend a month here, blah, blah, blah. And he would land at the airport, and he would be like going to his house, and he was robbed by people with guns like 3 times. And it was because his family was like, hey, this guy, he's coming home, and he was coming from America, and they knew he would have money. Right. So now when he still goes to see his mom once in a while, but he doesn't even tell her. He just appears because he doesn't want to get robbed going. This is a guy I've known for years. He just has to appear and not tell anyone he's coming. So there are shithole countries where it's not cool, where people get treated horribly. That doesn't happen everywhere. There are places that are shitty. They're just they are.
Country, though, it really comes down to the governing bodies, because you know Haiti's got resources. It's got people. You know what I mean? It's got beautiful beaches. People do go vacation there. Money does come in, but where's it going? It's not going to the people that are doing the work. It's going to the people up at top.
And it's got hit by natural disasters, and it doesn't have good building codes. And I mean, it's a.
Yeah, but you can't just use
the country's not bad. I'm not saying the people are bad.
Japan has been attacked by Mother Nature constantly, and nuclear
and Godzilla.
You know, but I mean, Japan has taken a pummeling just in the last 2 decades. 2 nuclear reactors, a couple big storms, and they are thriving.
But the thing with Japan, and again, I'm ignorant on this. I don't know if you've been to Japan a lot, Darcy. I know you've been to Asia a lot. I don't know if Japan's one of those places, but a country like Japan that is like a very homogenous population where it's like everyone is from the same ethnic background, and there's this like very it's like it's a whole different perspective on things. I mean, that Japan is a very strong society, because those people, they've put up with, they've dealt with horrible things over the years, and like have survived it, things that would destroy other countries for sure.
Jason, what's your input on Japan?
Pretty much the first thing that is ever said about Japan in a conversation or society is that it's a culture of contrasts. So you can find very socialistic elements right next to very conservative elements, and that's certainly true. And taking it back to education, for example, yeah, you pretty much they don't necessarily put you on a specific course, but you'll take a test in middle school to get into high school, and that test pretty much determines the rest of your life, because the test that your score on that middle school test determines your particular grouping of high schools, and your high school test determines a particular grouping of universities, and then your universities determines the companies that you'll be able to get into. And yeah, it works. They also have 3 times the suicide rate.
Yeah,
that's because they got B's.
it's what level you want to look at it on. If you're looking at it from the level of like the total country society, or if you're looking at it from a level of individualism. And I think, I mean, personally for me, I focus on individualism, right? That's where the rubber hits the road for me. I know that's not the same way for other people, but that's how I judge things. But I get societies that are more, sorry, I got to fix this, that are more like, hey, we're going to do what's best for,
oh dear Lord, he lost his head again,
for the for the whole, for the whole country. I mean, there's something to be said for that. It's a continuum, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like the United States is set up on one way, other countries are set up another way. It's hard to say one's better or worse. It's like different things work. It depends on what you're looking for. But I would say,
go ahead.
I'm just saying, focusing on the individual is obviously something that humanity really desires, because people are coming here all the time looking for that from other countries that don't offer that.
It's interesting you say that, because I was thinking about it, and I'm probably the most recent in school. And back to what Jason was saying, is there anything to the idea that Japan doesn't export their people very easily? Because when I think about it in school, I don't see, and I'm pretty good at determining where somebody's from based on names, look, things like that. And I don't think I ran across maybe but 1 or 2 Japanese people in school
not here, but in Hawaii and California, there's a lot of Japanese.
Yeah, but not widespread. Like, that logistically, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't prevent people from Nigeria going to school here. We're not close to them like Hawaii is to Japan, or.
Yeah, they don't make it very easy for people to return. Even in recent years, even in recent years, if you went to study abroad, thinking that was going to give you an advantage in the marketplace and the companies there, that's sort of backfired on those exchange students. They find it more difficult now, because it is, I mean, arguably one of, if not the most homogenous populations, and their culture is so focused on being a certain way and following the rules. And companies worry that if you spend too much time abroad, then you're not going to be able to toe the line.
Wow.
So essentially,
I was watching one show. Well, it's a YouTube channel about like the way things are in Japan as far as work. Like many people will stay at work past their shift, not getting extra pay, just sitting there doing whatever because it looks good that you're at work, even though they're not necessarily doing anything. Because I've always worked in environments where I have milestones that I need to reach, and as long as I'm making those milestones, I get to go. Because if I figure a way to shorten my 8-hour day to 5 hours or 4 hours or whatever, go play golf, and then come back the next day, have another set, and do that and leave. So when I saw that, I was like, that's crazy. To me, that just seems like that's got to be miserable. Think of the time you're missing with your family and your friends, and you're just sitting there playing solitaire, pretending, to work. But as long as they see you, your manager, I'm assuming they, because I'm thinking, oh wow, they probably have these rows, of cubicles set up where you can see over, so you can immediately see who's there, and the boss probably has just this long office that he just slides back and forth. You can see how they're there.
It's
and
even worse than that.
So not what's the word I'm looking for? Like inefficient. Like that's just horrible.
Yeah, they don't even really have cubicles. It's just your desks are in a line, one next to each other, and another one so the person opposite you is facing you, and then like the section manager is at the end, and you don't go home until he goes home.
Oh wow!
I couldn't look at somebody that even somebody that I do care about for like 8-9 hours a day, just to have them staring at me. It make me crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Darcy, I got a quick question. When does Britney Spears come into this conversation?
Well, I don't know. This kind of,
already made the thumbnail.
Leave Britney alone.
Because I got like 25 non sequiturs, lined up. I'm ready to roll.
I mean, I've had this picture for the entire episode, and we've literally just said her name. Nothing about.
We talked about crazy people.
But
well,
no,
that's kind of where this comes in. We don't even know at this point. It sounds like she's had her life managed for a very long time.
Yeah, now I've heard of conservatorship, but I had no idea that someone could just come in and because of a judge, even though you're making money, and just like, okay, well, this is what you're gonna get per week. This is where you're gonna live. This is. I thought okay, maybe this is just because when I first heard about her whole thing, and this was I was thinking, oh, this is probably just something that's it's a few months, 6 months, maybe a year, and just to get her on a good track, and then boom, she gets it all back or whatever. I was like, I had no idea they had just stolen that girl's life, and I'm like,
did she give any sort of okay to this? How does that? I'm with you. How does someone just take over someone else's? She's an adult, right? She's 30 something now, right? 39.
My understanding, what happened was she had some squirrely moments, for lack of a better term, and she was basically brought to court, and the way to keep from probably neglect with the kids or something like that, and that it was kind of taken out of her hands. You can do this, or you lose your kids, and I think
but it seems to be more than just the money. She can't have children. She can't live where she wants to live. This isn't just controlling the money. This is controlling major life decisions. And I'm with Darcy. I didn't know this was even possible. I mean, I'm shocked.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I mean, generally with mental
That
health,
doesn't stop us from talking about it. You don't have to know anything about it, man. Just
no, but generally with mental health, though, the key to getting out of a hospital or getting out of these situations is to show that you're not a danger to yourself or others. So probably she got into that and was like, yeah, I can show that I'm not a danger to myself or others, but the people that are judging that are probably daddy and the sister.
you know, I
You know?
didn't really do much research, but I did look up Britney Spears. It's one T. I thought it was two T's, but it's one T. And here's one nugget I thought was interesting. So she got her start with Disney at the Mickey Mouse Club or something, like Walt Disney, Disney Channel. In 1990, 91, her, Christina Aguilera,
Yeah.
Justin Timberlake, and Ryan Gosling were all like
Yeah.
part of that group.
Ryan Gosling lived with Justin Timberlake for a really long time.
But I mean, who's that talent agent? I mean, that's amazing. I mean, to pick those four people, like out of 10, and what they went on to do, that's astonishing.
And I probably what 2 out of those 4 seem like they're probably relatively happy. Ryan Gosling and Justin Timberlake, they can't seem to do anything wrong.
No.
Christina Aguilera and Britney, and then there's other ones that came out of that, like what's her name? Selena Gomez came out of that group.
But the thing is, so she was born. When was Britney Spears was born? Like what? Like 1981 or something? I mean, she was like
something like 1982, something like that.
She was like 12 years old, man. Like she has never had a life outside of this industry being controlled by other people.
That's got to skew your judgment. It's got to.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's got to make for a very.
She was a child. She was a child. She was a child.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of the child actor thing. I mean, you got to have some, but there should be significant regulation as to how it's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what are we talking about with Britney? That's just what.
I just thought I'd throw that out there.
So you said this is what you said the show's going to be about Britney. Don't do any research, and that's what you got.
That's what I got.
Wow.
That's.
I'm so glad we went off on a tangent. So basically, we got nothing on Britney.
I'm putting Britney as one of my trigger words now.
Okay. But it's one T. It's one T.
The weird thing is apparently her kids are with Kevin Federline. You know, shit's got to be bad if they're like, we feel that they're safer with him.
Yes, I'm glad you said that, because that was, yeah.
That seems a little bothersome to me, because he seems like kind of a dope. But I don't know. I don't have a lot of input on this. Maybe we should have done some research on this, Darcy, instead of being told not to.
But the best shows seem to not do any research.
Yes, but
you'll know what the situation.
Here's the problem. We're brewing these Britney questions for like the last week and
I'm like, where's it going, man? I'm like,
I was actively avoiding any research. So this wasn't us not doing research. This was misdirection by you.
Yeah.
In fact, it was almost as though you were trying to entice us to read about Britney all week.
That's the definition of totalitarianism.
One party rule. One party rule.
Authoritarianism.
So just staying on Britney for a second. So the thing that just came down, what was it? Like her dad is still in charge of everything, like all her business?
From what I last read, okay, so today, I think like 2 of her lawyers have have asked to be released from their responsibilities for, representing or something like that. So,
okay.
Did they say why?
No, maybe, but I didn't finish that article. So. And I didn't want to know too much. I was like, hey, this is really interesting. I was like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but
This happens a lot with child actors where the parents will be in charge of all the money until they get to like a certain age. And every now and then you hear where they got to go to court to get their money.
Macaulay
This is
Culkin.
dragged on like
Drew
way
Barrymore.
farther than anybody else. This is crazy.
A lot of them also go down a very dark and creepy path. Macaulay Culkin, Drew Barrymore. Shoot, I know
Drew's
there's more. I can't.
Drew's not that bad.
She had a bad period. She
She went through a weird
herself
period,
from
man.
Yeah, she had a drinking
She
period.
landed on her feet though.
It was bad enough she emancipated from her parents. You know,
I met her one time.
Did you?
Oh,
Yeah.
Did you drink with her?
Yeah.
Cool. So tell us about it. Don't just say I met her one time.
That's a whole no. It was I was working at a theater. It was back when I was working at theaters, and she was there for a premiere. We
What
were in
movie?
the office. Everyone Says I Love You.
Oh,
Woody Allen, Edward Norton. It's back when she was dating Edward Norton. No, it was a long time ago. It's a whole different show.
Well, guys, look, I wanted to finish this whole thing out, but man, I have a raging headache.
But no, are we going to talk? Let's at least talk about, like, if we don't talk about the definitions, let's talk about the least, most corrupt, and happiest and least happy. Because I'm interested. I'm just curious. Like, that's compelling to me.
Yeah, let's do that.
So should we do it frame by frame? Each of us.
Yeah. So you start, Zeus.
All right. So my least corrupt country, I said, was Sweden. Just
Wow.
feels like it. And then I'll go my country with the happiest citizens. I also leaned hard on Sweden. I feel like that's the place you never hear too many bad things about. My most corrupt country, I picked three. Algeria, definitely. Yemen and Saudi Arabia. Not against Saudi Arabians, but that MSG guy, whatever his name is, the guy in charge who they said was involved in that guy getting shot at the Hungarian embassy or killed at the he was behind that. And then I said Algeria also probably has the least happy citizens. Algeria or Yemen, they just don't seem very unchaotic, if that's a word. Next.
Well, I would say my least corrupt, and this is how you define corrupt, but my least corrupt was North Korea, because there's everyone knows who's in charge. There's no corruption. Most corrupt would be the United States, because it's the most corruptible, right? Because it's the freest. Happiest citizens, I had Peru, just because everyone I know that lives in Peru is freaking happy as balls. And then least happiest was Venezuela, because everyone's like eating their cats down there.
Well, that's also North Korea.
Yeah, but it's how you define corrupt. Like, it's not corrupt because everyone kind of knows what the deal is. There's no corruption. Everything's pretty pure, right?
When there's shortages of everything, there's going to be corruption, I think.
But I'm just living here, dude. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, it's tough.
Just my guess. Okay, who's next?
I got least corrupt. I picked Switzerland just because they're kind of neutral. They should be nice and uncorrupted. Russia is my most corrupt. Any nation that's kind of ransomwaring everybody else around the world, that's pretty bad. Happiest was a tough choice. I don't know. I picked Nepal because I was thinking, the monks and that sort of thing up in the mountains. They're pretty happy. Least happy, I had North Korea. I was also thinking First Nations people. They're pretty miserable. All the Native Americans, if you consider that a nation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called First Nation. So yeah,
First Nation. Yeah, there's a lot of drinking and they're poor and all that. So,
all right.
So me, I was thinking least corrupt country, Sweden.
What?
Wow.
Oh, this is
I said-
corrupt. You guys were colluding.
No.
Most corrupt country, Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Because of all the
Solid one.
scams and stuff, right? Country with the happiest citizens, Sweden.
That's funny.
But
Do you guys really know anything about Sweden, or you're just
I know
guessing?
nothing. I just know
No, I
about
don't
like
know
the
anything.
Swedish
That's-
bikini team. Like, I mean, I guess that makes people happy.
Okay.
Make
They not be
meatballs and IKEA furniture. So.
Country with
IKEA.
with the least happiest citizens, UAE. So
Wow,
United
really?
Arab Emirates. Yeah, because I think like so there's a small part of their population, which is what we see, where they're super wealthy and they're doing anything you could imagine. They have M16s they can shoot in the air, out of their Lamborghinis, and but most of the people, that's not how they live.
That's not how they roll.
Right. So I was thinking having that huge contrast would probably lead to people, feeling pretty like, but they're not represented. They're not too many YouTubers, lower class YouTubers. I don't think, because who's going to subscribe to that? You
Right.
want to watch the guy that's getting a car every other week.
The opulence channel.
Did you have any, Jason? I know you came in later. Like least, most, corrupt, happiest, least happiest.
Yeah, I've been trying. I think your reimagination or redefinition of corruption has sort of influenced what I was thinking, and I think I would go with least corrupt being Singapore, because it both has that sort of political authoritarianism, but everyone follows the rules.
Right.
If you don't, they will beat the hell out of you.
With the cane, right?
Most corrupt country.
I was tending towards Russia, but I think I'd still go with China, just because of personal experience, knowing how much money talks there at every level, whether it's politics, hospital, everywhere.
What about country with happiest citizens?
The Dutch seem pretty happy.
The Dutch.
The Dutch.
Why not?
I don't know, clogs
You
and
don't hear
windmills or
anything
something.
bad about the Dutch?
Least. North Korea.
Yeah, they seem pretty unhappy. So, Darcy, sorry you got a headache. I do have to say the last cicada update, they're all gone.
Yeah.
All the cicadas.
Yeah, they're
are
gone. I see ghost ones. What they're the ones that like they're still intact and they look perfectly, like, oh my God,
Exactly.
it's still, but then you're like,
And then it doesn't move. Yeah. I've done that. I was like, oh, there's one still here. And then
I just see their wings occasionally. I'll see a wing here and there.
It's sad, man, because they're not going to be back for 17 years, right?
That's
oh
a-
yeah, oh
I'll
yeah,
be
I'm gonna
back
be
in
so
Virginia
sad.
next year. There's
yeah, but not like this.
Not like this.
well, it depends where you live.
No.
Yeah.
This is the big one.
Brood
Every
X.
17 years.
could
there's
have-
huge.
If they're coming up out of your yard, yeah.
Yeah, but this is like every 17 years there's like a swarm of it's like nothing touches it until that 17-year time comes around. Weren't you here
Some
for the
people didn't
last one?
see anything.
I'm
Really?
sorry?
Who didn't see
Some
anything?
people didn't see anything at all. Yeah. Depends where you live.
And was it everywhere in the U.S. or is it just Virginia? That's what.
No, it's just the Mid-Atlantic area.
Okay,
That's it.
that's
It
interesting.
wasn't everywhere. And even around here, like in parts of Maryland and DC, they didn't see
Yeah,
anything.
places that are concreted over,
Yeah.
tarred and concreted over.
Yeah, you probably didn't see it in D.C. at all. Yeah, but Annandale, they were everywhere. McLean, I'm sure they were horrible. What about you over in Arlington?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I never had to really deal with it because remember I spent 3 weeks in Florida,
And he
I
had
got the
someone
phone calls.
shoveling them up.
I got the
scooping
phone
them
calls
up.
from Rebecca. Oh my God, it's horrible. They're dead. They're all down in the well at the because we have this. You walk down into our basement, and when it would rain, I guess they would just wash off the lawn and right down in there. And I had this manhole that I made where I had these. I had like the screen or whatever, and that all. They were just down there. She's like, it's like a soup. This is disgusting. And she's like, but I have to get this out of here so the sump pump can get this water out of here.
Why do you call it a
like
manhole? Why do you call it a manhole, Darcy? Why don't you be more inclusive? It should be a person hole.
Person hole.
So tired of inclusiveness.
Yeah, we didn't even get to our words and phrases that bother us.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. I'm doing all I can to hold it together.
Well, we appreciate that. And next week is Jack, right? I think Jack's
If he's still alive.
Yeah.
If he's still alive, if not, then it's Jason. And after the eulogy for Jack.
That Jason's show will be a eulogy for Jack.
Yeah. If Jack is not here.
And Dana and I were talking about doing kind of a side episode, just kind of talking about the state of like kindness in the world. And
I'm up for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we can.
When would that happen?
Huh?
When would that be?
Not sure. I'm waiting for it to fit in her schedule. I'm pretty free 4 days of the week usually right now, so I'm pretty open. It'll be. I'll let you know. I'll keep everybody in tune.
All right, are we ready to stop recording?
All right, boys.
All right. What does Jack say?
All right, boys.
All right, boys.
All right, boys.
Such a nerd. And then I said, just take it out of my mouth.
You have to go right there. You have to go there.
All right, so this week's episode, I've been wanting to do this one for a while, is going to be our top 10 favorite comedians. I have the feeling we're going to have a lot of crossover, but this bone has a lot of meat on it. We can go a lot of places with this. So I guess, why don't we all do our number 10, and then we'll go backwards from there to maybe talk about them if they're different, or if we all happen to have the same number 10.
I got to go last then because I didn't rank them, but I will do that.
Okay. So
that's hard, man.
let's wait.
Zeus. Yeah, no, I'm here, but I didn't rank them either. I just picked 10. I figured
you can look at them and okay, then I'll do them 10 down, and you guys, that gives you guys time to
Well, I think we're gonna hit a lot of common denominators that we can discuss anyway. And I saw you guys were messing around with pulling up images of these guys, so that's great.
I got them all. I got all mine. So
yeah, I don't have all
even
mine.
my dark horse ones I've got on, so we can just put them up there.
Yeah, if somebody mentions one, Zeus, you're at the you have the trigger finger there, so you can probably pull one up.
Yeah. I have a few creative ones, by the way.
All right, cool. I like your background tonight. That's good shit.
That's Max, yeah. Ruby Soho.
Yeah.
So, well, for me, I ranked mine, so I'm gonna go with mine ranked. My number 10, starting from the not worst, but the furthest down the list to the highest, was this one. You guys may or may not agree, but I feel like Stephen Wright was amazing in his time. Like he was iconic. He created a whole new kind of humor, at least for me. I mean, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have our Mitch Hedbergs or comedians like that. The one-liners, he was the master. And deadpan, like, amazing.
Yeah, I agree, Zeus. I've got Wright in my top 10.
Wow, but he's not your 10, huh? You there, Jack?
He's frozen.
What about you, Mike? What would you say is probably your, or I mean,
It's hard to tell if he's frozen or not.
Yo, oh yeah. Wait a second. Repeat it one more time in case you didn't hear it. What was your number 10?
your 10, Jack, or where
Oh,
you
no, no, I didn't. I was just commenting, Zeus, that I have Wright in my top 10 as well. Like I think back upon that time when I first saw him, and the fact that you could do a special that was 60 minutes
Yeah.
of deadpan just jokes, like not observational comedy really, just
Mhm.
And
just-
hit
and every now and then he'd crack a smile,
but barely.
but barely. Like the guy was just on point. He had an act, and he did it with one-liners, like Dangerfield,
Yeah.
like Red
Honestly, I'd
Fox.
say better than Dangerfield. Dangerfield was funny, but more movie funny, not so much. I didn't, he was okay.
No. No, his stand-up was good too. But I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
Wright,
good.
but Wright was absurd. The shit that he came up with, like
He's got, and I'll get into this, but I'm a horrible joke teller. I have horrible comic timing, but I love jokes. I love comedians. But one of my favorite jokes was Wright, where he says that, his house is located on the median of an interstate, and so when he leaves his driveway, he has to be driving 55 miles an hour immediately. And he went out one night, and he got pulled over, and the cop was like, "How fast are you going?" And he's like, "I don't know." He's like, "You're going 55 miles an hour." He's like, "That's impossible. I wasn't planning on being out that long," which I thought was just, I don't know, the big setup for. I always love
My
that.
favorites is I have two things to say about him that's amazing. But one of my favorite comedic bits that he did was, or just jokes, was obviously driving a parkway, parking a driveway was hilarious. He's probably best known for that one. But I always love the he's on the bus and he sits next to the most beautiful black woman with blonde hair he's ever met. and he's like, "What's your name?" And I forget what her name was, but it eventually comes around to she really wants to date a Jewish cowboy. And he says, "Hi, my name's Bucky Goldstein." Which for me, that's hilarious. But the other the really cool thing is his voice was so iconic as far as comedians go, that I loved that he was the radio guy in Reservoir Dogs.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
just, and it was like, the reason that it was so good is everybody knows his voice. So it's like, wow, that's cool. Stephen Wright out of the blue.
What was it was like monster hits of the 70s or something.
Yes,
It just mixed with it so well, and if you get the album, he does all those little things in between for each song.
Yeah,
Really cool, really cool. He probably could have been a DJ.
he also wasn't he like the guy on the couch in Half Baked, or is that someone else? That may have been someone else.
That might have been him. I don't remember. It's been.
He played like his character was just like a guy that slept on the couch. Though I don't even think he had any lines. He was just like in their apartment.
I
That's
think he would fit in there.
I know that he did well, one of the guys on my list did like a drama called Horace and Pete, which was like a serious dramedy that actually was really dark, and it took place in a bar. And a lot of comics that this guy works with or has worked with over the years are in it. And Stephen Wright played like one of the barfly guys. And he's just Stephen Wright. Like he's in character as like, it's hard to think of Stephen Wright as anything but that character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like, what's he like in real life? Like You know what I mean? Like he actually was an iconic personality that can't be him. Like he's literally performing. Like I mean, like that. There's no way anybody is like that all the time.
Would it be great if he was like loud and boisterous behind the scenes?
That's what,
Yeah.
that's
Like
what I mean. Like you imagine what he's like in real life, and it's just like
a go-getter ball buster dude or whatever, you know.
Just
yeah,
an asshole.
yeah. Like
So whatever happened to him? Like, I mean, I hate to ask that, but I mean, I haven't seen him do any work and
He's
Well,
probably,
died,
he's
right?
probably independently wealthy. I'm sure he's not hurting for cash.
I
no,
thought didn't he pass away?
No, please don't tell me that.
I don't think so.
He's one of the ones that would bother me, like Robin Williams when he died. That was a rough day.
Well, wait a minute.
Hedberg is dead, right?
yeah.
Well, I was Stephen Wright though. I think
He's alive.
No, Hedgeberg is dead.
No, I think Stephen Wright is alive. But what's cool about him too is
He's
Yeah.
alive.
nowadays with all
Wow.
the there was never a scandal. There was never any stories about him.
Not with
Like,
him, no.
No, nothing. You never heard like
Oh my gosh.
stories about the guy. And nowadays that's what we do.
This is
He's
all right,
he's
well,
65 years old now. That's
there you go.
everywhere is walking distance if you have the time. I went to a restaurant that serves breakfast at any time, so I ordered French toast during the Renaissance. Yeah, I mean he's just
No,
fantastic.
he had a couple of bits I remember. He had one where he's like, I got a buddy who he models for those trophies they give to Little League. He's this tall.
or
Only he was standing up, so he like put his hand down at the stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
About like
he
doing
did.
it on the
He did.
stage.
I wanted to confuse my dog, so I named him Stay, and I just keep going. Come stay.
Right.
All right. So
Well, I think I'm up. I
Okay.
think I'm up. Well, unless somebody else wants to go. Oh, Darcy's coming in.
woohoo!
I think.
He's coming in. Yeah, I see him.
Connecting.
No, one guy. See, what I did was when I figured out my 10, I realized that 4 of them are current, still performing, and I realized that 4 of them were more from the 80s, and 2 of them are like 70s icons. And hey, Darcy, nice haircut, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, got to get out of the COVID mess, you know.
So, I mean, I don't want to go with an easy one, but I'll say as far as the 80s, I guess it is easy because I think you guys talked about them leading up to the podcast, and so maybe you could repeat what you said. But I got to go 80s. I think of Sam Kinison.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny you say that. I have him, but he didn't make my top 10.
Okay.
It's not that he's not effing hilarious, but it just not enough of I'm big about body of work. You know what I mean?
Well, he
didn't live
died.
long- I know.
Yeah.
He didn't live long enough to do it. But that being said, yeah, he was great. I mean, a top 10 list for this is crazy hard to do. I mean, I feel pretty good about the ones I picked, but yeah, Sam Kinison was amazing.
I give him. I mean, I got him. I probably have him ranked higher than anyone. I had him as my number 7, and
wow.
I did like him a lot. I had his like Have You Seen Me Lately and a couple other of his albums, but I give a lot of like for Zeus saying body of work. For me, I give a lot of weight to kind of breaking the mold a little bit and kind of being charting their own path, creativity,
It was so
creativity.
different.
Yeah, I mean, he really did. I mean, there just wasn't anyone like him. You weren't like, I mean, I love Mitch Hedberg, but I don't have him on my top 10 because he's kind of like, if there wasn't Stephen Wright, you wouldn't have a Mitch Hedberg, really.
Right.
But Kinison, it's hard to really say that. I mean, he was really an original.
And like, I think his comedy was good, but I think what broke him out was first of all, there was this great show. It wasn't Herman's Head, but it was like one of those first Fox shows. It was with one of the guys from Animal House, and Sam Kinison played like his guardian angel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was hilarious. That and Back to School, man. That scene with him
Yeah.
was amazing.
I remember growing up, I was lucky enough we had cable TV, we had HBO. And
Fancy lad.
and no, but we grew up, if you had HBO and you liked stand-up comedy,
Oh, it's gold.
they were cranking out specials, and they were doing, Rodney Dangerfield hosted the Young Comedians of the Year. And like, you know, you had Jim Carrey, you had Robin Williams when he first started coming up. You had a lot of guys that became megastars, and Sam Kinison started on one of those things, and I was peeing my pants.
Oh, he's hilarious.
And the next thing you know, he was getting HBO specials. Like, he was putting together an hour of material. And then when you hear from comics talk about him, he was so off the rails on stage and in real life. It was kind of like Doug Stanhope is now. Like, the guy is a drunk and the guy plays the character, but like,
it's not that much of a character.
not that much of a character. Like, that's the guy. And Kinison just blew the doors off clubs. And you know, and he was a guy that was like a Bible belter minister.
He was an evangelist. Yeah. That was the cool thing about him, was his backstory was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
He was an evangelist. Did he marry Jessica Hahn, or did he?
Yeah, I think he did.
And how he died.
Yeah, but he did stand up about it after too. Like, he talked about it. Like, he was that close to getting his shit together, man.
It's really sad. His is a sad story.
Yeah, but his stand up, if you can catch any albums or any specials, I mean, it's explosive. I mean, not just because he's screaming. The guy's fucking hilarious. The thing about the Feed the Children is one of the best sketches.
Can't the cameraman like give the kid a sandwich?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's talking about, like, you know, don't send them food, kids. Don't send them food. Send them U-Hauls. Send them luggage.
Somebody else did one about move them where the food is. Was that?
Go to where the food is.
That was him.
Yeah, that one's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's like, you live in a desert.
You know what this is? This is sand. You know what it's going to be 100 years from now? It's going to be sand.
It's sand.
Oh yeah. So I agree with Stephen Wright. Yeah, and I would put Kinison in any top 10.
It's one of those things. I get where you're coming from. He's just not, he's just not.
All
like,
right.
Yeah, you can't. We can't all. I mean, I listed 30 I love. So
Same here.
I'm gonna. It's hard to get to 10.
Yeah, but honestly, if everybody just gets a turn and picks one from their 10, we're gonna have a lot of consensus, and we're gonna have a lot of outliers when we're done. So
let's keep rolling. We'll each start at 10 and we'll work our way down. I think we can do this. Oh, me?
Yeah.
This one's not going to be popular, and I could put 20 ahead of this guy, but I had to get him in my top 10. Is Norm Macdonald, because he just cracks. He just cracks me up, man. He just makes me laugh, and always has.
Hey, he's got a little Stephen Wright to him.
He does.
Yeah, very deadpan.
And he's almost, the thing I like about him personally is he doesn't come across as a comedian. He just comes across as like a guy who's completely lucked out and has this stage, but like has no real talent. He's just, I know he does have talent.
Oh no, he's brilliant. Yeah, he's brilliant.
He's made me laugh since I first watched him. So anyway, I won't spend much time on him, but he's my number 10.
No.
His Burt Reynolds on Saturday Night Live is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
No. Also, he was one of the best. He's probably my favorite or my second favorite Weekend Update guy. And the other guy, like Norm Macdonald, I had Norm in my honorable mentions. And I also have another SNL Weekend Update guy in my honorable mentions for a stand-up, but he's not in my top 10. So
Okay. No, I
Stephen Wright. He was
got
one of
him.
my favorites when I was a little kid.
yeah, we
Saturday Night Live. It was the what was the one? It was my favorite. I was like 8 years old or something like that. And it was like
Stephen
the whole
Wright?
thing about Stephen Wright. He had this one skit where it was about going the speed of light, driving a car at the speed of light, and turn on the lights. Do they work? And the other one was like, why do we drive in parkways and park in driveways?
Yes.
And I thought that was the funniest thing when I was a little kid. I don't know why. I thought that was
it's great.
because he was the one. He had the long hair back then.
Yeah.
Long hair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we caught Darcy, you missed it. He was in our at least a couple of top 10.
He was Zeus's number 10.
yeah.
Okay.
And what's your number 10, Darcy? We'll jump.
Okay. Well, when I was reading the text back and forth, you guys were just talking about like of each decade or whatever. So I just did
Okay.
that, and I started off with the 60s. So I was like Red Fox, you know,
Oh, yeah.
60s, 70s Richard Pryor,
Yep.
80s Eddie Murphy for me,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
I'm noticing
Let's
a
see.
trend here.
Then 90s was
He's got
90s
two
was
of
Richard Jenny. He's
Good.
the Platypus Man.
Richard
I know him as
Denny.
Platypus Man.
I slept
Yeah.
on him.
Talk about
And-
him, man.
And then during the aughts, it was both to me it was Kevin Hart and David Chappelle.
Right.
Well, now I'm a fan of Steve Hofstetter.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I gotta look
I
him
like
up.
Steve
I don't know
Austin
him.
too. All right. Well,
I like his heckle. He has
Well-
this whole heckling thing or whatever.
I think
No,
a lot of us did just top 10 or 10 favorites, and you definitely touched upon a couple of mine. So I don't know if you want to go to Tom, or we could talk about one of those guys.
Let's talk. Well, why don't you pick one and we'll talk about him.
Who would
And
you
then
say
we'll
is
go
your
to Tom.
least favorite of them?
Darcy, who's your?
Yeah, your least favorite of those guys,
My least favorite.
because we're counting it down.
Probably-
Not that they're bad.
probably-
It's just
That's probably Kevin Hart. He's probably my least favorite
Okay.
of my favorites.
It's a murderer's row of guys. Like, so it's even your least
Right.
favorite. It's a great dude. I mean,
Yeah,
Kevin
yeah,
Hart's awesome.
yeah. Because I still think he's hilarious. You know.
Yeah.
what I'll
He's
say
got a
about
great
him is
voice.
he's another one where I really like him on film.
Yeah, me too.
But I think he's the same when he's doing his act. Like I think it comes across as very much like that's him probably. But
Right. But
he
I
also
think
seems like a
it's
very
more,
bright guy.
Right.
Like, super bright.
Yeah, he's like all over the place. He markets himself well. He's got an interesting history. I believe there was like some murder in his past or something like that. Like, I don't quote me on that. But I know that he has a bit of a messed up childhood. Yeah, he's really cool. I like him. There's one movie that he was in that I really liked, the one with The Rock. Shoot, what was it called? You know which one I'm talking about, where The Rock's like a CIA agent?
And he's the short guy.
Yeah, he's
Like every movie. Yeah.
Short guy.
no,
He's the little guy. He's the little guy.
Well,
Was
yeah,
Rock the
maybe-
little guy?
I mean,
they show The Rock as a
In
kid.
Jumanji.
He's all fat, and they have him dancing around. It's just a fat body with The Rock's face.
I like him. He was on Joe Rogan. He did a whole podcast with Rogan, and I know him as the short guy and very outrageous guy. And he's very thoughtful.
Yeah,
And-
really.
And no, but also he seems to have his shit together.
Way together. He's great.
And a lot of comics, like you think about Sam Kinison, like we talked about Stephen Wright, there's no indication that he ever got in any trouble. Whereas Kinison got caught up with the drugs and the porn stars, and we could talk about so many actors and comics that have gone down that road. Kevin Hart just seems like a family guy who is just really fucking hilarious and has enough of a past where he has insight that he can make jokes about it. And like, what else would you want?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm a fan of Kevin Hart. I'm more like Zeus. Like I know him from his movies, and but I've seen one of his stand-ups, and I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, he's funny. It's like I said, he didn't make my list, but again, it's a hard list to do. It just is.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
also Darcy stuck with the one from a decade thing, and as opposed to we're all just kind of going with our 10 that we selected as our favorites.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the text change does change, as it says. You know, like
It's an evolving thing.
yeah. All right, Tom, you want to pick one, man?
Sure, I'll give you one. This is maybe a bit of an oddball, maybe not be, it might not be on your list. Um, Relatively new, but I'll put him in at number 10, Jim Gaffigan. I don't know if you guys like Jim. He's
Yeah, I
famous
do.
for the bacon jokes
And
that just go
Hot
on and
Pockets.
on and on.
Hot
Hot
Pockets.
Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
He's been in a couple movies too where he's
Yeah.
been good.
He's getting out there, and
Oh yeah, I like that guy. Yeah.
if you can pull up a picture, you may not recognize the name, but if you see him, you'll probably recognize him. But he has a very unique style of doing his stand-up, and the way that he kind of like constantly goes off to the side, does this little side voice,
Yeah.
like
I
his
love
inner
this
voice,
guy.
or what's that?
They meant that.
Right, and it's kind of like a heckler, like a soft female voice heckler that keeps like interjecting into his stand-up routine. It's really unique, and he just makes me laugh, you know.
He's got an interesting story too, and I'm 90% sure that his wife does a lot of his writing.
Oh yeah.
That they're kind of like a team.
Yeah, and also they've got like 9 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all pale.
Well, yeah. He
Well-
was a guy last year during 2020. He posted a lot. I don't know if you guys followed him online, but he posted like a bunch of he would put together clips about different topics like fast food, and he'd put all of his jokes about fast food together and do like a 10 minute, and he would have so much material on all these different crazy topics. But during the pandemic, he kept putting those out there, and I spent a lot of hours, I have to admit, just watching these videos. If you haven't seen them, by all means, check them out because you'll be thoroughly entertained.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was like a pretty good quarterback in college.
Was?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't.
Judge by the shape of him, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, he seems like a big dude.
Yeah, more like a defensive end or something.
No,
I
he's
have an
a big
idea.
guy, but he looks like he might have been in shape at one.
Yeah.
We've
We-
all
we
been
all
in shape
were.
at one point.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It was
Point.
1 point. No, I was saying I had an idea when we're going through our list. If we get to your point on the list and it's someone we already talked about, just mention them and go to the next, the
Yeah.
next guy.
I'm putting in substitutes because actually Kennison was my first number 10, but I substituted Gaffigan.
I'm having trouble pulling
Yeah,
up Gaffigan. I think all of us know him though.
I'm
Yeah.
just sticking with my 10, and
Yeah.
if they
I've got 37, so I've got
At
plenty.
the end, let's do
no,
at the end. Let's do a rapid fire.
And best and
our
honorable mentions.
hitters. Yeah.
All right, you're up, Zeus. What's your number 9?
My number 9 is going to be the first lady. We got him. There's Jim
There
Gaffigan.
he is.
Bye bye.
Oh yeah.
All right. So.
well, wait a minute. Wait, just to chime in, what I like about Gaffigan too is it's clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's observational comedy. It's clean, and that's sort of refreshing now. And I'm not one of these like hand wringers, like the people he makes fun of in the audience that are heckling. You know what I mean? Like I like good raunchy comedy, but I like Gaffigan because I could watch him with my kids,
Yeah.
How about
And-
Brian Regan's like that?
and they're crying.
Oh yeah.
They're crying when they watch him because they're laughing so
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah. Gaffigan does a great bit about where he talks about when he opened for the Pope, which is true. Like when the
Wow.
Pope came to the United States and
He's
he was
Catholic.
like the warm-up act.
Yeah,
It's a hilarious bit, but
yeah. That's
So
cool.
you guys
Again,
all looked at that list that I sent, right? He's not on it. I don't think. I didn't see him.
no, he's
He
not
might
on.
have made my top 10 actually. I think
Oh,
No,
the
no,
top
I
50.
think he's
Yeah.
brilliant. And
Yeah.
Wanda Sykes is. What? Huh?
Yeah, I know.
It probably went a little PC. I've
Margaret
seen some
Cho,
lists like
Margaret
that.
Cho's on the
I
list.
say, hey, I'll say it. Girls aren't funny.
That
Joan Rivers, man, come
you know
on.
what though? My number 9 is a funny girl, actually.
Who's
And
that?
I feel very strong about this one. Sarah Silverman is my number 9.
Hmm.
She is
Wow.
freaking hilarious.
I think she's funny. I don't know how she is a stand-up, but I would agree.
I don't know how she's in your top 10 of all time.
I think that's a stretch, but
Even
hey, man,
did you ever watch her show?
yes,
your
I've
list.
seen her show.
Where God is touching her face, like being kind, and she puts his thumb in her mouth. Come on, I don't know. I think she's pretty funny.
Dude, if Lorne Michaels gives you like 2 minutes of stage time in the 10 years you're there, you're not that funny.
Was she on Saturday Night Live?
Yep.
She was just a writer.
No, she was on stage a couple of times, like maybe twice.
No,
I did not know that.
I'm
I like Julia Sweeney.
Yeah.
Maybe she wasn't ready for prime time.
No, she's not. Not even ready for prime time. No, Zeus, I'll give you the Diva song.
How about the song about what happened to all the white dog poop? Do you remember that?
True. Yeah, it's a good point.
I think she was very.
No, look up the Diva song.
Okay, I will later.
All right, you're up, Jack. Number 9.
So who's next?
Jack.
Yeah. All right. Well, look. I mean, people have touched upon people so far in my top 2. We covered Kennison and Stephen Wright. I'm gonna go with Darcy touched upon him, but I'm gonna actually no, Zeus touched upon him, I think. But I gotta go if I go back to my '80s group.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go. Darcy touched upon him rather. I gotta go Eddie Murphy.
Oh yeah.
I gotta go Eddie. Eddie deserves a pull up, man. Pull him up. Everybody knows
like
Eddie Murphy.
Number 8. He's great. No,
Yeah, Eddie Murphy.
Absolutely.
Eddie Murphy in the '80s. Well, before he even did his stand-up special, Eddie Murphy carried SNL.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Buckwheat.
In my opinion, Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo on the same. They were the highlights of the same cast.
Yeah.
And Eddie Murphy, no offense to Joe, they were good partners. They did a lot of good shit together. But Eddie Murphy carried Saturday Night Live when they needed new blood, and the guy was so young,
Very young.
I mean, Jesus Christ, the talent the guy had. And then I'm a kid in the theater, and I see Eddie Murphy's Delirious.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah, I bought that album for my mom.
Or Raw.
Like,
Or Raw.
seventh grade.
No, Raw came later.
Yeah.
But Delirious was the one with the gay honeymooners. I mean, like,
Hey Norton, how would you fuck me up the butt?
Yeah, I mean, and Michael Jackson on top of the fucking police car. Like, I'm crying my eyes out, and I couldn't believe I'm watching this on the same silver screen where I'm watching like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and you know, and then he's got the balls, or not the balls, but like the balls to go Hollywood. And I remember one of the Beverly Hills Cop, man. I mean, and then even before that,
48 hours.
48 hours.
Oh man,
Nope.
That was it. Darcy, when they first started selling VHS tapes, like where you could buy the movie, I had seen 48 Hours on HBO, and the first VHS tape I ever bought was 48 Hours. No shit.
I saw it the night it came out. I was on a date with my mom. Well, you know, she was on a date, but I was on the date.
I was gonna say it's a little weird. Yeah, and he's constantly reinvented himself. He had a dry spell maybe in like the 90s, early 2000s, but he was still doing he went Disney. And
He was doing, no, he had a kid and he was doing movies for kids. He went family.
How about Donkey in Shrek? He's one of
Oh,
the
yeah.
funniest
Oh,
things
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, no, that guy went from what he was to I'm doing stuff for kids.
Right. Well, he went, the lull period was when he was trying to be like super cool and he was doing like Golden Child.
I love that.
Those ones
Yeah.
didn't work at all. And then he
love
figured
Golden
out, okay, I just need to do
Yeah.
something that's
Dude,
successful.
coming to America, that's like one of the movies. If it comes on, I don't care where it is in the movie, I'll
Oh
watch.
yeah, I've watched that movie like 500 times.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Arsenio Hall's funny as hell in that.
And John Amos he's the father-in-law. It's a
Right.
freaking fantastic character.
Right.
McDowell's.
That's too much.
Yeah.
But also now it's 2021, and Eddie Murphy
He's still doing it.
on Netflix. On Netflix, he did the movie, the biopic about Dolomite,
Yeah.
which is really,
I've yet to see that. That's on my list.
oh my God, you have to watch.
I know.
that.
I want to see it.
Isn't
I
it a
wanna see that.
comedy?
It's really a biopic.
Dude, we should do a watch party and watch that.
Yeah.
I'll watch Dolomite totally. I watched it already. I loved it. I thought it was.
The thing is, Murphy can do straight drama.
That's what
Yeah,
it
what
is.
was the
That's
what was
what it
that?
is. Oh, Mike,
What did he
Mike,
get the Oscar for?
It is.
Mike. It's a biopic. Like I mean,
Yeah.
Anytime you can
It's
sing the
just
song,
really
I want
funny.
a party.
Oh,
Face.
that
You
was
can do some
terrible.
acting.
no, Tom, no.
Song?
The song was not. The song was good.
No.
Party all the time.
They loved it,
Party
man.
all the
People
time,
loved it.
party
People
all the
loved it.
Well, no, but the best. No, the best. Darcy, the best.
Like singing.
Darcy, the best was the B side, because it was the whole thing about put it in your butt.
Oh, put it in your butt, right? Put the,
Yeah.
put it in
How
your
about
butt.
how about the fact that Rick James was in it with him for some reason? Remember Rick
Oh
James in the
man,
video?
Well, they were Zeus. They were friends.
yeah,
I know.
yeah.
It's funny. One of my favorite to this day. I remember the whole thing. It was a skit on Saturday Night Live. 2 skits on Saturday Night Live that were hilarious. The one where he paints himself up to be a white man, and he's like,
Oh,
on the bus.
with
in
the
the
guy,
bus.
and they're like, "Go ahead, take it."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "That silly Negro."
Right. Clearly Negro. Yeah.
That one,
Hello.
and the one where they're trying to reform criminals, and he's in his cell, and they open up, and he's just in the window, and he reads this poem, and it's see a watchdog in the night. Do you know? Do he bite? Kill my landlord. Kill my landlord.
Right.
my landlord.
Right.
I
Oh my
I die with that one every time. He was brilliant. He was so funny.
He was the shit.
And you know what? We got to call it what it is. He was iconic. I mean, he's another one that's iconic. He's like my number 8 because favorite, you know. But
the leather outfit was iconic.
Yeah.
he's done
Yeah.
so many different things. He's done
Not enough zippers on clothes these days, man. That's
Not
what I'm
enough.
saying.
him and Michael Jackson. That's really where it ended.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Well,
who's next?
Did
So my number 9, it owes pretty much everything to Murphy, but Chris Rock, man, he just always has cracked me up, man.
Yeah.
He's just amazing and remains relevant. Oh man, here we go again. Hold on, he remains relevant.
You got the beer goggles on.
I know, and he
Drunk again.
sorry, he remains relevant, and he is also he challenges things. You know, he's I don't know. I just love Chris Rock, man.
You know,
He does this great bit where he's talking about like where he lives. You know, there's only 2 African American people in the entire neighborhood, and like, you know, he's a world famous comedian, and like his next door neighbor is a dentist. And he's like, that's everything you need to know about how screwed up things are, you know? He's like, I'm a world famous, tour of the world. And the guy that lives next door to me is a freaking dentist.
you
Oh,
know,
it was just fantastic.
I'm more about his acting. He's another one where I'm more about what he's been in. Dogma, he was hilarious in Dogma.
Oh yeah, that
Dog.
Fifth Element.
No, that's Chris.
That's Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker. Sorry.
Um,
Oh yeah.
uh,
Okay, sorry.
Who's
I
great.
get all
he was
Tucker is
great in
great.
that.
him hosting the awards, man. That's
And the other thing about Tucker I love is his presence on stage. If you watch his specials, he prowls the stage. Like
Wait, you mean Rock or Tucker?
No, I'm not. I mean Rock, not Tucker.
Rock.
He pays. He's like on a hunt, man. He's fantastic. But anyway,
the thing that got me the most with him was, okay, tomorrow morning, everybody go to church. It was like right after what's his name, Marilyn Manson. I was like, man, that had me rolling for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I remember. Well, I remember the iconic Chris Rock stand-up set was about, he basically N-words, and he goes off on this whole thing that got him in trouble.
mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's dropping the word, but he's basically laying waste and laying judgment to people of his own. It was really hard to watch, but funny. And I remember a lot of people were like, "Holy shit!" Because
I don't remember this.
Because Chris Rock hadn't done shit in a long time after SNL, and which he really didn't get a lot of time on SNL.
No, yeah, he didn't get a lot of time on SNL.
And he's publicly talked about how he was disgruntled at SNL, and
He showed them.
And I think his first HBO special, he did this sketch where he's like, if you want to save your money and you're afraid of getting broken into by N-words, he's like, hide your money in books. Books are like kryptonite to him, and
that was the same one where he was talking about gun control, and he's like, screw gun control, like bullet control, like make bullets $5,000 a piece.
Right.
That was his first HBO special.
That's a great line.
And
people will be like, see this guy riddled with bullets, and he's like, that's horrible, but he probably deserved it.
Right. But look, I will say this for Chris Rock, man. If you have access to streaming, do yourself a favor, rent Death at a Funeral.
Well,
I'm just telling you, he it's an all-star cast of comedians.
Kevin Kline is in there.
No. It's the American version. It's got
Peter Dinklage is in it.
Peter Dinklage is in it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Chris Rock is the lead, and it's got like a whole ensemble of black actors that are comedians. Like I know Martin is in it. You can't watch that movie and not laugh your ass off. Death at a Funeral. Can't recommend it more.
I'm writing it down, man.
You have to watch it.
How about the fact that he's got decent, serious acting chops? New Jack City was amazing.
Yeah.
Wait, is he in New Jack City?
Chris Rock? he isn't that the one where he's like hooked on crack?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's on Showtime. It's free.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
There's that, and he just took over the Saw.
Yeah, he was in that. I haven't seen that.
What else he was great in? Lethal Weapon 3, was it? Where he's gonna marry Murtaugh's daughter.
I don't remember that. Dude,
he's like the annoying new partner.
Wait, Lethal Weapon 3, really?
Yeah. He's hilarious in it. He's hilarious.
Does anybody have any memory of anything after the second one?
Lethal Weapon 3 was okay.
They all kind of got jumbled together. I can't remember which one. Jackie Chan was in it at one time, and but it's all
it all blends together.
Yeah. I go.
Rock was in Fargo just recently. He played a serious role in that one where he played a crime boss for a black mafia type family.
And he's going to be in the Saw series, or he's already in the Saw series, the new spiral movie.
Well, he had a TV show, right, where he wrote and produced a TV
Young
show.
Chris or
Everybody Hates Chris.
Everybody Hates Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's oddly though, I didn't.
Pretty multifaceted dude.
Many people up above him.
All right. Well,
It happens that way.
All right, Darcy, you're up.
Oh, okay. So my next on my list,
You
okay, of
mentioned-
my short list.
you mentioned a bunch that were
Okay.
on mine.
Let's see. Let's see if I'm going down.
You
Okay.
mentioned
Well, I'm gonna have to because we're going down, right? So to number one, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna
I'm
go
not.
with
I'm not. I'm just going my top 10.
oh
Well,
okay,
10 down to 1. Yeah.
right.
I haven't been doing that. I've just been going through my 10, but okay.
Okay.
Because I just did my favorites from each decade. So
Yeah. So
you know,
grab one. Just grab
yeah.
one.
So anyway, so I'm just gonna go from the list I have right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know,
Yeah.
so
that's all.
Richard Jenny,
Yeah.
you know, I thought that guy was hilarious. I liked what he had, like 3 HBO
Yeah.
what do they call those specials? Right. And I think he had like 2 movies, right? It's like
They're
2
all
movies.
Richard Jenny, Zeus.
Sure.
Yeah. No. And that poor bastard died.
Yeah, I was really sad
He
about
just
that.
died.
He
killed
he
him.
died the day that I went to the first day of the Miami Protocol. There was a convention that I was at in Miami, which was a blast. That place was a blast. So well, getting off the point, but the first day, like everyone's there and it's for like cruise lines or whatever to show all the different wares and all the different types of things you can do on cruise lines, like so they can sell stuff. And like the first day, everyone's pretty much like, yeah, this is nice, this is great. But at around, I want to say about 2 or 3 o'clock, when everything's about to close, people figure out that all the ports of call have alcohol and the different types of alcohol for the different ports. So Spain and Germany and this and that. So the next day, it's just it's a shit show. Like from like when it opens to when it closes. I mean, everyone's walking. You smell alcohol everywhere. It was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
I got to
And
check
then
him out because
Thursday almost died.
I'm just
The
not.
last day.
I remember him, but I got to check him out again because I don't have a lot of recollection of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
story
last
is-
show, I was a kid, so you know,
Yeah.
because I want to say his last show that I saw, the HBO special or whatever, I must have been like, I don't know, 24 or 25. I don't know, and I guess things didn't go so. But I really liked his type of comedy, you know.
He was a smart comedian. He was one of the smarter ones. Lots of thought-provoking comedy, if I remember.
Yeah, but apparently, when he shot himself, he like lived for a long time. His girlfriend came home, saw him, and then she called, you know, the emergency, but then he died. So
Wow.
he was like,
I know to this day, comics like the ones that are still doing it, like Rogan, etc. They talk about him with great esteem. Like,
Rogan knew him, I guess, and
they all did, Zeus. They all.
But I've heard him talk about him a few times, and he says, I mean, it's a sad story. It's a Jenny he really wanted to get that show, like a sitcom, and go with it, and he never got it, and he eventually just couldn't handle what he thought was failure, even though everybody loved him. I think Rogan basically says that he's his favorite comic.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right.
But yeah, he was great. He was a good one, and that's another sad one. It's odd how many great comedians die tragically, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
no, they're usually sad people.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
So,
a lot of
but-
them are messed
Yeah,
up.
Comedy comes from tragedy.
no, but they're the best ones. They're the best ones. So
Well, that's
every now and then you got a guy like Seinfeld, who's got his shit together and is just doing his thing.
as far as you know, you know,
right.
you
as
never
far as
know.
you know.
well,
Right.
what's
right,
the
but-
saying?
But Seinfeld's not in my top 10. I mean, I don't know if
He's
anybody-
not in my top 10 either.
Yeah.
He's in mine. He's gonna be in mine.
All right. Well, Tom, you're up if you want to throw him out there.
No, I was gonna give you my number 9 because I don't want to put like certain people ahead of other people. It would just seem kind of crazy. So lower on my list is this guy, probably, and again, another smart comic, probably the best prop comic that I can
Ooh.
recall. His name is Gallagher. I don't know if you guys remember. He was big.
Yeah, I was about
Oh,
to
yeah.
mention him earlier.
Which one?
Well,
Gallagher. What
not
do you
his
mean, which-
brother.
You know that both of them ran around doing the tour,
Yeah,
being each other, or whichever the, you
his
didn't know-
brother was being him. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a twin brother, and they would both take turns doing the shows.
Well, they were both good.
It's the whole
Yeah.
Yeah,
Smashing the watermelon.
Sledge-o-matic, I think he called it, smashing watermelons, and the hat with the fake hair coming down the back. He had all these prop, and he was a very intelligent comic and kind of like a social commentary sort of comedian. So,
I remember that.
I got nothing. I'm not a huge Gallagher fan.
is there a better prop
yeah.
comic that you can think of?
Yeah, I'm not.
Carrot
I'm-
Top. Carrot
No.
Top's pretty funny.
He's not a better prop comic.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Yes, he is. Carrot Top's
Carrot Top is
Yeah, prop
funny
comic.
looking.
Well,
Funny looking. Especially
yeah,
after you got all that work.
I didn't break down categories of comics, and I just wrote down my 10 favorites. So if we're going with favorites, Gallagher is not sniffing my list.
He didn't make my top 37.
It's
But-
on my top
But I didn't think about
Like,
him.
I think
No hate on Gallagher.
I
I got
think
some hate. I got some hate on Gallagher.
no.
Both of them.
I think if I was like a kid who got taken to a Gallagher show, I would really enjoy it.
If we were to say clean comics, maybe I'd put him in a top 10.
Well, look, yeah, at the bottom line, he's funny. I mean, that's all there is. To
No,
it.
I'll give you he's funny. I'll give you
He's funny. You know, everybody had to have the plastic wrap in the front rows.
Oh yeah, in the first three or four rows, something like that.
Yeah, you have to wear like hefty bags and shit.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
All right.
All right, number 8, Zeus.
That's like my favorite Sarah Silverman. I had Eddie Murphy at 8, but I'm gonna go with my 7, which is one we mentioned, and I know that we said that he wouldn't be here without Stephen Wright, but Mitch Hedberg freaking cracks me up so much.
Put up a picture.
Okay, I got one ready. He's
Why
a
does
bizarre looking guy.
Why does he crack you up?
He had the deadpan thing going on. Where are you, Mitch? All right, I'll
Yeah.
get him. No, he like I said, he had that Stephen Wright kind of delivery. That was so good.
Stephen King. Yeah. I didn't find out about. I didn't even know who he was till the day he died. A guy I worked with that was like 10 years younger than me was just broken up about it, and he's like, Mitch Hedberg died, and I was like, who's Mitch Hedberg? And like, you know, this is back when YouTube was still kind of cool, and so I was like, this guy's amazing, and I felt like so horrible. I'm like, I didn't even learn about him till the day he died, but
Yeah,
he's
he was
hilarious,
brilliant.
man.
I'll give it one of my favorite Mitch Hedberg jokes. Remember the McDonald's joke? He's like, because of all the McDonald's, they say, you know, at a participating store only. And he said, I would like to open a McDonald's, but not participate. We're just going to sell spaghetti and carpet.
He's funny.
And carpet.
Right, the carpet
Yeah.
thing.
I love he does one where he's like he goes to buy a donut and the guy asks him if he wants the receipt. He's like, no, thank you. I do not anticipate a time I'll have to prove that I bought this donut.
Oh, and and the cadence of his humor was something to be talked about.
Now here's the thing. I'm looking at his picture, right, and I can't place him. But as soon as you guys say the whole thing the way he does, then I remember him because of the way he would
normally
say
wear
things.
those glasses all the
Yeah,
time.
he normally wore the glasses. He would, and then like
The hair was always like down over his face.
Yeah,
rice is a great food if you want to eat 3,000 of something. That was always.
Man, he was funny. He was so funny.
And he's really in that school of one-liner comics. which is a very specific genre of comedy.
It's got to be hard to do that comedy because you got to memorize. I mean, it's a bunch of like little jokes.
Yeah.
How do you because they're all like they're not connected to each other.
And there's no
How do you
story.
memorize like an hour's worth of material?
Yeah.
Hey, but those are things because most of the times when like that kind of stand-up comic, their skits or their programs or whatever their shows, it would be like a blend. So they'd have like probably about 4 or 5 different types of sessions, but it would blend those several hundred things or whatever to kind of together,
All right, let me give you a few of his lines. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too.
Right, you used to too.
A waffle is like a pancake with a syrup trap. All these jokes have been pre-approved as funny by me.
I gotta tell you, I am a Mitch Hedberg. I've heard of him because comics revere him. But I'm a Mitch Hedberg virgin. I gotta say.
Oh God, you got it.
There's plenty of material out there.
Dogs are forever in a push.
But I just think it's crazy how I can't remember his face, but that cadence with the way he would say, it's. I'm like,
look,
I know who that is.
If somebody names the top 10 on their list that I've never seen, I don't know about the rest of you, like with Steve Jenny or whatever. Guys,
Richard Jenny. I'm writing it down.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna watch Mitch Hedberg now because
Mitch Hedberg is.
I'm bringing up Richard Jenny, man, and Steve Hofstetter.
I've never even heard of him.
Specifically, Platypus Man was my favorite. That was
with Jenny.
Yeah. So I want to say that was his first HBO special.
I think you're right.
All right.
You're up, Jack.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm just like, because we're about halfway through.
Yeah.
We're already at number 8. So
I'm having fun with this though.
I am too. I don't mind going 3 hours.
No, Zeus. This may have to be like one of those episode 2 things where we split up.
No, man, we keep going.
Oh, we're gonna have a 4-hour podcast.
Everyone at halfway at the end, we go get changed, come back, but it's the same night, just like Price is Right,
Batman shirt now, but I'll change it and then I'll show you my second shirt.
There you go. I'll change the background.
I'll change it on camera.
Oh, don't.
Okay, I didn't really want to.
All right, number 8.
Okay, well, I'm not ranking. I've mentioned Stephen Wright, Eddie Murphy, Sam Kinison. They're all like, awesome. So I'm just going with my favorites. So since I've already got 3 from the 80s, I'll go with my 4th from the 80s, or my last one from the 80s, or rather birthed in the 80s, and I'll go with Robin Williams.
Oh no, he was 70s, man.
Oh no, he started in the 70s, but his stand-up was really the 80s.
He wasn't making specials, but he was.
Yeah, but Zeus, I mean, I'm not limiting it to the decade.
It's hard to.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. In 1980, I turned 9, and so a lot of it was look backs, and then going forward, I mean, I know Mork and Mindy was the 70s, and he did the Young Comedians in the 70s, but the guy cranked out the stand-up specials, and then what was the thing he did with Billy Crystal, the comedic raising money for Africa,
comic relief.
Comic relief.
Wasn't it Whoopi Goldberg and
she was in there too.
Robin Williams was in that.
Gilda Radner, or no?
Yeah, it was. Robin Williams was in that too. But to me, this guy was absolutely a tragedy because he was fucking brilliant.
He was born to do it, man.
Yes.
So sad.
And the guy had so much energy, and I know years later we find out that he was coked up. But when you see him sober and fatter and older later on, he's doing dramatic roles. And
1 hour photo, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was so good.
Well, what about Dead Poets Society?
Yeah.
I mean, what about Insomnia? Like the guy's World According to Garp.
World According to Garp is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, get out of here.
Love that movie.
I did not understand that movie. I like that movie. Did not
just,
understand it because when I saw it, when I was a kid, so I just didn't get it.
Was it Survivors was one?
You're missing a huge one.
Moscow on the Hudson was one. I mean,
what? The biggest one was Popeye, right? Oh.
Popeye was
big. No, what about Mrs. Doubtfire? That was the biggest.
Oh yeah, man, I love that movie.
But
you guys are sleeping on one that he got the Oscar for, which is
Good Morning Vietnam.
No, Good Will Hunting.
Oh, Good Morning Vietnam. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, Good Morning Vietnam was great. Good Will Hunting.
My favorite role for him was Good Will Hunting, and I know you're mocking me for World According to Garp, but I can't see how you can feel that way. That movie, I thought that movie was
Robin Williams, like Mork was such like a sensitive little child character, really. Like he comes out of an egg, he's like a little kid.
Well, yeah, because they aged backwards.
And Robin Williams kind of captured that weepy-eyed little boy thing and carried it through his entire career, like as an actor.
Oh, and there's a sense of.
I'm talking about his timing, his stand-up.
Oh yeah, Jumanji.
Well, and he was also another rare form of comedy is the improv. I mean, that's his background, man.
No.
Yeah.
He can wing it. He can wing it.
I appreciate him.
He could wing it like nobody I've ever seen.
He I think he was bipolar, which he went into his mania. I think he became comfortable with his mania and he used it. But he was also, I mean, the guy was brilliant. I mean, like a bright guy, and you get a sense of kindness out of him.
And what wasn't he? Yeah, the weepy eye, like he was a sensitive fucking guy.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say just brilliant. He was a genius.
Yeah,
he's a genius.
Yeah, but
student of Jonathan Winters. Especially from the improv.
Jonathan Winters was on Mork and Mindy. Remember?
He was. Yeah.
And he was. I loved Winters. Is a dark horse I didn't even think about. I love Jonathan Winters.
Well, Jonathan Winters, to their credit, did crack the top 50 for Rolling Stone magazine.
Good for them. Yeah, I did.
If you look at some old like Johnny Carson's or these like shows where Robin Williams was on, the only time I would see him get out of his like manic phase was when Winters was on with him. He had such reverence for him. Like he would shut up like when Winters was on. Like Williams would like tone it down.
Right.
With Winters.
Amazing. Yeah, when on Facebook, this is kind of cheesy, but when I found out he died, that day I put "The world just got a little less funny," because that one hit me hard. I mean,
and wasn't he a suicide as well?
Hung himself. The thing is
that hit me the same way when Steve Jobs died.
He
even though it's not a big deal to you guys.
It was a big deal. That was a big deal.
But yeah, it was just like he was such a huge part of our lives from very young. I mean, Mork and Mindy was one of my favorite shows. Not to mention, I thought Pam Dauber was so hot.
You know her name? Wow,
yeah.
Pam Dauber, of course.
Yeah, she
wanted to move to Boulder, Colorado.
Zeus.
Oh, that's right.
Zeus, I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. When we were growing up, it was Mork and it was the Fonz. Same network, back to back. That was it.
Happy Days spit out a lot.
To this day, I've still never seen the Fonz jump the shark. Yeah.
Wait, wasn't Mork and Mindy?
My bedtime was at 8:30.
But no, my point, Zeus, though, was like the Fonz ended. He was finite. Yeah. Robin Williams kept going.
Wasn't Mork and Mindy a spinoff of something else?
It was
Yeah, it was, and I can't think of what it was.
Was it Happy Days?
It was Happy Days.
Mork appeared on Happy Days as an
Right,
alien.
right. He stopped the Fonz. He did something
They
like
had a
that.
battle.
Fonz
Yeah.
couldn't do anything. or
Yeah, the
something.
Fonz
That's
battled him.
Psycho. Wow, I forgot about that.
Nanu.
Nano.
Yeah, he was a brilliant one, man. That was a sad day.
Yeah.
Right up there with Phil Hartman when Phil Hartman died. That was-
Oh
geez.
man, that was a shock.
That still
Yeah, not
pisses me off, man. It
not-
pisses me
yeah.
off for all this funny stuff we did not get from him.
94.
Yeah, he
That was
died.
in 94.
And I was actually going to mention when you were talking about Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo, I want to say Phil Hartman was on back then too. He was like the longest running cast
think
member of anybody else.
No.
He wasn't
not
on
Hartman, but-
contemporaneously.
No.
He
I think
came.
No,
he
yeah, it
every
was
once
not-
in a while kind of guy.
Hartman
No,
came out of
no,
Second
no.
City, I think, didn't he? Or the Groundlings? I
Yeah.
think he came out of the Groundlings.
Well, Zeus, to put it in perspective, when Eddie Murphy was on, Joe Piscopo was Frank Sinatra.
Oh yeah,
And
he was great.
and
They wouldn't have done that with
and-
Phil Hartman.
No. But when Phil Hartman was on, Phil Hartman was Frank Sinatra. Like, I mean, it was different casts, no doubt about it.
Freaking Eddie Murphy and just going back to them for 1 second. Do you remember when he was playing Stevie Wonder and
Yeah, of course.
and Joe
Just-
Piscopo was Frank Sinatra and they did Ebony and Ivory?
Yeah.
He's
Hey.
like, you're blind as a bat and I am white.
That's right. Of course. That's
Didn't
like
he?
fun.
Didn't he do a Zuzu commercials or something like that?
I think so, yes.
I don't
He was
know.
like Joe Azuzu.
No, that
or-
was Joe
No.
Zuzu. No,
That's
that's
Joe Azuzu.
No.
But he
Joe-
did.
No.
He did
I want to see that though.
He
I
did.
wanna-
John- He did.
he did
John-
news radio for a long time.
Oh,
Hartman,
Phil Hartman.
yeah.
Phil Hartman.
He was also on. He was also on Pee Wee's Playhouse with
Yep.
Larry Fishburne
Yeah.
was on there too. Larry Fishburne.
Yep.
But yeah, no, Phil Hartman. But I don't know why we didn't
Guys.
make it on there.
Well, he wasn't really a stand-up.
Well,
he was
he's not a stand-up.
a performer.
He wasn't a stand-up comedian.
All right.
We should have
gonna-
did top five
not.
because this is gonna
Well,
go.
we're gonna plow
Yeah.
ahead here. We're gonna plow ahead. So number 8,
All
and I won't spend much time on him, but I've seen him live a couple times. Mike Birbiglia. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this
Wow.
guy.
Not in my top 10. Never heard.
Yeah, he's
Pull up a
he's kinda-
picture of
his-
that. 'cause
he's
I
kind of
don't
got a
know.
different. His style is more like storytelling. So like if he has this great one, you can probably get it on Netflix called My Girlfriend's Boyfriend, and and he did another one called Sleepwalk with Me, but
Yeah, he's
Anyway,
got a notorious. He sleepwalks.
he
So bad.
sleepwalks. Yeah, he went out of like a 3rd-story window in the hospital, but he's got
Oh,
this
wow.
style where if you watch his specials, it's the exact opposite of like a one-liner. Like he tells a story and it's got multiple chapters and it's got little arcs in it, and then it's got like one big arc going over, and it's
Oh, so it comes together kind of like Seinfeld.
yeah. And it's like it's funny during it, but then he tells like kind of a gigantic story. It takes him like an hour. But anyway, real creative, different kind of style, really gifted performer. Does a lot of physical comedy in his storytelling. But anyway,
What's the guy look like?
I'm pulling him up right now.
Birbiglia.
I got him.
I think he's kind of a goofball. He's been like a guest star on other things.
I've seen him.
Yeah,
Looks familiar.
He's
I don't
damn
even
funny. Yeah,
recognize
he
him.
has to. He talks about how his sleepwalking was so bad that he has to like put himself in a sleeping bag.
Yeah, he has to like tie himself up when he
Yeah.
sleeps.
Man, he sounds like one of those people that take that. What's that sleeping drug?
Ambien.
What is it? What is it?
Ambien.
Ambien? Yeah. A guy that I knew, he was taking that. He ended up going out driving. He lived in he lived in Weehawken. And he went out driving and he got into an accident. He was in a coma for 2 months and then he died. It was
Wow.
really- yeah.
Jeez.
All
Yeah,
right.
but he was having a problem with that Ambien. Yeah.
Who's
He,
up
he
next?
make Yeah, who's next? Darcy's next.
Oh, okay. So, I got all screwed up because I said the one I like least that, because I guess it probably should have been Steve Hofstetter, but anyway. So let's just say Steve Hofstetter. I like him because he does the whole heckling thing.
Yeah.
And he's funny. And he's quick on his feet, and I just think it's hilarious, and I can spend a couple hours watching stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you bring up a picture?
I'm pulling him up right now.
Darcy, I've watched some of his videos where the hecklers go at him.
Yeah, and I follow him on
And you're
on
right.
Twitter.
He's quick-witted. He can handle it. He can handle it, and I like that about him.
Yeah, he handles drunks very well, and he's not mean, and he's, I like the way he does it.
Yeah.
I'm pulling him up.
A lot of times, like, chicks will go at him, and he just fucking undresses them. Really, I mean, not that way.
I do not know anything about this guy.
No, he's kind of jacked too.
Yeah, no, he's Darcy's right. He's got a big internet presence. He's big on YouTube.
I'm gonna have to check him out.
Yeah, he's got his own YouTube channel. I know that, and a lot of his shit is on there.
I got him checked off here.
Yeah, I gotta check him out.
Maybe we can get him as a guest.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Tom, you're up, buddy.
All right, I'm going to give you one. At first, you were like limiting this to the 70s and later, but once you opened it up, I got to go and give you like an all-time, probably historic comedian, Bob Hope.
Oh yeah.
Top 10. This is a guy. I mean, when you talk about the breadth of the catalog, Zeus, I mean, Bob Hope. I mean, all those movies, all the stand-ups, the what do you call when the USO tours that he would do with the military, all the specials, the Christmas specials.
He seems like a
Carson.
good guy too.
He just worked.
Yeah.
He worked for decades.
Him, George Burns, and George
And-
Burns.
Yeah, George Burns. And it's a shame that I think a lot of the kids that are, the younger kids now, I don't think they'll even know who he is.
And again,
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a whole, I call that kind of, it's like that easy laughter kind of,
Yeah,
it's like Jack Benny, it's
Jack Benny is one of my favorites
of
all time.
it's
as well.
that kind of stuff. And a lot of the younger people, I mean, if you sit down and and you watch it, I guess if you have the patience for it, yeah, you can enjoy it,
But Darcy,
it's what?
Darcy, that kind of observational comedy that he's talking about, though, that's what guys like Jerry Seinfeld grew up watching.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but it's definitely
and he's dating.
modern spin on it, and
I still think Seinfeld would be like, the show would not have been what it was because he's dated. You watch Seinfeld specials, like he is like what you're talking about, easy laughing, and not really like edgy at all.
But
I think Seinfeld, the show, without Larry David, would have been nothing, because Larry David was the dark edge. Like he was.
Wait, how did we get to Seinfeld from?
Because we're talking about like
The
guys
type
that
of
have
comedy.
easy laughter and that are observational comedy. Like, you know what I mean? Like Bob.
I don't know if Bob Hope was so much that I don't see a stark comparison between Seinfeld and Bob Hope. I mean,
Okay.
it's probably there.
I don't mean Bob. I mean Bob Newhart.
Oh, Newhart. Okay. Yeah, Newhart was another great one. But Bob Hope, he was just so witty, and the laugh, like the iconic voice and the laugh.
And,
But,
and Hope was like a total entertainer. I mean, he did it all.
Yeah.
I mean, he did everything.
yeah, dancing, acting, everything.
Oh,
But
yeah.
to Darcy's point, I would agree. I mean, I love Bob Hope, but it's so out of time now. Like it's you almost have to have the context to get, like, it takes some work, right? It's not.
I mean,
It's
when
still funny. If you watch it today, it would still be funny.
I think for
and the only reason why like Bob Hope, I put him back with that. He's like a part of that like Rat Pack era kind of
Yeah.
thing. And was he in the Cannonball Run? I can't remember.
No, he actually
No.
predates the Rat Pack
Okay.
a little bit, but
yeah, he's probably a little. He was with Bing
You know,
Crosby.
but I remember watching golf events and stuff with him. Watching with my
golf.
grandfather.
he hosted the Oscars like 20 straight years or something.
Oh.
Bob Hope did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
All right, Zeus, number 7.
I'm gonna give you guys one that you guys are probably not gonna agree with, but I think the guy's brilliant. I'm going up a little, and that is gonna be Eddie Izzard.
Oh yeah.
Guy is amazing,
I'm
and I have some special pictures for you guys.
Okay,
He's on
he's
my
a British
honorable
guy,
mention.
right? Is he British?
He's British, yeah. And he's done a lot of acting too.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is hilarious.
He's definitely on honorable mention.
He's like my number 4 or 5. And one of the reasons is probably I don't know if I've mentioned it before. Jack says I did, but I don't think I have. I've met him a couple times, hung out with him. Mike met him with me, and he's
great.
Back to all of our talk when we were talking about transgender stuff and all. He is actually he's one of the ones where I can actually say that he's got nothing wrong with him. He just has this affinity.
He's not the guy that did Dame Edna, is he?
Mm-mm.
No, Dame Edna is probably predates him.
Okay.
But Izzard,
Mike
Wait,
and
I think I'm wearing the same shirt. That's amazing. I think
Mike, what are you doing with the same shirt?
but Izzard,
mean face.
the thing is, Izzard is
Hey,
more,
who's that weirdo to the right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, man.
The handsome one or the one that's dressed like a woman?
But no, Izzard, you got to send me that picture. I don't know if I still have that, man.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I can't believe we're seeing Mike without the beard. Dana's gonna watch this now. I'm gonna tell her.
Oh, hold on. I got another one here.
But the thing, isn't Izzard more of a transvestite than a transgender? Like
I guess transvestite. I don't want
he's
to.
definitely male. He just likes wearing women's clothes.
Transvestite's no longer the proper nomenclature, dude.
But he doesn't.
Oh, what is it? What is it
He doesn't
now?
identify as
Now it's
female.
transgender.
There's Jason with him.
Nice.
Now it's non-binary, non-cis or something.
No, I think he even refers to himself as like a cross-dresser.
Yeah.
Here's the interesting thing. So, Mike, was he?
He's on Rogan too. I know that.
Yeah, he was great on Rogan. Mike, was he dressed as a female for our show?
Yes. He
No.
wore both. He came out. He wore a blue suit, and then he changed,
So
like halfway through.
He's interesting. My sister,
But he had stiletto boots on. I remember that, even when he was dressed as a male.
little
That's a skill. That's a skill.
Little history. So my sister did his hair and makeup for the show, but the interesting thing about it is like with Mike's, he came out dressed as a guy for the show, but before he would see anybody back in the green room, because we spent like what hour and a half back, just talking and all that. But before he'll see anybody, he has to get back. He got into his female clothes.
That was one of the few comedy shows, like when it was over, like my head hurt. Like the guy is so freaking smart, and so he packs so much into every line.
Really?
You're like, as soon as you're figuring something out, he's like on to the next thing. It was like a challenge.
But it's more than that, because he's the king of callbacks or queen of callbacks, whichever. But he'll be talking about something at the beginning and you forget about it, and then he pulls it back later. I think he did a lot of the chicken jokes when we were there, and he just all of a sudden he'd bring back the chicken from like 30 minutes earlier.
He's great, and he basically is clean. I mean, he has some profanity, but he doesn't do anything totally wacky.
The thing though, he is straight as a board.
He's an absurdist.
Yeah, he's all about women. not gay at all, and he's brilliant. He speaks like
fine.
7 languages. When he does his tours, he goes through Europe and does them in all the different languages, and he'll talk about it how it's like it's hard to do because different pronouns and different adjectives.
He ran 24 marathons in 24 days.
Yeah, he got rhabdo. He did it so much.
No, he's cool, man.
And he was such a nice guy. And the funny thing about the
I'll check them out. Are there specials?
yeah.
Okay.
Look
cool.
up Eddie Izzard Death Star. It's one of the funniest things you'll ever hear.
Okay, cool.
But the last thing I'll say, this is a quirky thing. The cross-dressing, not so much, doesn't really, freak me out because you know what about him? It's his thing. But the quirky thing about him is he won't let anybody take pictures of him with their camera. He has to take the selfie. Remember, Mike?
Yep.
So he wants
to frame it.
Do it, but he will not let you take a picture of him with your phone. It's just an odd quirk, but yeah, he's a real nice guy. His mom was a nurse. He's got all these really great stories.
Yeah, but he gave you the pictures.
Yeah. He does it with your phone, but he doesn't want you to take it.
Okay.
He wants to take it.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's just an interesting quirk. But yeah, good guy.
You're up, Jack.
Well, let's see. Shit, I already went through 4. I gotta go classics. Darcy mentioned a couple of these guys. I gotta go Richard Pryor. He's in my top 10. Easy.
I didn't even rank him because he's just the top. Like, yeah. I couldn't even put him on. It's like him and then everyone.
Well, a lot of
me personally,
guys, I want to say there's a handful of guys. It's like, okay, it's like, who's the best in DC Comics? And it's like, it's like they're all Superman.
Right. Yeah, no, it's all right. It's so easy to say Pryor, but he had to get some respect on this podcast.
All right, here. Yeah. Hold on.
He was coming later. I was gonna.
Oh no, that's not him.
What was that?
No.
All right. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Richard Pryor running down the street.
Wait a minute. Who's the comedian here? I think it's Zeus. That's so funny. You were saving that. Big word. All right. Well, all right. I mean, Pryor's.
That was racist.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, Jesus.
That was immolationist.
Immolation.
Right.
Here's the Richard Pryor one.
Nothing wrong with setting yourself on fire while freebasing.
He made a joke of it. So
he did make a joke of it. He did.
Yep. He was like, "What's this? Lights a match."
Yeah. And
Richard Pryor running down the street.
And there's my Richard Pryor picture that I got.
That's another. Well, where's Henry Cavill? That's the only thing that's missing. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I you got me on.
I'm sorry. Sorry. No, Pryor's another guy. Right there, you see him with
Christopher Reeves,
the guy in blue tights there. Speaking of iconic DC characters, and yeah. Pryor was another guy though whose childhood was fucking impossibly hard.
You grew up in like a whorehouse, I think.
Yeah. Oh, he was raped. He was fucking abused. I mean, and to channel that shit into Live at the Sunset Strip.
Here's just
unbelievable. And then to go mainstream and do shit like Toy Story and Superman 3 and teaming up with Gene.
There's millions.
Which way is up?
Well, what about teaming up with Gene Wilder, another brilliant.
Yeah.
Did you know that he was actually supposed to be the Cleavon Little character in Blazing Saddles?
Yes. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
But it was all the drugs and all at that time. I did just want to make a callback to one person.
But they're gonna do the biopic picture of Richard Pryor at some point. Somebody's gonna do it.
Yeah, you got to put him up there.
There's another reason why I like Sarah Silverman. That was all with the Sarah Silverman. Yeah. No, Richard Pryor.
We know you're immature. Like everybody gets that.
She's smoking.
It was Richard Pryor.
Oh.
Wow.
All right. Well, he was
all right. My self-immolation picture. Yeah, and what? Let's see. Him in his Gene Wilder movies.
Yeah.
If you could see what I no, was it no, it wasn't if you could see what I hear. It was
Oh, that's the third one. He did like 3 of them. He did Silver Streak. He
Silver
did
Streak.
he did what was it called where they're in
They're
jail?
crazy.
Stir
They're
Crazy.
Crazy. Yeah,
And
that was a good one.
And then he did See No Evil, Hear No Evil. That was the one with the deaf and the blind.
That's it.
Which, by the way, is in the category of movies that they'll never make again.
Exactly. Oh, you think they'll make Blazing Saddles again?
Not,
It's already made, man. It's already made.
yeah.
That's a great movie, Blazing Saddles. God.
Yeah, that remake will go over the way the remake of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory went over.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah. Why did they even try remaking
I don't
that?
know.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah, see, what I was hoping is that it wasn't a remake. I thought it was going to be like the part after they go through the,
Well, there
the
was a
There
ceiling.
was a sequel where they did
Charlie in the Glass Elevator, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that was horrific. Yeah, no, Richard Pryor is again. He has a body of work. He was a Oh shit! You know what movie you guys didn't mention is The Toy with Jackie Gleason.
No, you mentioned
Mm.
God, that movie was good.
No, I mentioned it, but what about when he teamed up with Eddie Murphy and they did Harlem Nights? That's a fucking
Oh
That's
man,
right. That was probably his last movie.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
writing that
hilarious.
down.
I think he died shortly after that. But well, and the interest. I mean, The Toy is another one that they're never going to make again. How many times?
oh my god, there's no way. There's no way. What about Brewster's Millions? Remember that shit?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Toy was a really racist movie. Like it took place in Louisiana. It was so racist.
Right.
That was a bad one.
And you had who was it? Ned Beatty was in that, right? The guy who played Otis.
He just died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he died last week
He was also the catcher in
in the ride.
no, I was gonna make a really bad joke.
Catcher in Deliverance. Oh,
Yes, that's
Yeah.
Oh.
Squeal like
Yeah.
a pig.
Yeah.
And he was in Homicide.
Yeah, by the way, Darcy, good casting. Ned Beatty as Holden Caulfield in Catcher in the Rye would have been an Oscar performance for the ages.
That's like Mickey Rooney, and what was the Mickey Rooney movie where he's a mentally challenged guy?
Oh,
You're not allowed to use that word anymore.
no, it's the word. The word
Mickey
is
Rooney.
something else.
Mickey Rooney.
I hate all the words that I can't. It's like that's what we say, and it's like when you're explaining like a game that you played when you were a kid. It's like, oh, we called it that, and then everyone goes, oh my god.
Oh,
That's
remember
what it
that?
was called.
Remember that game where we used to throw the football and whoever got it?
That's what I'm talking about. It was
Yeah.
like at my boy's birthday party.
Kill the quarterback.
He's throwing this thing, and I was like, oh, that reminds me of this game we used to play, smear the, and everyone's like, oh my god. I thought,
And no
I
one
was like,
intended.
oh
Yeah,
no,
there was no hatred behind it, but yeah, it's
Well,
just
that was all about kids being able to throw out some cuss words when their parents weren't around. I mean, that's what we were doing. All right, who's next?
I think I'm up. I'm gonna skip. 7 was my Kinnison, so I'll go to 6. And this is because this guy just is brave, and I think he cracks me up, and he just doesn't give a shit. Is Ricky Gervais, and I
Yeah.
love.
Oh,
love
yeah.
hearing him.
brave ones.
yeah.
Not
Mike,
playlist, but yeah, I'm.
Mike, I got him honorable mention because of because of what he did off the stage with his, but his stand-up is fucking excellent.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I love him in that office where
The
he's.
Office.
I mean, he is truly oblivious. I mean, I just love it. I'm like, it's
The
like,
interesting thing though is the American Office didn't steal from it. Like it was just
It
loose
did.
space, and they did a great job with it. Steve Carell was perfect.
Well, going full circle here, like comedians that do the weepy-eyed guy, you got Robin Williams, Ricky Gervais, and Steve Carell, who have made like a career in dramatic acting because they're self-deprecating guys.
I
yeah.
love that in an actor. Yeah.
And they know how to cry and make you cry as much as they know how to laugh and make you laugh. And like They just do it. But going back to pure comedy, like I'm with Mike here. Like Ricky Gervais was right up there for me, but I credit him more with his brilliant mind and his creativity in the arts and like the production and the writing.
Then straight stand up. Yeah.
Straight stand up. I mean, like the guy can hold his own with any of these comedians turned TV stars. I mean, probably blow them out of the water, frankly.
Did you see The Extras?
Oh yeah,
Holy cow, that's a great series.
it's a great series.
He's
What
got
about-
him and like Eddie Izzard. I put them both in kind of that Robin Williams frenetic energy.
yeah.
Can just bounce all over the place. You get the feeling that they just wrote all their jokes down and walked out, and this is what they were going to talk about tonight. Like it felt very organic.
Mike, go ahead. Well, it's your guy. It's your floor.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I was wanting just to speed up a little bit just to get through our list. But like I said, I really like how he's one of the. I don't know how he's figured it out, but he's one of the few comedians we have today, like with Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock, and a lot of these guys complain where they just won't play colleges, or they feel like they can't say certain things. Gervais is just in his own league. Like he just doesn't care, and he doesn't get canceled, and he's just doing his own thing. It's remarkable. I don't know how he balances that.
He got canceled by the Golden Globes because he gave the greatest intro ever to an award ceremony.
It's what you want out of a stand-up comedian. It's what you want out of a comedian, right? He's fearless.
There's got to be that irreverence. Otherwise, I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, he'll go down as one of the best.
He's great.
He's a master. I mean,
one guy that was definitely going to be big. I mean, he was already big, but Bernie Mac.
Oh yeah,
he wasn't on my list. I was just thinking of him.
Yeah,
man, that show. I loved that show.
Oh, Bernie Mac.
What was that called?
Bernie Mac Show.
Bernie Mac Show.
Oh, okay.
I can see how you could forget that.
He was a real force, man. Like you just had to watch him. Like you just had to watch him when he was on the screen. He was just a force.
So you guys watch
Darcy, I had a list of about 19 and Bernie Mac was on there. Like, I mean, he blew my mind, man. I remember Spike Lee did a movie, I think, called The Kings of Comedy.
Yeah.
And the
With
last
him, Cedric the Entertainer.
and the guy who does Family Feud, I can't think of his name.
Steve Harvey. Don't like him.
Steve Harvey. Yeah, but Steve Harvey was good on that.
Steve Harvey's good.
Steve Harvey was good in that movie. There's no doubt about it.
He gives me this
but Bernie Mac
involved thing that I can't get past.
But he's doing a game show host thing though. I mean, Bernie Mac was like the highlight of that movie for me. Like Cedric.
Plus, it was the '90s, so everyone was wearing the big suits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big '90s suits with like the shoulders.
It's a really good movie because when it came out, I didn't know what I was in for.
I guess I'll have to watch it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just three great comedians doing their act. I mean,
so who's up next?
I think me.
Tom.
So I'll give you another one that I bet is not on your list. Larry the Cable Guy.
Wow.
All right, who's up next?
I did not have him.
I didn't have him either, but I respect him.
He's one of, and talk about politically incorrect comedy. It's one of those guys you just laugh in spite of yourself.
He is bright, and I've seen him in interviews where he's not doing his Larry the Cable Guy thing, and he's actually he talks about how he did that one time, and they were like, "You got to make that your thing."
It's very weird to see if you go back and watch the old videos of him doing stand-up before he was Larry the Cable Guy. It's really off-putting because it's like that shouldn't even be him. But
he used to do this thing. This was back in the I want to say it's the late '80s, early '90s in Baltimore on 98 Rock. There was like a morning show.
Yes, the call-in, yeah.
And he would call in.
That's where I
thought it was a real dude, and my vision of him was like this real little, like 5'2" swamp rat guy, right? I didn't even know he was a comedian. I thought he was like an actual. He totally had me fooled, but Yeah, they would just call him
remember
once in
that.
a while and talk to him.
That's fun.
So
I guess he
who's
was
up
getting
next, me?
paid.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
That time for Jack. We better speed it up.
So you know what I'm
Oh,
thinking?
wait,
Wait, I'm thinking. Why don't we go rapid, Zeus, where you just give your final
Well,
5 and
Mike,
we all go through.
Let me go last
let
for
me-
that because I want to do rapid fire on my designated hitter.
wait, time out. Boys,
Yeah.
it's obviously getting late, but just for the record,
It's getting
Oh, my
early.
goodness.
just for the record, this podcast has got to have been going on now for
An hour and 30 minutes.
It's been
Yeah.
good though.
well over an hour.
And we're on number 7.
But
So-
we're like right there.
All right.
Right.
wait,
Right.
do
We're
we- do
almost
we-
over.
So do we just want to rattle through without a lot of commentary just for the sake of doing it? I mean,
I'll give you my top 2 because I've used up all my top 10 somehow. My top 3 that are left. Bill Hicks.
Oh yeah.
The only modern one that I have on this list besides Sarah Silverman is Louis C.K., who
Yep.
is the modern day version of my number 1, which is probably everybody's number 1. On the count of 3, let's all say who the number 1 comedian we.
no idea.
David Chappelle.
George
Dave
Carlin?
Chappelle.
Oh, Carlin was my
George
5.
Carlin. No,
George Carlin?
Carlin was your
George
5?
Carlin.
You're fucking
No.
fired from the podcast.
Steve Martin was my
Steve
number 1.
Martin?
Steve Martin.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
All
Steve
right,
Martin
so
was huge.
all right.
Let's
Zeus,
go through. What's
what I got left. I got no order. I've got 4 current guys, believe it or not. I've got Dave Chappelle, who I think is probably the best in the game right now.
absolutely.
I've got Louis C.K. I've got Sebastian Maniscalco.
That's
I've
just
got
because he's Italian.
I've got Bill Burr,
Yeah.
and I've
Yeah,
got
I
George
like Bill
Carlin.
Burr.
And I got George Carlin.
See, George Carlin is my number 1. Bill Burr, I love him, but I just want more of a catalog out of him. And like
He's
my
got,
favorite
dude.
thing
He's
he ever
got.
did-
He's got a ton of specials. He's been doing it for like 20 plus years.
My
He-
favorite thing he ever did was when he was on the Opie and Anthony comedy tour or whatever it was, and the Philly audience was like just being disruptive, and he just fucking destroyed Philly. He just called them pieces of shit. He's
Yeah,
like,
but dude,
he's like
you can-
Joe Frazier's from here, and you got a picture of a fucking movie boxer or a statue of a boxer from a movie. He shredded Philly. It just like 20 minutes straight of just fucking.
And they probably loved it.
yeah,
Yeah, they shut up and they were just like awestruck.
but dude,
Comedians always talk about it as like one of the biggest moments ever in comedy.
yeah, but if you're looking for content, it's out there. It's
Yeah,
tons
no,
of-
I'm just saying I haven't.
I
seen
will,
it.
I will say with Burr, his bit on comedians in cars getting coffee was fantastic. And then if you just like comedy, if you can watch comedians in cars getting coffee, and I'm not even a huge Seinfeld fan, but if you're just interested in the art of comedy, is one of the best shows to watch. It's great. They just get into the nooks and crannies of
Yeah.
What is that show?
comedians in cars getting coffee.
Yeah.
The episodes are only like 15 or 20 minutes long.
Yeah,
Jerry Seinfeld picks a car that he feels is inspired by the comedian. He goes to pick him up. Seinfeld drives, and they just talk about comedy for like 20 minutes.
kind of like
He had Eddie Murphy on there for like an hour, but
And
It's
Seinfeld,
still
Seinfeld
on.
has
It's
all
on
these, like,
Crackle,
super cool
right?
cars.
it's on Netflix too.
Okay.
Seinfeld has all these like super cool cars, kind of like Jay Leno, and he like every show that they do it, they
They
have.
No
they're
one's
not
like Jay
his.
Leno.
They borrow the cars. But
Yeah, but
anyway,
it's
that's if you
Maybachs.
love what
He like drives Porsches, Maybachs, all
crazy
kinds of
cars.
Well, he's loaded. He's loaded.
Yeah.
So am I up? Or you?
Yeah.
Did you already go, Jack? To
Yeah,
finish yours?
I did.
So rounding out my top 5, I had Carlin at 5, Hicks at 4, Chappelle at 3, Dangerfield at 2, just because Dangerfield was like the first comedian that I got into when I was a kid, and
Yeah.
Don Rickles at number 1, man. Like
Yeah, he was on my,
I'm a Don Rickles
longer
guy
list. He was on my longer list. Yeah.
all day. And then honorable mention, I've got Burr and Shandling, Gary Shandling.
Gary Shandling, freaking one of my favorite opening songs to a show ever was
Gary Shandling show.
The Gary Show, the opening theme to Gary Show.
Talk about another guy that like tragic when he died. I mean, he didn't
How did
take
he
himself
die?
out or anything, but he had a lot more to do before he
He
died.
had a heart attack, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, or a stroke, something like that.
Yeah. So, who's next?
I guess it's
Alright.
me. And all I had were my, I guess they were like, I already mentioned David Chappelle, but, Red Fox, Richard Pryor, and Eddie Murphy. And to me, they're all,
See,
Red Fox, man.
Red Fox was a one-liner guy way before all the others too.
No, he was filthy.
It was
He
was
very
awesome.
dirty.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
because when I listened to my first Red Fox album, I was like, I mean, he made Eddie Murphy seem like Queen.
My friend's dad
so-
had he was a big Beatles fan. He had a lot of Beatles albums, but he also had a lot of Red Fox albums. And after his parents would go to sleep and I was spending the night at his house, we'd be in the basement, we'd listen to those albums, man. And we were just like,
Right.
he was the first person to use the N-word on TV on 8 o'clock.
Stanford and Stone, yeah.
Yeah. Red Fox. His stand-up. Again, he's one that I like for his other body of work. Sanford and Son will never be made again. If they did, it'd be so clean. There was a lot of racist words at least, but yeah, it was almost counter racism with him.
I think, it was like Archie Bunker too.
Yeah, he was. That's. I would say he was basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was Archie Bunker. He had his chair that he sat in.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was great. Coming to you, Wheezy.
Yeah.
I think every old
No,
man
Elizabeth-
has a chair.
It wasn't Weezy, it was Elizabeth.
So what's
Elizabeth.
your chair,
Elizabeth.
Jack?
Weezy was the Jeffersons.
Right. Wheezy, right. Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you.
They don't all look the same, Zeus. Come on.
Wow.
Man, you totally shocked Jack. He's just stuck. It's like you really.
Or did
He was like,
it really bother him that much?
he's like WTF
There he goes.
all the way. All right.
Wow. Yeah, you know why Jack's making that face? Because now he's got to edit that out.
No, I will not. No, I will not.
Wow, Tom.
Good for you, Tom. Good for you.
All right. Wow.
I've got one last thing before I know we got to go to Tom. But what do you guys think about Cosby's legacy?
I'm gonna go on.
I was going to mention his name.
Okay, sorry. Let's go to Tom. Sorry.
All right. Does Darcy have more? Or was that?
No, that was.
No, that was.
Use
that
up
was
all
it,
of
that was
yours.
it. Yeah.
So I'll give you 5 more. Roseanne, I want to stick in there.
Very good.
Probably one of my favorite female comedians.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Bill Cosby. Now
No.
talking about the records, listening to the records, the Bill Cosby record, like way back. Was one-
Himself was a
Himself was
masterpiece.
classic, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
when he was doing the thing about Noah's Ark and building the
Oh man, we're making a.
cubits.
What is it? What was that whole thing? We're making a. Oh
That
man,
is
what was
great.
it?
It was chocolate.
Right, making the chocolate cake.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
yeah,
great.
man, that was
Give it a shot.
hilarious.
that was some-
It's got eggs. It's got milk. This is a nutritious breakfast.
Gabby, right.
He's talking
My
about
wife comes
Oh, and
down.
his
All the
wife-
kids are eating cake.
His wife
I swear
coming
her skull
downstairs.
opened up.
and her lips went over her head.
It's fantastic.
How
I
about
will say, the one thing that other comedians talk about Cosby is he could come up with 45 minutes in an hour like that. Like he was. If you hear other comedians talk about him, they're just like
Mostly
amazed how he could come up with material.
Mostly he was really, really, really smart.
Yeah.
he one of my favorite bits in himself is maybe, I hate to give him credit because he's a piece of shit, but the
Great stand-up.
himself is maybe one of the best albums ever. It's up there with like Raw
Yeah.
and what's the other Eddie Murphy one? Because Eddie Murphy has 2 of the top.
Hilarious.
Carson on Campus.
But also his delivery in himself and the way it's directed. If you watch the video of it, like the
With
actual
the colors in the background.
oh my god, it's so fucking iconic.
But how about one of my favorites is he's talking about the little kid is in the kitchen and he's building this elaborate stairway to get up to the cookies. And then he gets the cookie out of the jar and dad walks in. And he's, what are you doing? And the kid goes, I got a cookie for you.
It's just so true.
But I don't want a cookie. Can I have it?
What about when he's at the dentist's office? That was the best.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My last three, I'll throw
Yes.
out.
Sorry, Tom. Yep.
Where was I? So Seinfeld is in my top three. Dangerfield, and then
Honorable mention for both.
Wait, who? And then who?
Steve Martin. Dangerfield
Martin.
and Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to throw out, well, first of all, back to the Cosby thing, man. It really does bother me during that whole time he was just doing this.
Yeah,
awful-
we all know. Yeah,
No, but I mean, it's like I hate giving him credit, but goddamn, that's a funny album.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
It is what. Yeah, it doesn't take
It's
away
kind of like,
what
it's kind
he
of like
did.
listening to Michael Jackson. He's still a brilliant artist, even if he was a fucking.
Well, dude,
Alleged.
if we weren't at a time, I would love to dissect Chappelle, Louis C.K., Bill Burr, Maniscalco, but we're running out of time. Bill Cosby was brilliant, but he's a monster. So
No.
So here, I had a lot of designated hitters, and we didn't touch on a lot of them. So I
remember when Hitler did stand up? No.
Right?
yeah,
If you can just forget about the whole,
before the
Third
Jews-
Reich thing. I mean, the guy was
no.
like an amazing painter. He was-
No, before
If it
the
wasn't
whole
for the serial rape.
yeah.
So here, I'm gonna throw these out here.
Before the Jews thing, Hitler was funny.
The thing about Cosby that was so weird is he did the whole like America's Dad thing, and then he comes out being this like horrible, like predator. Like it's so.
That's just like that Meister in Final Fantasy. He's the greatest guy, and then it's like, no, he's the main bad guy.
It makes it even worse.
He's the guy on Star Wars.
He was literally the opposite of him on his show.
Palpatine. He's Palpatine.
Oh,
Or whatever.
Palpatine, man.
And plus he was like, he was telling black kids to pull their pants up.
Right.
all this shit. Yeah.
While he's pulling pants down.
Yeah. That's right.
That's the line. That's
show, he's thinking, wait till they see the punchline to this one.
Thank you, Dorothy.
that was great.
That's a good one. So listen, let me throw out my designated hitters, because I think there's a few that we didn't mention that we should at least notice. Starting off, probably one of the first dirty comics that really hit it was Lenny Bruce.
Oh yeah.
Ever get a chance, listen
Of
to
course.
Hey There, Masked Man. It's one of the funniest things.
Well, that's like Pryor, man. He's iconic.
Oh man,
It's like you don't even have to. Yeah.
this one not so much. He's more of a,
Oh man, Latka.
I was just gonna say that, Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman.
Oh,
Yeah. But he was more of a performance artist almost. I mean,
I wasn't crazy about his stand-up.
he's more, and you know who we didn't mention also?
Jim
was-
Carrey.
Yes, John Leguizamo.
Yes.
Brilliant,
Yep.
brilliant. Another guy
Brilliant
that
actor.
cross dresses all the time, straight as board. I had Bill Burr on there, but like I said, I like him as an actor. He's great on The Mandalorian. Good things about him. Bob Newhart deserved a little more time from us. Bob
Yep.
Newhart nearly got Johnny Carson's spot over Jay
Yeah,
Leno.
he should have.
He should have. He was brilliant. He would have been a perfect replacement for Johnny Carson.
and there was a guy up in Queens that was better than Michael Jordan, but it happens.
no,
Bob, so.
Len Bias, dude. How about Len Bias?
Oh man, yeah, he'd have blown up.
died of a cocaine.
Yeah.
I think was it a
Man, right after.
All
getting it,
right,
after
don't-
getting it.
anyway. But I don't get your
Celtics.
comparison, Darcy. Bob Newhart has a massive catalog.
And he's done
Yeah,
comedy albums.
I know. Come on, I've seen tons of
But it-
Bob.
I thought you were doing like it coulda, shoulda. Nah, he
I was-
really could have gotten it.
I was joking.
Leave him alone.
This is about
He's an old man.
jokes.
Yeah.
I do have to throw
Jokes.
out one name, which should have been on my honorable mention. If you guys like Stephen Wright and you like Hedberg, and this guy's still alive, Todd Barry. If you look him up, TODDBARRY, Todd Barry. He's kind of like
What about Dennis Miller? Dennis Miller was good stand-up too.
Dennis Miller is great,
He pontificated a little too much, but he had
and he had a shtick. I mean, Miller definitely has.
I like that he was really smart with it. Like he would make flowers for Algernon into a joke, and you're like, holy cow, that's freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
Couple others. Bobcat Goldthwait doesn't get enough credit.
Oh yeah, lighting the fire and
He's
on TV.
hilarious.
Never liked him.
Nah,
There's certain comedians that I never like. Andrew
Never
Dice
liked Bob?
Clay, never liked
One of
him.
my favorite
Goldthwait
bits
I never
he did,
liked.
he does this
No,
bit
no.
where he's on like LSD or something, and he's in a car, and a cop comes up and he goes, son, are you on drugs? But he came out like, and he goes, no, but could you do that again?
Yeah, the voice, the affectation
That was his
was
bit. It was his
couldn't
bit.
get. I
Yeah,
know.
but
Like,
Yeah, I know, but Tom, if you watch his stand-up where he's not doing that shit,
Hilarious, man.
that was really fun.
But he did that like 90% of the
I
time.
know.
A few others. One, this is another Bill Cosby-ish one, and that's Woody Allen.
Oh yeah, good one.
What are you giving us? The Rolling Stone list?
No, I'm just going off who I thought.
Look at this list, man.
You already
And then my last one.
Zeus, you already gave us 10.
I'm just giving my designated.
Giving honorable mentions.
It's my last one, and he was like the first dirty comic. Never expected it out of him. That I loved when I was a kid, and that was Buddy Hackett.
Yes.
Buddy Hackett was freaking
The ice cream dude, right? He's selling ice cream.
Filthy.
Nah, he's filthy. He's
He's filthy.
I think one of my favorite ones
Commercials.
he
He
did
was
was
selling like ice cream or something, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah,
Pudding?
yeah.
It was something like that. He was selling
it
pudding
was.
or
The first joke he told in his
No, that was Cosby.
he walks out on the stage and he goes, these two guys are fucking an owl, and everybody goes like, oh, and he goes, what, you don't like bird jokes?
Yeah. Good shit.
So those were my designated hitters.
All right, well, boys, this was a good podcast.
I loved it.
So if you think we left anyone out, add it in the comments below.
Yes, please.
I don't think we left anyone.
I think we.
right.
I'd like to go back and look at Lenny Bruce
And the comments right there.
down here.
Well, I'm checking out Steve Hofstetter and Richard Jenny, and I'm gonna watch Death at a Funeral.
I'm gonna check out Eddie Izzard and Mitch Hedberg, no doubt.
Todd
Oh,
Berry.
you're gonna love Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah. Tom, I think you're gonna like Todd Berry.
Hedberg and
And
I
Tom,
watch
you listen to
comedians
Bobcat.
in the car getting coffee.
Wow,
will-
I'm not
yeah.
watching Bobcat.
You gotta watch him. And
I've seen enough of him.
no, you gotta see his stand-up.
I've seen his stand-up, for God's sake.
Yeah, I wasn't
He's not
too
lying.
crazy about him. He just that whiny thing that just got. I just like.
Never mind. You guys both.
Sorry, I
he
just.
he didn't always do that. His like stand-up. He was like straight. You know,
Yeah.
not
No,
dead.
I've
Okay,
seen
Zeus,
his-
I've got 37 other comedians.
I will say this too, just for the art form. And I did not go see a lot of comedy when I was a kid, but I've seen obviously Izzard and Birbiglia, a couple others. But if you can go out and see comedians live,
Yes.
do it. You know,
Yes.
even like open mic nights and stuff like that.
And also for the experience having done it, I would suggest everybody go do an open mic. Tell a couple of jokes. It's
I'd
fun.
love to do it actually. I think I could pull up like 10.
You said don't. You said
No,
don't do an open mic.
I'm saying do it.
Oh, do it.
You've done
Have
it,
you done it, Jack?
Do it. I have done it.
Oh, how did it go?
but you're not even funny.
I know it worked.
No, you're funny. You're funny.
You're funny.
It worked. It worked. I had 2 different sets. I did it. It was fun. And then COVID.
Tell us.
Seriously, wow, cool.
Tell us your best joke.
They were like story form, man.
Oh, come on. Tell us a story, Jack.
No, they're
Come
jokes.
on.
They're
We're,
jokes.
we're out of time. We're out of
Yeah,
time.
the story begins.
I wish
We're out of
I
time.
had a laser pointer right now.
All right. Well, yeah, you get that. You do get that, but it's fun.
I would like to do it. Yes.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. Put a couple in you, Zeus, and get up there.
All right. So on our way out, I just want to say rat shit, bat shit, dirty old twat, 69 assholes tied in a knot. Hooray, lizard shit, fuck. What's that from?
Oh, Jesus, I know that.
Come on. That was George Carlin on Campus. It's where he did the seven words.
7 words.
Okay.
Yeah, which they're all used on TV now.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
that's why I was shocked that he was a 5. That guy was just he
Well-
was an innovator.
No, he's not a 5 for me at all.
No, he's
Yeah.
got to be number 1 for me.
All
But
right, boys, been a long night. I think it's we've been on for a while. I think it's time we have to say goodnight.
absolutely,
Don
don't forget
Rickles,
to like
baby.
us on Facebook, find us on Rumble, subscribe on YouTube, and look for us on the Gurn Network soon.
All right.
And
What?
Gurn.
yeah,
Right out.
Global Enlightenment Radio
Right.
Network. All right, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna stop it. All right, so we're gonna start off this time by mentioning to everybody to go ahead and click like on Facebook and subscribe on YouTube. That means you guys as well, because it's ridiculous that we don't have at least 5 or 6 on each of these.
Hit like on YouTube also,
Yeah.
and make a comment like how much one of us sucks.
Who's that?
I don't know, me. I don't care.
Okay. I'll say it right now. You suck.
Thank you.
Just got that out of the way.
All right, good.
So Tom is going to be running the show today. I got a little hint of what it's about behind me.
All right.
But Tom, why don't you go ahead and get into
All right, guys. Can you guys hear me okay, or do I need to be closer to the
No,
Hear
mic?
you loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Good.
So I had an idea for a topic I thought would be good for us for tonight. This came up recently, and you hear about these things in the news all the time, these tech mergers, Google buys YouTube, and you're like, oh, okay. And, AOL, Verizon buys AOL, okay. And this last one, for some reason, the last one that came across was Amazon buys MGM. So now Amazon owns James Bond. And it kind of hit me this time. And I'm like, wow, this is happening a lot. Like more and more of these companies, especially the tech companies, are kind of consolidating and merging. And the market for the consumers is dwindling and all of this stuff. And I started to look into it a little bit, and I realized I wasn't really the only person that felt this way. So apparently there's even legislation from the U.S. House of Representatives that they're working on to fight these platform monopolies. So I want to kind of get into this, and this is a big kind of sprawling topic. So I want to kind of stay organized as best I can. And I invite you guys to jump in and interject. Feel free to interrupt me if you think of,
Sorry, you said to interrupt.
okay.
Or
But okay, so what I'm going to do, if you just bear with me, I'll just take like 2 minutes to kind of lay this out. I want to kind of go through the history of antitrust, and then we'll talk about this legislation that's come up, and then we'll go through some examples of things that are kind of unfair practices that are happening out there. And then we'll talk about some of the other companies. And then by the end, I think I want to get into something that I call monopoly of thought, which is where some of these companies are really trying to dictate what people think and believe, and they're excluding certain people. And we kind of know what that's about. We'll get into that towards the end. But if you guys are ready, I'm going to start off by going through a little history lesson on
Okay.
antitrust. This will be quick, but so if you recall, like way back, Teddy Roosevelt was one of the first ones to kick this off back in 1906, when they did the trust buster, Teddy Roosevelt with the like Standard Oil. And they took Standard Oil and they busted it up and broke it up into a bunch of smaller oil companies. And that, in the long term, that turned out to be a benefit, because all these smaller companies, when you have like more companies, the development and the innovation is better, and they move things along better, and they compete for prices, so it's better for the consumer. So that turned out to be a good thing. Then by the 50s and 60s, it started to shift a little bit, where they were against monopolies and antitrust, but it was more because of what Hitler did in World War II, where you had, in Germany, they were looking at it like, okay, they had just a few, like a handful of companies that owned all the stuff in Germany, and those companies supported Hitler, and they think that that's what helped the fascists. So they took that and they looked at it and said, okay, well, monopolies are definitely bad then. We don't want that to happen here, because monopolies could lead to fascism or communism. So that's how it was kind of developing. And then by the 1970s, that's, if you remember, the big breakup in the 70s was AT&T. So they took AT&T, which was huge. They broke that up into all these little the baby bells, I think they called them. So you had like Southwest Bell and just all over the country, because AT&T was just too big. And what happened was, so when Reagan came in, right on the tail of that, when that was happening, Reagan came in 1980, and he was a conservative. And so they started to back off of the monopolies and the antitrust stuff, because Reagan thought that the government was getting too involved in the businesses, right? Because he's conservative. So for a while there, everything kind of went away and you didn't hear too much about it. And then in the 90s, when Microsoft, then this is when the techs kind of brought it back, because Microsoft was the first one in the 90s. If you remember, like way back, Microsoft was actually giving money to Apple so that the Apple Macintosh, they were kind of propping it up so that Apple could stay in business, because because Microsoft didn't want to be a monopoly. So they were like purposely trying to keep their competitor afloat, which is kind of insane when you think about it. But that was happening in the 90s. Oh, there's Reagan. So that brings us to today. So today, like I said, there's all these mergers that are happening. So Google, for example, owns YouTube. Google owns Fitbit and Nest. Twitter owns Periscope. Verizon owns AOL and Yahoo.
Hey, Periscope. Isn't there something strange about Periscope? What's their gig?
Well, they stick up out of the water and show you what's on the horizon.
It's good if you're in a submarine.
There is no horizon because the Earth is flat.
Isn't that the video that supposedly it goes away?
No, that's Snapchat. Periscope.
Yeah, that's something else.
Periscope, but isn't there something weird about them?
It's a you can broadcast things yourself, like worldwide on video.
Okay.
And no, it gets saved. It's not temporary like Snapchat.
Okay.
So the evil thing that Twitter did with Periscope, so think about this. So there was a company called Meerkat that was on Twitter. They were doing what Periscope does, which is you can broadcast these videos, live videos. So Twitter buys Periscope, and then they put that on Twitter, and then they go to Meerkat and they say, okay, you're off. And they only gave them like 2 hours notice. They say you got 2 hours to either change your business or you're off, because we got Periscope and we're going with them. So they basically just ran Meerkat off of their platform. That's the power that they had. So that's what some of these companies are doing. Google, for example, Google has gotten into a lot of trouble for pushing their own products and services. So we talk about Nest and Fitbit and YouTube videos or Google Health and all these things. If you search those phrases, Google puts their own products and services at the top of the search results. Now, for a long time, for many years, that was kind of suspected but people, they thought, okay, people are just complaining, but they actually found out that this is true. So there was a government Is that a meerkat? Thanks, thanks for keeping up with us, Mr. Jobs, from behind the grave. So, so for many years, a lot of people thought that it was just kind of a suspicion.
He's adorable.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But there was a House panel that looked into this, and they concluded that no, it was definitely true. When they looked at all the evidence and everything, Google was definitely pushing their own search results, their own products to the top of their own search results. So they were using their own platform to promote their own services. So when things like this are happening, where there's this unfair advantage is being created, this is where the legislation now comes in. And this is, it's supposedly a bipartisan legislation. And it seems that way on the surface. I'm on the surface. I'm not sure who at the end of the day is going to really support it, or if it's going to be passed.
Is this the
But
one?
you've got,
Tom, is this the one in the House with Buck?
yeah, Republican from Colorado, Buck, he's on it. Gooden, the Republican from Texas, is in there. Cicilline, the Democrat from Rhode Island, and Jayapal, the Democrat from Washington. Those are the big
Right.
four.
Right.
So it's Democrats and Republicans are in there, and they're all kind of throwing in their own pieces. I think Democrats have certain things that they're looking to get out of it, and Republicans are more concerned with the censorship and those sorts of things that are happening. So
Right.
they've each got their pet, goals
Right.
as part of the legislation. But so what the legislation is trying to do, so they want to, number one, they want to keep the companies, the platforms from being able to prioritize their own products. So like I just explained, Google is doing this a lot. Amazon does this. Amazon's really evil with the way they do it, because Amazon has what they call preferred customer status.
Yeah.
So if you're selling on Amazon, you have to promise Amazon that you'll give them your lowest price. So you can't sell somewhere else for a lower price than what you sell on Amazon. So this is kind of unfair, because then the companies can't really leave and go anywhere else. And the worst thing that Amazon does, because they've got all the sales data and all the customer data, they know what products sell, they know what works. So then they'll come in and they'll create their own company and their own products, and then sell them on Amazon, competing with their own sellers.
Right.
So they'll come in and sell the same product, because
Well,
they know what sells and how much they can make off of it. And they'll run their regular sellers, off and put them out of business, because Amazon can sell it cheaper, because they don't have to pay the fees and whatnot that go along with it.
And that gets Amazon's choice, right? Like that's the first shit that comes up with.
Amazon Basics, I think, is what they call it.
Yeah.
With the Amazon, I don't mind it so much. Because quite frankly, a lot of those companies were gouging with the prices anyway. I mean, Amazon's done a lot. I mean, whatever you think about Bezos, who cares? I mean, he's done a lot of good stuff. I mean, now you can literally order anything and have it shipped for free. If you have a what I consider a very good deal, you get all these movies and
Prime.
books and with Prime. And
Yeah, you get a lot.
we-
yeah.
Did
you
we
get
mention?
a lot
Wait,
from what
did,
you're paying for.
did we mention that Zeus just started a new job with Amazon last week in their marketing department? I didn't. I just wanted to make sure we were
No,
clear
I
on that.
mean, don't get me wrong.
Closure.
Bezos, he's an asshole, but I mean, I use it all the time. I don't know about you guys, but I use it.
I do as well. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
guilty of it.
It's
Good
changed
time.
the way the mail is working.
The Amazon delivery guy, he was like, I never pass this house without having to stop, because I just use it for like everything. It's like, oh yeah, I need that. Oh yeah, I need that. Oh yeah, I got to go in and get $35 worth of stuff, so then I don't have to pay the
But you don't even have
$2.99
to do
rush.
$35 worth of stuff. You don't even have to.
Huh?
do that.
Oh, because if you want stuff to come the same day or the next day,
Right.
you have to buy
Bundle.
$35 worth of stuff.
And you get
See,
the,
or
if you don't have, if you're a
you have to
Prime
pay
customer,
$2.99. Huh?
if you're a Prime
Yeah.
customer, then you get
Or-
it already.
Yeah, you get
No, I'm
free
a,
with
I'm a
Prime.
Prime customer. No, if you want it to be the same day or next day, right? And it's not a special shipment, meaning like it's something that would normally they can ship it to you in a day, right? You have to pay a $2.99 fee, unless it's 35. It's got to be $35 or more, and then it's
All right.
totally
Couldn't
free,
buy
and you
something.
can get it the same day.
You guys remember when Amazon started like a long
It was
time
just
ago?
books.
Yeah,
man.
it was the CDs, the
They were
DVDs.
trying to sell like books. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably books.
Oh
and
yeah,
CDs.
that's right. They
It
did
was
books.
just
Now,
was just
AOL
books.
was the CDs.
No,
No. They were.
Netflix.
You would mail in. What wasn't it? Oh, that was Netflix. Sorry, that was Netflix.
AOL had the discs that you would get the minutes on.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the worst.
Used them as coasters. And,
It'd be like
But they-
17 million minutes on this disc. It's like, all right.
Whatever.
Amazon struggled for a long time. until
Oh yeah, they didn't
finally-
make. They were made fun of. They weren't make. They had
Yeah.
no
They were losing money.
revenue. Yeah,
They were Barnes and Noble was a major competitor of theirs for a while.
They-
if I'm not
they played the
mistaken.
long game and just gobbled up market share. That's all Bezos did. He had enough deep pockets
Yeah.
and
Well, that's,
investors.
I mean, the pockets are really deep today, and that's the problem. Like what Darcy's saying, they're so entrenched now that, and they're so big and so powerful. It's kind of a problem, especially when they start making their own products and putting it on that same platform and competing with the other sellers. And some of the evil stuff that Amazon does, like where they'll use like the US Post Office to deliver their stuff. And it's cheaper than having them deliver it, than having Amazon deliver it themselves. So they'll like run the algorithms and then figure out which items to send through the USPS.
I don't know. I'm kind of. It makes things easier for me. I guess I'm just part of the machine. I don't have a problem with Amazon so much. It solves a lot of issues. Think about how much money you save a year now not paying shipping.
But-
Everything you used to buy that you had shipped was like
oh, and it took 4 to 6 weeks.
yeah.
But
Like I would say about probably about half the things I wanted, I didn't purchase because as soon as I see that 4 to 6 weeks, I'm like, I might not want it in 4 to 6 weeks. You know, why do I want this thing
But
showing up?
But
You know?
can Amazon do a good job of doing that without like being the spawn of hell with how they do their business?
But tell me, how are they the spawn of hell? I mean, you're
Well, what I'm saying is they are. It's a race. It's basically a race to the bottom, right? They're selling themselves as a platform to do business on, and they're making deals with these companies, and then they're going around and basically shoving them out. I mean, they're both the platform and the product.
Well, I mean, if you know that that's going to happen, you know, at what point is it your fault, and at what point is it their fault?
Well, that's where the legislation comes in.
Right.
I mean, no one's going to argue the value that they've provided in terms of shipping and convenience, but
How
they're
about
engaging,
return? How about you used to
they're
return?
engaging in anti-competitive behavior that is driving out other options that may result in cheaper prices for other products. I mean, they're taking actions that are explicitly designed to.
If you-
I mean,
hold
isn't that
some
the
of
same thing
down.
that's happening with like Walmart when they open up shop, you know, and then all these small businesses
Yeah,
go
but
out of
people had a
business.
problem with that.
And I've even seen areas where the Walmart does all that, all the small businesses are gone, and then they, for whatever reason, they decide, oh, we're shutting this Walmart down.
Yeah, the profits went down 0.3%, so we're out of here.
But
Yeah.
did you see how Amazon is opening up brick and mortar stores now?
I did not know.
Oh
that.
yeah, I saw that.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
and in their stores, they don't have any
There's
workers in
no
there. It's all
cashier.
automated or
But-
whatever.
Right.
And but to
There's
Zeus's point though, Zeus. Okay, so play this out to its logical end. Where does it end up? If in other words, if a platform can also give its own subsidiary companies beneficial treatment, play that out over so basically you end up with one manufacturer of everything. And do you think the deals are still going to be super
yeah.
awesome then.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be
Oh,
like
it's like
price?
it's like the restaurant wars or whatever, Taco
Well,
Bell.
no, but here's what it may do. It may hold these other organizations to task. I mean, for instance, when you buy something and you're not satisfied with it on Amazon, you send it back. They don't charge you anymore. They don't. You just send it back. There used to be restocking fees, things like that. So what I'm getting at is, this is a healthy competition. It just happens to be a Goliath. There will be a David. There will be somebody that comes back and does, creates the new widget. We're always going through these changes. It's not like Amazon's been around for 5 years. They've been doing this for going on what, 20?
But the
25?
thing about this legislation, the reason why, and again, I mean, it's just funny. I'm laughing, arguing the side of it, but basically the benefit, there has to be a benefit for the people, right? Which is innovation, competition. Once a monopoly, and that was the issue, with AT&T, or the Bell companies and everything else. Well, what I'm saying is innovation, once the monopoly takes over the space, the innovation and the savings, it starts to crash because there's not the motive. It's the competition that gives the public, us, the best products at the lowest prices we can get. I mean, I'm not saying that's the question, is when do you jump in? But that's the reason this legislation exists.
It should be regulated. I agree to a degree.
Okay, Zeus, it's the platform that's the problem. And let's put it in context. Let's compare it to what Apple is doing. I mean, what the service that Amazon provides is great. And that platform for the sellers is great. But it's when they start selling their own stuff and competing with those sellers, that's where it gets unfair. So let's put that in context with what Apple is doing.
Well,
So Apple has a good platform with the App Store, right? All these businesses can come in, sell their apps. That's great. They're providing that platform. So one of those is Spotify. So Spotify comes in, they're selling the music, songs and albums or whatever. And they're doing that on the App Store. They're using Apple's platform. So, but when Apple provides their own music store and they don't have to pay the extra charges and fees, that's where it gets to be unfair, because they're competing against the third party businesses that want to be on that platform. You see how it's different, and you see how it gets to be unfair.
But see,
but they started off with that. There was Apple was selling media before Spotify existed. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. I look at some of the services like that Google offers and that like Apple offers. It's kind of like a steering wheel on a car, and it's the same analogy that Microsoft used for like having the browser built into Windows. Remember Netscape, and there were a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, Netscape. Yeah.
Netscape, yeah. Netscape complained about this very issue because of that. So
right, but what good is what good was a PC, a Windows PC, without a browser? People, and back then it was hard. Like, I was in IT, and I'll tell you, it was hard. It was hard to, set up a system, get Windows working properly, and then figure a way to get a browser onto your machine without already having a browser. You had to know how to use like Punter and Gopher and all these other things in order to grab something. So that was a value add, having that built in. Maybe it needed to be crippled or something. So
what did it do to Netscape? Where are they at?
Crushed them.
Right. So
well, wait, didn't Netscape just turn into Firefox? I thought.
No. So Firefox is a man,
Mozilla.
it's kind of but it's like it's a community kind of thing.
Yeah.
What do they call that?
Netscape was like
open source.
What's that?
Open source? It's like it's kind of like open source, right?
Well, it wasn't always.
Well, so here's my thing, though, in answer to what you were saying, Tom. I actually I'm going to flip it on you and say that I think Apple is far more predatory than Amazon. I mean, for instance, you can't get a car on Amazon yet. Probably you will be able to one day. But anyway, I'm saying it doesn't own all the things that can be sold. You can't buy a house there. There's lots of things. You can't buy a kidney, you know. but Apple, the thing I don't like about Apple is they're very proprietary. Like I have Apple stuff. I don't mind it. It's not affecting me. Not that I at least have a sense of. But with Apple, you can't use your Apple Watch with a Galaxy phone. I mean, maybe that's changed, but I'm pretty sure that that's still the case. There's certain things you cannot do with Apple because they're proprietary. You can't use other products with them, and I find that to be kind of unethical.
Right.
But
That's
then
why
again,
Google owns Fitbit now. They acquired Fitbit so they can make their own smartwatch.
but then again,
For
you
the
know,
Android.
they're entitled to a certain degree. We also have to say, hey, they built this shit. They are entitled to a certain degree to do what they want with it. But when it becomes unethical, that's when it, you know, that's where it bothers me, when it affects the general public's lives.
Let
you
me
know?
give you an example. This might help you put it in perspective. So let's think of like a shopping mall as a platform. So all those stores in the shopping mall, they pay rent to the shopping mall, right? So they're on that platform. So let's say there's a Babbage's in there, and there's a Fredericks of Hollywood in the
Orange
mall,
Julius.
and Orange Julius. There's a
Orange
little
Whip,
newsstand
Orange
that
Whip.
sells magazines and books.
The penny
So all
or-
these stores are paying rent to the shopping mall. Now, let's say the shopping mall goes out and starts doing mergers and acquisitions, and they buy GameStop. Then they put a GameStop in the mall. The GameStop doesn't have to pay rent because the mall owns GameStop. So that's unfair now because the Babbage's still has to pay rent. So they're not going to be able to compete with the prices of the video games with GameStop. And let's say the mall goes out and buys Victoria's Secrets, puts that in there. So that now you've got them competing with the Fredericks of Hollywood, but the Victoria's Secret doesn't have to pay rent.
I like
because
this
the mall owns
analogy.
them. So you see
Yeah,
how
the-
this works now?
Yeah,
So
but
Platform, you can't compete against your own platform customers. It's unfair.
I agree to a certain point, but you know,
It stifles innovation. It doesn't matter if it's fair or unfair. It stifles innovation. That's why we have laws.
That as
against-
well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I'm saying it
I mean-
it is a net over. It's good, and then at a certain point, it starts being bad. And the conflict is what is that point? Like, are we
Right.
past
And-
it? Are we still 10 years away from it? And
I'm not oblivious to what you're talking about. I've got a monopoly sign behind me. Okay, I mean, I know what we're talking about, and I do not believe there should be monopolies, but you have to have that Goliath out there to inspire somebody to come and take them down. It's happened before. Blockbuster. That's where you got your movies. How many mom and pops did they close down? You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah, a lot.
A ton of them. I remember Errol's Video. Some of you guys lived here.
Yeah.
Remember
Well,
Errol?
before Blockbuster, I knew
It was
at
before
least
Blockbuster, yeah.
3 people
And then-
that owned video stores.
And then there were other ones before that, just your neighborhood one with the curtain, and you went behind it, and that's where the good stuff was.
Yeah, but they just
But
beat them. It wasn't using some sort of underhanded backdoor.
sure it was. They did it for less prices, or they gave memberships.
Straight. That's not what Tom's been talking about. Really, I mean, it's you could, if you're talking about just straight ruthless business is business, yeah, you could put it underneath that umbrella and say it's all the same. But it's definitely, it's not, the intent isn't to provide the intent isn't to provide better service or prices or product. The intent is to drive out competition. They're trying to get their competitors out.
Yeah, and Tom talked about the fact that it was sort of a big deal when antitrust started, because it does sort of fly in the face of don't let the government get involved in the free market. But there was a reason to do it. You know what I mean? Like a couple of times, especially as World War II happened, and they were just like, we can't let this happen again.
So
Not on our watch. And you know, there is some validity to that.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is we have to look at this from a different perspective as well. For instance, those Arrows did, maybe it wasn't with malice, Blockbuster, maybe this wasn't trying to drive out competition, but I mean, come on, competition costs you money. So yes, they were. And this is just an evolution of that. Something is going to come along or some company is going to come along and do the same thing.
It would be unfair if Blockbuster, let's say Blockbuster started acquiring MGM and Paramount, if they owned all the movie companies that were producing the movies, and then they said, okay, you can only be in Blockbuster, you can't have these movies and Arrows, then that would start to get unfair if they started. That's what these companies
didn't
are
carry
doing.
some movies though. Blockbuster did ban certain movies. So what's that say?
But it's not. They weren't like wholesale banning stuff. It was probably just like censoring.
Here's what I'm getting at. I'm not
Right.
saying you're wrong,
Right.
but what I'm saying is this is a natural course for things. Yes, we should regulate, we should do all that, but this is inspiring change. And the other thing, we've discussed this before, is that everything now is coming at such a rapid pace. It feels like an onslaught, but it's really just the pace of everything now. Everything is fast.
What about all of them teaming up together?
How about the ownership buying the media companies, and so you never see any stories about what Tom's talking about?
Yeah. So Amazon owns Washington Post. Verizon owns Huffington Post. There's some other ones. These companies are like gobbling up the news media. You talk about NBC, all these companies, Universal, NBC,
Those ones I'm far more worried
CBS,
about.
Paramount, Disney owns ABC, so on and so forth.
I'm far more worried about the legacy media companies than print. Print is kind of,
How often do you see negative press about AT&T? How often? I mean, seriously.
Or Disney?
Almost never. Almost never. I mean, I'm just saying but what I'm saying, look, from an ethical standpoint, business is business, whatever you want to say. But if you're selling yourself a certain way and you're behaving another way,
yeah, I agree.
Calling out that bullshit is totally valid. It's not like, oh, well, I mean, that's a totally valid point. They just don't want anyone thinking about that.
You talk about the natural course of the business. Okay, Zeus. But remember like the movie, The Blob?
Mm-hmm.
But the natural course, it would keep like gobbling things up. It would keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. If nobody jumped in and did anything, it would just get so big, it would take over the entire world, right? That's what these companies are doing. Yeah, the natural course is they'll get bigger and bigger and bigger, but that's not good. Like Mike is saying, for competition and for innovation, it's not good to have fewer and fewer companies and controlling everything.
Yeah, I just think that, Facebook is going to want a piece of Amazon, so they're going to do things to stunt them. That'll bring Amazon down. I think that these things will weed themselves out. I don't even use some of the products that you're talking about, some of the services.
I don't have an Apple.
I don't use Instagram. I don't use Twitter. I don't use Tumblr. I don't use a lot of them.
But you do use Grindr a lot.
I use Grindr daily.
Okay.
We're not the target audience.
But Facebook also owns WhatsApp. So if you're using one of those, though, if you're using Facebook, they'll either get you with Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp. Somewhere in there, you're going
I
to
have both
be
of
using one
those.
of their products.
I use Facebook and WhatsApp.
As long as
Zeus-
they have your info,
What the hell is
then
what?
they can transfer that info to Instagram. Same thing
Mhm.
with Google. They got your info and your data somewhere in that pipeline, so they can extract that, mine it, sell it, and use it to create their own product.
I've got some heartbreaking news for everyone. We are not the target demographic. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Speak for yourself.
Actually, I think everybody is the target demographic. I
To a
see.
degree.
I
But
see
most purchasing is done by much younger people. And it's
That's
more
still
impulse.
true.
I believe so. I mean, I don't have the latest, but
And it was mostly women, right? That was the
Mhm.
thing.
Don't be
Yeah.
sexist, Tom.
Women would do most of the, well, that's the way it was in the old days. They would cater the
Sexist.
advertising to women because they did most of the,
There are no women anymore.
okay, there you
Amazon bought them all.
go.
Now you can get your Amazon Basics women.
Speaking of gender fluid, so let's
Free
talk
shipping.
about Disney.
If they're over 35.
So Disney owns like ABC, right? They own ESPN, and then they bought Pixar, and then they bought Star Wars, and then they bought Marvel, and then they bought something else. I gotta look at my notes.
Muppets.
Oh, Fox was the last one. But did they buy the Muppets as well?
They bought Jim Henson, yeah.
Oh, Jim Henson. So now, then they bought Fox Entertainment, not Fox News. So they
20th
own the
Century
Simpsons
Fox.
now.
Wait,
Yeah.
didn't they also browbeat Sony out of Spider-Man?
No, there was like
Probably.
they both owned, like, it was like a proprietary thing. There was a contract, they could have it for so long. But that also, there's Fox, Disney, and Sony.
Pixar and Star Wars and Marvel.
Right, he just ran all-
ESPN.
Tom and I were talking about this earlier. He doesn't like some of the stuff that Disney's doing, and I'm loving the Marvel.
Okay,
and
Show
some
of
of the
hands,
Star
who's
Wars
happy
stuff.
with what Disney's doing with the Marvel
Love
shows,
it.
the new shows?
It's mixed. My feelings are mixed.
I like
Mandalorian?
WandaVision. I like.
I
Falcon and
like the
Winter Soldier.
WandaVision.
Yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is amazing.
WandaVision, no.
You
Don't like
were
it.
entitled to your
I
opinion, but it got
like
rave
it.
reviews.
I like it. Did you
I
watch?
don't like it.
Did you watch the whole thing? You watched the whole
Yes.
thing?
Yeah, the end with the witch,
Yeah, maybe the end was a
evil
little
witch
weak.
versus the good witch. It
no.
was corny.
The end was a little weak, but the overall show was pretty damn good.
Yeah, but guys, you got to realize Marvel's dealing with B-listers this whole phase now. You already got rid of Thor, the Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man. Like, you're dealing with Wanda and the Vision.
Yeah, but it was good. It was really
but-
good.
But it is what it is. It is what it is.
And I would hardly, I mean, if we want to get
And
comic
until-
nerdy here,
until we
Vision
get
and Scarlet Witch were not B-list characters. They
Oh,
were both
yeah.
Yeah,
Avengers.
they were.
Ah,
yeah, they
what?
were.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Nonsense.
Wait,
Totally
I,
the
I,
definition.
I beg to differ.
I disagree
No.
Those are
completely.
not household names.
Guys,
They
I had
had their own
No,
comic
no.
series.
Of course,
I know.
they're not household names, but in the comics they were,
They were huge.
a standard. I mean,
Yeah.
look. I've got
especially Vision. I mean, when I was a little kid reading the Avengers, I thought he was the Avengers.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like a
He was one of the most
permanent
powerful ones.
fixture.
How about Scarlet Witch was a member of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Her brother's Quicksilver. Their dad's
I
Magneto.
know. Yeah. Hello.
She's not a weak character.
I know. Okay. Whatever. I beg to differ. I'm with Tom.
And now, if you were to say Falcon and the Winter Soldier were B-listers, yeah, but that show freaking rocks.
Guys, we're all waiting for the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. Let's be real.
I'm never going to like a Fantastic Four movie. They're dumb. One of the guys is stretchy, the other one's a rock.
Okay. Well, the X-Men.
But why were they not in the end game? Like you had these whole Fantastic Four and X-Men, like they didn't.
Quick, we need somebody that can stretch really far.
Hey, you
Where
know
were
what?
they?
You know what? It'll be crucial at some point.
The best thing about the Fantastic Four was Doctor Doom.
Yes. That's
You know,
well. They're going to bring him back too, obviously.
That one I could get into, but
They
All
need
right,
to make
wait,
the Secret
wait.
Wars.
Wait, we should put
Make a movie.
We should put Tom back on the tracks here. I mean, I don't know.
Yes. Let's get back to Monopoly.
Okay, so I was just so the point is with Disney, and if you look at what they did with Star Wars and Bad Batch, sorry, Darcy, I'm
It's
not
so
a fan
good.
of Bad Batch either.
Bad Batch is very good.
It's bad. Come on.
Nope.
It's
I don't
for-
know what
even
that-
like children are not happy with it. So
I'm not.
I've
the
not
point
seen
is,
it.
so if you look at what they did, so the problem with Disney now, this is where they get in trouble for me, is with this hive mind. And when they fired Gina Carano, and for no justifiable reason, no good reason really, it was just more of a cancel culture sort of thing. When they did that, I mean, that kind of showed me that you can't have everybody that works for such a large company and all these components of Disney that we just mentioned and laid out. They can't all have the same opinion about everything. And you can't fire people just because they don't have the hive mind opinion.
That I
People
can
that
get
are in
into.
charge.
The business side of it, I can get into. The shaping the zeitgeist part, not so cool on. I don't like them being able to. The cancel culture, Me Too, woke, all
Wait.
this stuff, and I'm just over it.
Do you guys remember on South Park when Randy Marsh went to China with Mickey Mouse and all the Avengers?
Didn't watch that one.
You got to look up an episode called Made in China.
I mean,
You have-
there's something.
You have to.
Comedy Central, I mean, they've maintained their integrity. They still show South Park and South, and those guys fuck against the system completely.
The
There
only
are-
one.
What?
They're the only show that can still do what they do, and now they're not even doing it. They put out like one special every like 6-7 months on HBO Max.
They're not doing new ones?
No, and also HBO Max, when they got South Park, they banned like 5 episodes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And
That does
NBC is
bother
doing
me.
the same thing. So NBC bought WWE Network. I don't know if you guys are wrestling fans like me. So all of those old videos and matches that were on the WWE Network, now you have to go on to NBC Peacock to watch those. But what they're doing is they're going through all of these years and years of wrestling matches, and they're pulling out things that they think are questionable to them for their
Wow.
taste.
Wow.
Yeah, so things like the Roddy Piper, remember that Roddy Piper match against Bad News Brown, where he had like the half black and half white face?
Yeah.
No, or or like the ref. One thing that the woke people are always upset about is in wrestling they used to always like refer to the Pearl Harbor. Oh, he Pearl Harbored that guy, which is when you like attack somebody from behind, like before the match starts. So they always thought that that was anti-Asian, which it wasn't really. I mean, it was a historical. Pearl
It's a
Harbor
sneak
was
attack,
attacking somebody before the war actually started.
Oh,
before
they
they
could have come up
actually-
with something way more offensive than Pearl Harbor.
You know, there probably was, but just things like that. I mean, NBC is now, they're combing through the entire catalog that they purchased for like $1 billion, and they're taking out all this stuff that's in there from years and years ago. So this is happening across
that's
different
a-
platforms. It's not just Disney.
Well, that happened with CNN too.
What did CNN do?
I don't know. I think it's Hulu or somebody had like all the old episodes of the Larry King show.
Yeah.
And
What was offensive in Larry King?
no, there was an episode and they screwed up because they actually like went back and changed the numbers. There was an episode. Do you remember the chick Tara Reid who accused Joe Biden of doing something?
I don't know about
Tara
that,
Reid?
but I know who Tara Reid is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, not that Tara
It was
Reid.
an actress.
Oh, okay.
No, this was like an intern or a staff aide. Mike knows what I'm
Sure.
talking
Mhm.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she accused him of like groping her on in the Capitol, and like they had politicians on Larry King Live talking about sexual harassment, and the woman's mother from California called up,
Oh, yeah.
and they actually
In the time it happened, like 94
right,
or
like
whatever.
the day after, and they removed the episode from their archives, and they actually shifted the number of episodes so that one doesn't exist.
Oof.
But somebody had like a copy of it, and I remember somebody on TV like showed it, and it was pretty effed up. But the fact that somebody went back in the archives and like got rid of it,
Yeah.
and then altered the numbers, like
I
it's
heard
one.
recently the you know that image of the Chinese guy standing in front of the tank.
Oh yeah.
So
Tank
they were
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
if
yeah.
you tried to like look that up, it wasn't showing up in the search results.
on the anniversary
Yeah, people were accusing them of so that I mean people
in the
are like,
U.S., not
oh,
just in China. It's never
Wait.
available in China.
Wait, what? Google?
Bing.
Oh, Bing. I don't know anything.
Disney is actively removes scenes with black people in order to appeal to the Chinese audiences.
Well, they also add more Chinese people supposedly to scenes too.
how does that appeal? Because Chinese loves like the NBA.
Well, it has something to do with just
interact?
there aren't that many black people in China, so I don't know. They do it. They've done it in huge blockbuster films.
It's weird. I didn't know about that. But
Well,
how did because the NBA has a big relationship with China. So how are they like putting that on? Are they like editing out like
They
all
have big,
like
they have big
99%
relationship
of the
with Chinese government, maybe, but that, I don't know, maybe not what the people find appealing. I don't know.
So when they watch it on Chinese television, it's just Yao Ming basically playing one-on-one.
It's all yeah, Ming. Everyone's digital.
No. It's Yao Ming and that kid who used to play for the Knicks, whatever the hell his name is.
Jason Williams.
No, there was
Lee.
Oh, the Lynn
Yeah,
Lynn Sanity.
yeah, Linsanity, right.
Okay.
Good call.
You guys are talking basketball. I got nothing.
Yeah. Oh, there he is, Tiananmen Square. Look at that.
Remember
I
that
have
when
to Google that.
the tank would like jig to the left and he would
Yeah.
like jig to the left?
A badass motherfucker.
He's
That guy
holding
was
his grocery
badass,
bags.
man.
Yeah, I love that he's like carrying a shopping bag with him.
He's got his like milk and bread.
No, you get out of my way.
Yeah, what about Jason? What about pictures of what was going on in Hong Kong last year? Like, do we have anything of that, or has that been banned too? People getting shot in the street?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. No.
Nothing's going on in Hong Kong.
Do you guys remember that one guy in Hong Kong? He was like, Donald Trump, don't trust China. China is asshole.
Well, let's
I heard
do
that.
accents.
That is asshole.
Somebody made like a whole music video about that with the Gangnam Style or something.
Yeah.
Gundam style, yeah.
I bet you that's gone too. There's no way you can find it.
Gundam style, why not?
No, I
No,
mean
the parody.
I mean the one with the parody with the China is asshole.
I gotta find that. I don't know.
But also, Tom, wasn't there like a wannabe Twitter that got shut down by all of them?
Parlor.
like Parlor.
Parlor, yeah.
Parler.
they were on AWS.
Parler, they were on Amazon servers. So Amazon not only has their own platform, but they have the servers and they're holding other companies on these on their servers.
They were in the
They shut them down.
the Google App Store or whatever they call it, the Play Store on my app.
They took
the
they
App
took them
Store
off
on
the App
Apple.
Store and then they took them off their servers
Right.
under the guise that that's where all the stuff that happened on January 6th was organized, when anyone with 2 brain cells knows it was like probably 95% on Facebook and Twitter, but they didn't shut those guys
Or
down.
text.
Or
No.
I'm just saying it wasn't on Parlor, man. I mean,
It wasn't-
Parlor
it
is a
wasn't
fraction.
limited to
But
Parler.
Parler was kicked off of that stuff before January 6th.
I thought so too.
Mm,
Yeah.
Oh, was it before?
Yeah, it was before. They were kicked off of that stuff before, and they were looking for their own, like some other server or service or something like that. And I can't remember if they got something up or not.
They're back up now. I mean,
Yeah, they're back up now because they, there's a lot of heat. What about 4chan? Is that a real thing? I always hear about that.
4chan is
4chan's a whole, that's like our gateway to the dark net.
yeah.
That's like you want something tapped into
thought-
the
I thought it was like Reddit, only like more.
no.
No?
It's like I
One
couldn't
of the
even.
best quotes from this show was Jack. We were talking about the dark web, and he said, "Isn't the dark web just stuff that nobody can watch like us?"
All
Yeah.
right.
Just a point.
So,
Well, hold on.
we are the dark web. Tom.
Right.
Dark-
Parler was pulled off after January 6th.
After January 6th.
It went offline after Amazon withdrew its support in the wake of the deadly U.S. Capitol riot last week.
So there is a
yeah,
interesting story behind
One
4chan.
rider died. Nothing. Forget it.
So 4chan is like basically where you can go and get anything that you couldn't get. Remember a website called Consumption Junction?
No.
Or Smoking Gun?
Is that a part of the Silk
Remember
Road
Smoking
thing?
Gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the
We're
Silk
like-
Road?
I remember.
Just
smoking.
basically where if you wanted to see if you wanted to see like an execution or something, you would go to 4chan and you're gonna find it somewhere there. If you wanted to see, some bizarre scat porn or whatever, that's where you would go.
That's where you should go.
You sound like an expert on this.
No, because there's an interesting story about it. So the kid that created it, he's handicapped. He's got like this weird disease where he's like his bones turn to mush. He's like Mr. Glass from
Okay.
the Unbreakable.
Yeah.
And he created it because he wanted to have a platform that wasn't regulated and did all that. And it's still doing it, but now there's like 8chan and 6chan. There's all these other ones, but basically he feels horrible for having created it because it's become a very bad thing. I mean, you can go right to it, but I guarantee you're going to get Patriot Acted on that one because it's a little bit squirrely. If you're going there, you're usually not going there for good things.
Yeah, but don't go to any dark web services unless you're ready to be really looked at. Yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Right.
You notice we got our second wrist slap with our last episode.
No.
If you pull up our last episode, there's a thing on there that says, okay, click here. This is a big banner about go here to read the CDC's explanation about the origin of COVID.
Yeah, that is.
Wow.
That's our second.
So we got
Are you
dinged twice
kidding
now.
me?
Honestly, that's what we need. We need one of those to hit, but not be.
How ironic is that, man?
Yeah, well,
Unbelievable.
They're
Yeah,
paying attention to us.
yeah, but Tom, they didn't pull it off YouTube yet, as far as we know, so we're okay.
It was still there, but it's a powerful platform. If we get kicked off of YouTube, we can try Rumble, but it's just not the same.
But we should be trying Rumble anyway. We need to be really getting more exposure, but that's not a big deal. Like I said, there's no such thing as bad publicity. We just have to maintain some.
Well,
It's not publicity. They remove you.
Yeah, it's
That's
the opposite of
publicity.
It's the opposite
No,
of
no, no.
publicity.
But this didn't
There is
piss off. So
no. Well, like I said, last week, I remember even saying I thought that the controversial thumbnail might do it, and it didn't. And so
I think it's just the title of the episode.
Yeah,
Can I
well,
Put COVID in there.
Can I just say
Yeah.
something? How fucking chilling it is that we're even having this conversation. Is that fucked up? That we're just six dudes doing this podcast and some algorithm or whatever slapped a fucking warning on there.
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that fucked up?
no,
I'm sorry for cursing, but I mean,
No.
is it
That's
a
not-
warning or is
sucks,
it just
man.
a redirect to find out more information about it?
whatever.
I think
It
it's
sucks.
it's a redirect. But we also got one for Flat Earth.
I know. I know. I'm just saying. It's I don't
The
know.
damn Chinese are out to get us.
So that puts our
Well-
story about the Wuhan lab origin in the same context as flat Earth. They kind of bunch it together.
Oh yes,
Well,
they
this
do.
is all bullshit.
How about
Here's
a
the real
social
story.
experiment? We
Hey, you
start
know
up a
what?
conspiracy theory channel and see how long it lasts.
No, I think that we should shoot for more of these label stamps on our videos. I'm all
Let's see how
for it.
many we can get.
I'm all for it. I think, and then also as far as exposure, Zeus, thanks to you in large part, like when I post this stuff on Facebook, at least there's more people that are forced to see that we've made another video. Whereas YouTube, it's me and maybe two other of you.
Yeah.
I've been watching them on
Well, we'll talk about it after the show, but there's some news as far as that network and all. We're gonna roll with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
I hope it's good news.
back to the topic at hand. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of monopolies. I'm also not a big fan of yellow journalism. Everything is kind of squirrely. We're in a very weird place in the world right now. I'm terrified for the kids. I mean, they don't even know how to go outside from sunrise to sunset. They would not know what to do with themselves if you kicked them out the door and told them don't come back till it starts getting dark.
We talked about this. They don't know how to be bored either.
Yeah, they fucking lose their shit.
Yep.
There's some problems I have. Some of the solutions that they're proposing with this legislation. Okay, some things are good. You can prevent the unfair practices and things like that. One of the things they're also proposing, and this I don't understand, they want to have a big, like a giant fee for any of the tech companies that want to merge with another tech company. But think about this. So how does that? So if Google wants to buy Fitbit or whatever, so they pay a giant fee, but who can afford to pay the giant fees? Obviously, the giant company, like Amazon can pay your fees, Google can pay whatever fee. They don't care. But what about the little guys? So if Mike and Tom Technologies wants to merge with Jack and Darcy Technologies, and we got to pay a giant fee, then we're not going to be able to do it. So we're not going to be able to grow to compete with Google or Amazon.
I thought those big fees were just for large companies.
Well, I don't know. I think it's for.
It's not. I don't think they were for mom and pop shops.
See, okay, here's
and all the work that has to be done to decide whether or not that company is a monopoly, that takes man hours. It's
right.
It's
justification. It's basically just bringing in revenue for the government. And the other way they want to do that is they want to have an app tax. So every app that sells, and think about it, who is this going to affect?
Of course they want that.
That's just bringing in more revenue. But Bernie Sanders
but I already
paid
taxes on my apps. All my app purchases, I have never purchased an app on the App Store that I didn't pay taxes on. It shows it right on my purchase.
Well, they're going to increase that.
Well, look, here's another thing to consider when we look at this as trying to drive out the competition. If I was trying to drive out the competition, say I made Xbox controllers,
right?
If I wanted to maliciously, go at them, I would buy a company that has a part that they require that they can't get anywhere else. A semiconductor, look at the Xbox Series X that's out right now. That's what's going on with them, is there's these semiconductors that they can't get enough of, and it's halting the manufacturing. So that's where I'm not forgiving of these big companies kind of pushing the other ones out, but they're also not. They're not. Amazon isn't buying the acid that they use to make batteries so that nobody else can make batteries and only them. What they're probably doing is buying one of these battery manufacturers and relabeling it.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's could go both ways, but I don't know that I necessarily hate that.
It works for you.
It works.
But it doesn't work for the other companies that are trying to sell on that platform. But it works for you. Okay,
they're not buying several battery manufacturers or several mask manufacturers. How do we know that they're not boosting people's business, giving them the ability to provide jobs?
Because we know historically that monopolies are bad. They don't, in the long term, once a monopoly happens, then the innovation slows down and the the development slows down.
Right, because right now the innovation seems to be just buying other companies.
Right.
So that's not
They're
innovation.
making money.
Well,
That's not an innovation.
Right.
I mean, it's not even like we manufacture anything here in the U.S. anymore. Our biggest business is importing. You know what I mean?
That's a big danger. I mean,
Yeah,
what happens if China declares war on us and they just stop sending us all these products?
yeah,
We
like,
get we get everything from China. How
That
are we
would be
going to
like shooting the guy that owes you money.
Oh, we don't want to educate anyone here. Costs too much. We'd rather people come here, get educated, and they go back to their countries.
Okay, well that one I don't know. That one.
That it costs $200,000 to get the proper education to work in a semiconductor factory. We're just not doing it, and the average worker cannot afford to send their kids to that type of school. Can't afford it, right?
Well, I hear the college.
And then we have a large part of the country. A large part of the country thinks that if you're born into a wealthy family, that's the way you get a good education. You weren't born. Your dad couldn't afford it. Oh, you're screwed. So, oh well. And that's where we are. So right now, all those people that are doing that work, they're not Americans.
no,
Right.
And
Well,
we
we're
don't,
importing-
and if
Yeah, we're importing that as well.
if I could snap my finger right now and have 6 factories here in the US, you would not be able to fill those jobs. Not with Americans.
Yeah. That's right.
true. Way to go, Darcy.
Wow, you're depressing.
Well, this is the stuff that I've been bitching
Yeah,
about for years. I mean,
so are you saying
the
that
average
American
person cannot
education is
afford-
not good? Is this what you're saying?
no, our education
Okay.
is awesome. It's
Okay,
just we
good,
can't
good.
afford it. We can't afford it. That's because we need the state to help pay for that,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
The average person cannot afford that.
I will say that
What
at
about
on my
administrative
unit,
costs?
Well, see the thing, and the thing is that the people that are being paid to teach that, what do you want them to do? Okay, so if you get someone that can teach that, that's got to be a person that's from that industry. So you've got to pay them on that level. You can't,
Yeah.
you've got to pay somewhere, or you just don't get good people teaching. Then you don't have the students going there to get that education because it's not a good education.
yeah. See, I'm insulated here. My kid's getting a great education, but I live in Fairfax. It's like one of the best school systems in the U.S.
But he's not learning how to make semiconductors.
Good.
No, but he can't play Fortnite like a beast.
Hey, Darcy, where are you?
Oh, right now I'm at one of my clients in Bethesda.
Is it a dentist?
Yep.
Okay, every time you bend down or something, I
It's
see
orthodontics.
He's an orthodontist, correct? He's an orthodontist.
Okay, all right. I thought you were getting some work done.
No.
All right, good.
Well, I am getting some work done, but
Yeah, you better
Okay.
change that. You're billing right now.
So that's basically what I got for tonight. So any final thoughts from anybody?
No, I mean, I don't.
I think
Me
it's
myself,
worrisome.
go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I think it's worrisome. I think that you're onto something here that's dangerous, and I don't really trust the government to do a lot about it. I really don't. I don't see the bills going anywhere. I know there's one in the Senate too, right? With Senator-
Klobuchar is in
I-
charge over in the Senate.
I thought it was
Oh.
Senator. I thought it was Senator Hawley.
why do you think it won't go anywhere? Where?
I could be
because Facebook helped the Democrats win the election. Twitter helped the Democrats win the election. Why would they slap their hands right now?
It's not going anywhere because there's too much money in our political system, right?
I don't.
So you're
don't
going to get
disagree.
all we're
It's not-
supposed to get are people that are going to give lip service to what people want, and they're going to do what large corporations want.
Honestly, I mean, we're hitting that time, man. All great empires crumble at some point, and it sure feels like there's going to be some kind of revolution. It probably won't be a bloody one. It'll probably be information, and
Yeah, it'll be on 4chan.
yeah, probably. But I mean, the point being is that we're right around that area of, we've been around for what, 17 years? We're going on 300 years.
250.
How long was Rome? About 300 years. You know, so.
Oh yeah, but the government changed. The government changed every time they got a new leader or a new group of leaders. It changed.
That's not happening now.
The government changed every time.
It's changing.
No,
now?
we still have the same constitution. You know, the same operating, the base document. Even though sometimes we just don't follow it, just go kind of ignore it, or whatever, or ignore it for a group of people. You know, so.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
But things do change. Patriot Act is, I mean, if you really want to break it down, that is a unconstitutional.
Well, wait a minute. Also, on the subject of what Tom's talking about tonight, Zeus, I mean, the fact is, with all these like specific companies buying up all social media, we're freedom of speech is kind of going
exactly
bye-bye.
So yeah, Darcy, we are at that point. We're not following the Constitution, not as it was intended. About the only one, and I know it's weird that I'll say this because I like guns, but that's the only one that's ever bothered me is when it was written, the guns that they had shot one bullet in a minute, and now we've got them that will destroy you with 300 bullets in a minute. That I find a little bothersome. But I'm also, you do have to have the weapons to rise up against an unjust leadership. So, I'm torn. But yeah, and Patriot Act doesn't really resemble anything that I think is constitutional. The freedom of speech, like you said, cancel culture was the death of free speech. Honestly, woke and all this other stuff where you can't say something. You're not allowed to be wrong, and who's judging who's wrong? You know what I mean?
You were wrong about the 1 shot per minute thing.
Oh, shut your fat trap. What do you mean? Okay, so 3 bullets a minute, whatever.
No, there were multiple round weapons. There was the earliest design for the Gatling gun was in that.
Yeah, can you carry it around, doofus?
Yes. At the Philadelphia Convention, there was a gun seller who had a prototype weapon that he wanted to sell. That was essentially an automatic firing weapon.
Also, we don't want mandatory buybacks either, Zeus. I mean, come on.
No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm torn on the guns thing. I'm just saying that when it was created, the power of the weapons at that time versus what we're able to do now. Also, was not.
They had cannons and explosives.
Yeah. They had things that were not going to just devastate you. You had to have 300 guys with a gun to get 300 bullets out in a minute.
Yeah, and the whole point of the Second Amendment was so that you would have a way to protect against losing the First Amendment.
And that's why I'm like,
Well, also as far as the woke movement, as far as I know, there's no constitutional amendment that guarantees the right to not be offended.
Right.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It just
but when they can pull your quote unquote platform, and for a lot of businesses, there's a lot of people that's how they make their money. I agree. It's just, they can't.
Look at me. I mean, if we have anything that's questionable, I hate doing this, but like if I say something and I'm like, maybe we better take that off, I hate it.
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
Because
it's ridiculous.
Even if I say something insensitive, it's a joke. I don't mean harm to others.
Who's deciding this stuff?
Them.
That's
the ones we should. It's
ridiculous, man.
The ones we should be pointing our fingers at, not to our left and our right, but the ones that we should be pointing our fingers at, the ones with all the money and all the power.
I don't even like the label slap because it's like when the teacher holds your hand and shows you where the bathroom is, even though you've gone like 100 times. Like, can't we give people the benefit of the doubt that they can figure out whether flat Earth is viable or not?
Right.
How about we let some of that Darwin shit happen?
Yeah.
The guy that took the rocket up to prove there was a flat Earth, and then it crashed, right? And he died.
Like that, something like that. Yeah.
That's natural selection, baby.
Yeah.
Let that shit happen, man.
Evolution, baby.
Did you ever see there's a great one of the Darwin Awards? It was a little while back where this guy, they had a dog, and they were throwing dynamite to kill fish or ice fishing. Yeah. And the guy throws the dynamite out, and the dog runs and fetches it and brings it back to him and blows up. His truck falls under. They all die.
Oh my God!
They were cheating. That's Darwin. We really need to just let some people die. Some people need to fail too, as just as we need to have some kind of litmus test. No Child Left Behind was ridiculous, and it's done us a lot of damage. I'll always believe that everybody is doing exactly the same. Fuck.
That's equity, Zeus.
No, it's not.
I know it's not.
No, it's just it makes me sad. We were like the last generation that might actually, that might fight a little bit, and even that I think we've been beaten down. You know?
That's depressing.
It really is.
Yeah, seriously, this is a depressing podcast.
Make sure to hit that like button and get more of this.
Get more of this stuff. The like button.
Hey, no, it was thought provoking, and we do got to call it out.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm sure there's people with a bigger audience that are doing something similar. But
seriously, wake up.
Yeah. Well, we have the benefit of nobody listening to us, so we can say whatever the fuck we want.
We are the dark web.
Stuff about the origin of COVID and
we found the loophole. If you just yell at the clouds, you're good. You can say whatever you want. Just let me have this one little spot where I can say what I want.
Any cicada update
label
before we go?
I didn't hear him today.
I've seen a couple of them flying around.
Ever since it
it's
rained.
Not much. It's not much.
Oh man, we went away this weekend to Lake Anna and came back, and it was like cicada holocaust, man. The entire front porch was covered with them. I don't know what happened. The peak is over, at least in my area. It was there's bodies. I mean, birds are just catching them out of midair now. It's like not even
big
fair.
Fat birds.
Not even fair. It's ridiculous, man.
I haven't seen one.
You haven't seen one?
Not one.
That's because you don't have a tree within 4 miles of you.
That's true.
It's just paved. It's just all paved.
Concrete jungle. That's funny. So we got anything else, guys? We're gonna wrap it up, or?
Well, one last thing, real quick. I thought when you were posting the topic, Tom, that was gonna relate more to like the movies and like, are the movies going to become more homogenized or what have you?
And we started to get into that with the Disney and the way Disney is handling Star Wars, and that's where this sort of hive mind and the monopoly of thought thing comes into it. Is everything, because Disney movies, they always had this sort of specific, I mean, you knew a Disney
formula,
movie, saw one, a look and feel to it, and if they do that if Star Wars like goes under that umbrella, and Marvel and all these other movies, and they all start to kind of look like that classical Disney image, then we're in trouble.
Well,
they're gonna ban Tarantino movies soon. They're gonna be like in the black.
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna catch something on fire if they do that. Actually, I think his next movie is his last. He said he was gonna do.
Yeah.
10? We were watching The Mandalorian today, and it was interesting because I was thinking about Star Wars, everything Star Wars, and I was like, there's never been a sex scene in any of them. Not that I need to see that, but it is kind of odd.
Well, it was made for
Something
5-year-olds originally.
Huh?
That may have one thing to do with it.
Was it made for 5-year-olds?
Young children. I don't know. I think it
We did
was.
have Princess Leia. Remember when she was chained
Just
to Jabba
getting
the Hutt?
pounded by Chewbacca.
That was Jedi.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom.
No, the closest you got to like a Lady and the Tramp scene was like Empire Strikes Back with Han Solo and Leia on when they're inside the asteroid and they're in a monster's mouth and they don't realize it.
Oh yeah.
Now, Luke did kiss his sister, so there is that.
Oh no, I'm talking about where she calls him a scoundrel and like that's about as romantic schmaltzy as you get
Yeah.
in that.
And then the I love you, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a little bit with Anakin and
Oh, that was
Amidala?
yeah. that was,
We're just talking about Star Wars movies.
yeah, that's right.
Well
But
played.
the Marvel stuff is great too. I mean, honestly, I don't think they're doing that bad of a job. I would like to see it a little more grown up. And like Deadpool's going to go over to him. That I have a problem with because Deadpool was kind of racy and very
No,
racy.
they say they're not going to Ryan Reynolds. They say they're not going to mess with the Deadpool audience, and it's going to be rated R.
Good.
So with Disney, so for example, so they did nix the idea of because for Iron Man Part 3, the director wanted to have he wanted to put in some of the Iron Man alcoholism, but Disney came in and said no, we're
But
not
they
going to have that in there.
You guys said that, but they did have it. There's the scene at the diner.
Not
where
re- no,
I-
he wanted to put it in like more. He really wanted to address it.
yeah, but
Iron
they
Man
did.
3.
But they addressed another huge.
It was so subtle. No, it wasn't.
No.
like
But in
alcohol.
3, they were addressing a whole nother large storyline.
It was
about-
so subtle. I don't remember it. That's why I asked.
Remember,
No,
Pretty subtle. It's
he's
very
sitting on-
subtle.
He's sitting on the sign. He's
It was
trash.
Iron Man. It was Iron Man 2 because he
Yeah.
thought he was going to die and he was drinking like a fish.
Yeah.
And that was it.
How about the whole thing with, China is such a big market for these films that the demands of the CCP, things are flowing in reverse. And now, like what we're seeing is things that are approved by the CCP. You have John Cena
Yeah,
has to
John
get-
Cena had to come out and
get on video
apologize.
and
Oh, what was that
grovel,
about?
like
Had to pretend that Taiwan is not an actual country just to please China.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
I mean, all these
business
it's gotten to the point that it's creative decisions being made in these films
Oh,
to
yeah.
please. I'm not talking about to please the Chinese people. I'm talking about to please the Chinese communist government, which is a whole different thing. And then that's what we're getting because they're like, they got 1 billion people. You guys got 300 million. We're going with these guys. You guys can just watch whatever they're watching.
Yeah.
And
who wants to get in trouble? Okay, raise your hand if you think Taiwan is an actual country.
it is an actual country. The people have a different government. It's the
No,
original.
Darcy doesn't. Darcy's staying out of it. So we're gonna get slapped with our third warning for.
Well, not
saying
as
that
long
Taiwan
as we don't
exists.
put it into the title or.
No,
Taiwan is a country.
I'm going to put it in the title.
Taiwan is a country, man.
I'm putting it in the title.
Put it in the keywords. We'll get hit.
No, don't put it in the keywords. Seriously.
Why are you
I'm afraid of
scared?
the overlords.
Oh my God.
We love China. I'm going to put We Love China.
Woohoo! Go China. Tiananmen, bitch.
But
Yeah,
again,
my laptop, so.
there's a difference if these companies were like, listen, everybody, we just got to let you know, China's got this big market. We're going to cater to what but they don't, it's completely underhanded, deceitful.
Oh, there's no transparency anymore. Everything's opaque. It's
Well,
like,
No, from what I
All
understand
transparency.
about those movies, though, like I had heard this a little while ago that Disney will actually shoot 2 versions of different scenes with different people in the shot, like background people, like scientists or whatever, to fit what China's market is. I think Tom had talked about it earlier too, and then we get the Americanized version of it. And,
that's unnerving.
well, I mean, it just means that the directors have absolutely no say over their product.
Yeah, it's product. It's not art.
Money. It comes down to money.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
a platform.
It's all very depressing, fellas.
Yes, good job,
Give us that
Tom.
like.
Really great topic, Tom. Really great topic.
All right. I think we'll have something more lighter fare next week. So you're hosting next week, Zeus?
Unless
Yes, you
Jason
are.
wants to.
Unless Jason jumps back in.
Why don't we could talk about the one child policy in China? That'll be a light subject.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
There we go.
Yeah,
Let's talk about abortion.
and then we'll break down Sophie's Choice.
There we go.
Oh, she made the wrong
Classic
choice.
cinema.
All right, see you, Jack.
All right, guys.
We're gonna
All
stay
right.
on after this.
No, we've been on for a while, fellas. I think it's time to wrap it up.
Right, we got to talk though after this. Okay. All right. See you guys.
Peace out, everybody. Go China.
Yay, China!
Yay, China!
Woohoo!
Yay!
Ooh,
Made in
China.
China. Good things.
And it's Zeus.
Let's start off with the cicada update.
Holy cow. Dumbest bug on the freaking planet, man. They fly around like they're drunk. And then last night, oh, you got me going. Last night I go out on the balcony just because it's raining, just taking in the air. And there's like 50 of them on my balcony. So now I got to clean them up later because what they do is they just go somewhere and die because they're like the Homer Simpson of bugs.
Right.
Pretty much.
I hate
Get a
them.
bucket. I just like a little dustpan and a bucket. I'm just constantly collecting them.
I don't ever need to see them again. I'll skip the next 17-year one.
I don't know how they fit into Darwin's theory of
Is it almost
because-
over?
I think it's like another week or so. Yeah.
Yeah, it might not be up
It
for
looks like I'm coming back tomorrow, so I was hoping that it's the whole thing.
I haven't
You're,
had a chance to look this up, but someone told me that they don't eat. Do you guys have the 411 on that? Do they not eat?
That's not true at all. One of the benefits of them is that they eat this, like that green algae, not algae, but that green stuff
Pollen.
they see on trees sometimes.
Pollen, right?
No. It's like
Pollen?
mold or moss or no, it's not moss. It's like, have you ever seen it? It's like almost a green staining on the bark sometimes.
kind of, but they eat that apparently.
They eat that, yeah.
So we went to our community pool, and it's surrounded by trees, and I've been hearing them. Obviously everyone's been hearing them, but they were like so thick there. After like 2 hours, I had a headache. I never had headaches. It was so intense and so loud. My daughter was like, I don't know, 10 feet away from me. We couldn't even hear each other talk. That's how loud it was.
I was talking to somebody yesterday because I got to the garden. The wife has started a garden. I think you guys have been there at some point. And I was talking to this guy, real bright kid. And he was saying that in some places they can get as high as 100 decibels, which is like a football stadium.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate them. I cannot stand them.
You're gonna miss them when they're gone, man.
Have you noticed you don't see any birds around? I think they're just sitting in their nest, just engorged with cicadas. Just, I don't know, just being lazy. Just they got all the food they could ever want.
You can't hear the birds. They're out there. You just can't hear them.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. You probably
But I feel
can't.
like I can't see them. I haven't seen them a lot. A couple of cardinals, but that's it.
Well, after I'm wanted to get that update out of the way so we don't miss it at the end. But yeah, Darcy, I think it's probably at least another week or so. I mean, they seem to be peaking.
What are you
I was
laughing
hoping
at,
I'd miss
Jack?
the whole thing.
Me too.
There'll be bodies, man. I love like the headless bodies.
I already had to pay. I had to pay for a handyman to come by and like scoop up as much as he could. There were just carcasses all over the yard. Rebecca's screaming about like how it just smells bad out back. And
Hey, Darcy, what's your audio coming in from? Because you're kind of cutting in and out. It's a little choppy.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
It's my AirPods.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sounds okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you fine.
I thought it was
Okay.
crackling a little bit there. Okay. No problem.
So
I think we should. Sorry, I was gonna say we should get like a shoebox full of cicadas, and we can send them to Jack since he's missing out.
I think they're wild, man. They're really cool.
Nah, I despise them with every fiber of my being.
Just a shoebox full of the dead ones.
Well, I'm not looking forward to the
Thank you,
smell when I
Tom.
get back.
Well, I was getting them out of the pool because they would like fly into the pool or fall out of the tree into the pool, and so I'd pick them up and put them on the edge of the pool, and like 50% of them would walk away, and 50% of them would just turn and walk right back into the pool again. So,
Jack, I'm telling you, you have no idea. They are the stupidest bug. Like,
oh, they're totally stupid.
Like if ants look like Einstein compared.
Aren't they like drunk on sap or something?
They're drunk on something.
Possibly.
I guess because I mean, literally, I could go grab one right now. They don't try and get away. And 9 times out of 10, when you see them, they're lying on their backs, just trying to roll back.
Yeah, if somebody wants to, if you're going to spend time talking about them, somebody should present one on the podcast. There's no doubt about that.
Okay,
Be right back.
I'll track some down, man. They're in my office. They're riding in on people's clothes. They get in the house. They come in on the cat. I mean, they're like,
oh my God, it's fucking terrible.
They'll stow away on you. I had one on me when I got in the car. And
he's got one already.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's horrible.
It's disappeared. There it is.
That's horrible. Is it alive?
Nah, this one's dead. I'm telling you,
it was until he grabbed it.
They've got red eyes, man. They're like got Farkas from Christmas Story. They've got red eyes or yellow eyes. Yeah, red eyes.
First of all, they're creepy as shit looking. I mean, they're really ugly, scary looking bugs.
I saw it. It was terrible.
And they'll fly into you. Again, they don't do anything. It appears as though they don't do anything with any purpose.
There he is.
I love
trying to finish stuff up, man.
If you watch them fly, they're hilarious. If you just sit down for like 10 minutes in the yard and watch them fly around, like unlike other bugs that fly and like land on stuff, these things, like if there's like a tree, they'll like
Bounce
go
into
be like
things.
boing and like bounce off of it. Like they can only land like a third of the time. Otherwise, they're like
so
ricocheting, and they're not fast.
Oh,
I
no.
20 splats on my windshield from them.
They have an
Easily.
on-off button. I don't know if you found this out. My 4-year-old, he would, when they're like on the tree, he'll like press them in the back of the head, and they'll go bzzz, bzzz.
Yeah, they have this weird noise. Like
I did not have to try that. I didn't know
But you
that.
can activate it by pressing them in the back of the head.
Yeah, don't like them. Don't like them.
All right. Well, I didn't mean to take up.
I'm sorry. One question.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, these are the locusts that you like biblically speaking, right? This is the
They're
plague
not
of
locusts.
They're not
No.
locusts.
They're not locusts.
Okay.
Locusts are a whole different.
Hey, Mike, you're the cinema guy. Wasn't that like a 50s giant bug movie, Attack of the Locusts or something?
I mean, Kingdom of the Ants.
There
that's
was
not
something
from the 50s,
with
though.
No, you're thinking of them.
Oh, them. Yeah.
I remember
No, I
this
don't
one
know.
with like these cockroach creatures, and they would get really super hot, like they'd swarm over to people, and then they'd superheat, and that was a really creepy one because they looked like roaches.
No, this was like 50s black and white, and it was like cheap special effects where they just had photos of the bugs crawling
Yeah,
around.
they blew it up. Yeah.
Blew it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Darcy, are you protesting? What's going on down there?
What about one of my favorite just oogie scenes ever in a movie is Creep Show with the roaches. God, that one, it's so disgusting.
Yeah.
That was a great movie, man.
That's a great movie. That's E.G. Marshall, man. He was like an esteemed actor, like when he was younger and shit. He was in 12 Angry Men.
I believe that was Stephen King's first acting role, and he knocked it out of the park, man.
Yeah, he did.
He was great. His was one of the best story. Well, I mean, every story. I'm trying to think if there was one I didn't like.
Doesn't he find the meteor or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I won't screw this up this time.
Yeah, he's great in it. He's great.
He's terrific in it.
Yeah. Jordy Vera.
Wow.
Jordy Vera.
So, Mike, what are we talking about this week?
So it may be a little bit of a retread, but again, this is more like, you guys know I'm interested in like media and propaganda in general, like historically, not just current.
Now.
I'm sorry?
I said not just now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just now.
Oh.
Yeah.
One last thing. What's going on with the network?
What network?
The promotion.
The promotion.
Should we talk about that right now?
Yeah, we'll talk about
recording.
We'll talk about it later. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
So anyway, it's something that just interests me, and I'm also not. I love talking about conspiracy theorists, but I'm not a big believer in conspiracy theorists because it's very hard to get any group of people to row in the same direction on anything. So this whole dynamic of like where, personally, my opinion of where our media is and like what's driving it, and is someone behind it, is a group behind it, whatever. I read this article that came out May 5th. It has to do about COVID. And again, I don't, if we want to get into the political stuff, that's fine, but that's not my intent. The reason this article caught my attention is, without question, this virus is the biggest news story of the century so far. I think
Probably of our lives, yeah.
Yeah, possibly of our lives, but definitely of the 21st century. And we're sitting here now, say this article came out last month, about a month ago, about, I don't know, 14, 15, 16 months after this pandemic really started. And it's the first thing I've read, and I've been actively trying to find out answers to things. It's the first article I've personally read that kind of just crystallized and put a lot of stuff together in a kind of just fact-based. I'm just presenting the information. I'm not trying to draw conclusions, although he does draw some conclusions. And it just got me thinking of like, how is it that we have so many media outlets, so many people employed as quote unquote journalists, in newspaper, TV, not just the United States, around the world. And this level of research and investigation is done by a guy who's retired. He used to be the science editor for the New York Times, among other positions. He's over 80 years old. He's retired. And he just had questions that he wasn't seeing answered. So he basically came out of retirement, didn't get a grant, wasn't paid, just decided to do his own research, and found out and all this information and put all these pieces together. And I thought, like, when I read it, it was fascinating. And on the other hand, I was like, what a disservice we're living with our, like, why couldn't a lot of this stuff have been brought out? And he gets into things in there about possible cover-ups thing. I'm not necessarily going to get into that, but it was just troubling. Like, why are we still asking these questions 14, 15 months later? And it got me thinking. I mean, obviously we've talked about this before, the media, at least in the United States, just speak with the United States, pretty much everything you see, everything you hear, and everything you read is produced by one of 4 companies in our country. Yeah. I'm sorry.
There you go. And it's easy to go to the whoever it is. If you misspeak something, it's very easy to be sued, right? So you're liable. And you can have something like that turn into $100 million for someone, depending on what you're saying and how you say it. So it's just it's easy to stay away from it. And also you can't go out on your own. So it's not like was it Bernstein and whatever with the whole you just don't. It's not that way anymore. It's not independent. It's so you can't. It's too much of a liability.
Here's the part that's alarming to me is we got nowhere to go. We got no real, like, you have to deep dive to get anything that hopefully is facts. Like, even this guy that you got, who knows? Is he on somebody's dime? I mean,
well, let me finish though. So, and to Darcy's point, I agree to an extent, but there are journalists, which I would call like classical journalists. I mean, people that they don't have they may have an ideological bent, but they really try to keep it out of their writing. They source things. They get 3 sources. They check things. They
try to maintain
they do the work. And this guy is one of them. And again, I know it's a long read. To me, it's fascinating to read it, but I don't. No one's coming out a month later and accusing this guy of any lying or not sourcing. No one's accusing him of any sort of wrongdoing because he sourced the holy crap out of this thing and he has the receipts. So it's not something that you can just dismiss because he took a year, to write it, and it's like 50 pages long. So the thing that I started thinking about was,
the thing that we should look at with this also is that did it on his own dime, 50
Correct.
pages. He's obviously doing this with intent. He has invested himself into it. So to that point, I'm going to say that gives it a lot of credibility.
Well,
sorry, who are you talking about? Let's tell the audience.
Okay. So the article. Okay, so the person we're talking about in this part is.
I got it pulled up if you want.
He's a guy named Nicholas Wade. He is he's an investigative journalist specializing in science. I saw 2 interviews with him, and he basically did this on his own because he was upset that this story was not being researched and covered. So the name of the article is "The Origin of COVID: Did People or Nature Open Pandora's Box at Wuhan? And it was published May 5th in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. And so as I read through this, it started to dawn on me, and this gets back to the whole conspiracy theory thing. I think the people who he kind of calls out as, he does kind of accuse them, I guess, of being culpable in obfuscating and kind of like not being completely forthright and lying about some of these early details. I don't think that a lot of this would have happened if they knew that there was a vigorous media and a vigorous press out there that were checking them. I think we're in this second wave of this as a destructive feature of our society now, in that because the media is so just not doing its job, and I mean the job of journalism, I mean, what people go to journalism school to learn, because that's not happening, there are other people who, may not try to steal the cookie from the cookie jar, but now that they realize no one's looking, they're doing it. It's making things even worse, because people that normally may not involve themselves in such a scheme to try to cover things up are giving it a whirl, because they realize that if you are on the quote unquote correct side of whatever the narrative is of the day, and again, that no one's going to critically look at you or critically examine your story. And the fact that, again, this is about COVID, the biggest story of close, if not the biggest story of our lifetimes, definitely of the century, and that what this guy is writing about went untold for this long, and how so many things that we know now to be unproven were pushed and pushed to the point of, if you disagreed with them, or if newspapers disagreed with them, or people that were doing research disagreed with them, they were deplatformed. I mean, that's how pervasive it was. So I don't think it's a big I don't really believe in like this gigantic conspiracy. I'm just saying what's starting to dawn on me is that because our media is so broken, it's creating an opportunistic situation for all kinds of other shitty things.
See, here's the thing though, it's not broken. They're doing exactly what they want to do. I mean, as the job. You're all fuzzy, by the way, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I mean, when I say broken or not doing.
Put your hand close and then go back and see if that changes anything. Then bring it back. Maybe. No.
Actually, this is actually the way I look now.
He's got coronavirus.
He's being deplatformed as we speak.
Obfuscation, man.
This is ridiculous. No, okay, I'll try the other. Hold on.
Somebody's trying to silence you, Mike.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
No, Mike is pixelated for his own protection.
There you go.
I just went to my old camera.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, and here's the thing.
On that.
We're short of becoming president ourselves. By the way, Wilkes Allen 2024. We're never gonna know, because we're never gonna know whether this was the worst thing that ever hit us, or it was a complete whitewash BS, not as bad as they make it seem.
I think we will know.
Well, whoever, if we were to find that out, it'd be pitchforks and torches, man.
Yeah, but that should be happening already.
That's part of the danger. And I mentioned this to Zeus, it was actually earlier today, but I got started on a little bit of things. But my concern is, and I think everyone can agree, I mean, and when I mean everyone, not just us, I mean everyone. I think it's crucial that we do find out what the origins of this thing, what it was, like where it came from. I mean,
just to know, yeah.
Just to know. I mean, whatever the circumstances are, we have to know that to prevent it. And
Yeah, everyone wants to know.
I think
So
everyone
here's the
wants
thing about this,
to
though.
know that.
Quoting the X-Files, remember the smoking man?
Oh yeah.
He had
Cigarettes.
he had this
Yeah.
cohort that he would walk around with, and one day they said something, and I kind of think about this. It's kind of like aliens, or if this is a huge conspiracy. They say, smoking man looks over to the guy next to him. He's like, we change history all the time, and nobody's ever gonna know us. And I do believe, to a certain degree, that sometimes those people in power, wise decision or no, perhaps sometimes they hold back what would, just pummel the zeitgeist at the time. Like if we found out that, consider this, what if we found out that not only did it come from a lab in China, but their intent was exactly what happened?
Yep.
People would be dying in the streets. There are already people attacking Asian people right now. So my point being is, we're never going to know. We have our assumptions. We can deduce a lot, but at the end of it all, I can tell you, I think that everybody got it. Like everybody got it. And it just didn't affect everybody the same. Some people might even just be immune to it naturally. They're just healthy.
No, we know that based on the numbers. They thought we'd lose like over 2 million people.
But those numbers are what I question all the time.
Well, me too.
Don't believe them.
No, that's a different thing though. But
how do we know how can we use the numbers as a reference if we don't trust the numbers?
No, the 2 million, that was without social distancing and without masks. So once you put those things into place, it's going to come down from the 2 million.
But now we know from the emails that the masks always were completely useless. And
we knew that from go.
Also know that outdoor treatment of the virus was better for you than bringing the shit home and having everybody locked in with your family. Like,
I think it was the opposite. I think he said the mask didn't work. This is Fauci we're talking about.
Right.
He said that on purpose because he wanted the mask to be available to the researchers and the nurses.
Yeah.
So he was purposely lying to the public, which he's did a couple times. So he's kind of like stepped in it a couple times there. But the mask did work, but he was telling you that they didn't.
And they're not supposed to prevent you from getting it. They're supposed to prevent you from giving it to
somebody.
Sending out. But here's the thing: those paper masks, the ones that most of us that you see in the hospital, the disposable ones, those, like, doctors use those and they throw them away after 20 minutes. That is the recommendation. They're no longer useful after.
Not to wear them for days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I've got like 60 of them in my car.
To me, the thing that, when I say terrifies me, I mean really terrifies me about this whole scenario. And I was just curious because you hear these numbers all the time, and I'm not saying Gallup is, the bee's knees or the arbiter of truth or
Watch
anything.
your language.
But this was a poll from September, and I just found this stunning.
Is Darcy pulling something out of the ocean?
What? No.
He's playing God.
He's got the whole world.
Like 4 out of 10 adults in America reported that they trust the media a great deal or a fair amount. So 4 out of 10. 6 out of 10 said they believe the media not very much or none at all. That's 6 out of 10. So the thing that terrifies me, and again, that's, say what you want about anything. If you have 6 out of 10 people in your country not believing like what's being reported, that's a problem. And if we have enough, which I believe we will at some point, hopefully not in our lifetimes, but I think we will.
We had AIDS like 20 years ago, and that was
one third of Americans can't tell you which countries border the U.S. So
no, I got you, but that number,
this
has been a rolling poll yearly since 1972, and we aren't just we're at the very lowest of trust, and it's not gradual. It's going like this. So
but you understand why that is, right?
I know many reasons why that is. For
I
things
think
like
I
this.
think the number one reason is because you can go on the internet and whatever opinion you have, you can find that, and you can find a group of people that believe that,
And go right down that rabbit hole. Yeah. Into that echo chamber.
This goes back to
So-
my numbers that I gave you before, Mike, of 20% on the right, 20% on the left. Well,
somewhere in
the
between,
opposite,
that's a
60
fallacy.
in the middle,
That's a fallacy.
There's some real thinkers on two sides.
Sometimes some things can be all a lie and something be all the truth, and it's that's a fallacy. I had friends that come to me with new ideas, and I'm like, okay, so where'd you get that information from? And they point me to some website that it's like, did you look at the stuff along the sides of the screen? It's like, yeah, Hillary Clinton had his daughter or something had an alien baby, or it's like context. It's like you gotta kind of.
I think and Darcy, I think I agree. I mean, that is definitely a percentage, but there's also a percentage of people, and I'm just saying general people, whatever their political spectrum is, whatever you're watching, whatever station you're watching, it's the stuff that's not reported that to me is the most egregious. Like, because if you do read multiple sources and you go to like more conservative sites, it's like Fox News was all about the Obama birther thing or whatever, and then you see stuff not getting reported elsewhere, vice versa. That's always been very, very telling to me. And I thought about there's a guy I know who I can't talk about, but anyway, he works in like national security, and he's always telling me, he's like, there's so much data that the government collects on people, and it's the new way of doing it, right? They don't do it themselves because there's so many laws against it, but they purchase it from these other companies that are collecting the data on us, right? So in a lot of ways, I started thinking about that model, and I did a little diagram, and I was like, yeah, you've got your content creators of media, which are these 4 big companies. You've got your distribution, which is basically your social media, because you have TV, you have newspapers, but most people experience TV and newspapers, magazines online, like Yahoo News, Facebook news streams, Twitter.
It's all on demand. It's on demand.
It's on demand. So you've got your content creators, you got your distribution, and then you have the government that's regulating it or not regulating it because they get to keep their hands off of it. No, it's not us. It's private companies doing it.
Yeah,
right?
but we'd be foolish to think there weren't operatives from the government that work within the news sources. That's not even conspiratorial.
No, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying we have either backed into or someone, Dr. Evil created it. I don't really care how it came about, but we are definitely in this structure right now where no one is responsible. No one is culpable, right? Because the government's like, hey man, we're not infringing on your freedom of speech. Twitter, I know Twitter just banished you, but all of the information is going through the social net. That's how people get the news. And the newspapers, in Australia, they're going after Facebook, wanting money because they're like, hey, we're creating all this content and you're just ripping it and putting it online. It's a whole new dynamic. It's a whole different dynamic where everyone can just put their hands up. Oh, we don't know nothing about nothing. But together, it's diabolical. It really is.
Right, but I mean, I think the gist of your point is that you're convinced that that's happening, correct? Like Zeus
I can see it. I mean, yes, I am to me, that's kind of how I make sense of it.
No, I agree. Yeah. But then I think we've touched on this I think we did it from podcast number 1 about how the media works, about how they can control the narrative and everything. I think it was very early on. And I think what we tried to figure out is, let's say that, and you have CBS Viacom, you have NBC Universal, you've got Disney, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've
and
got
AT&T.
You got AT&T, right? And Time Warner's in there somewhere.
They're owned by AT&T.
Right, they're run by AT&T. And then you also have, the Murdochs, you have Fox News. And, they've got opinion shows that have been saying this shit, by the way, for about a year. And they're the only ones. And then people will scoff, oh, well, they're the contrarian. They're the alternate source. Like, if you like that kind of thing. But the thing we were trying to figure out is if there is a cabal here, because you're right about Section 230 and how the social media platforms are in bed with corporate media, the legacy media, like in a way they are now, like they've never been. And that's why you have your Twitter and your Facebook and your Amazon, rather Google, ABC Corporation, whatever it's called. Like they run that, right? You got major companies that run the major social media, Zuckerberg, Bezos, etc. If they're in bed with the legacy news companies, the four that you mentioned, and the government's either in bed with them too, or they just aren't paying attention, which nobody believes. They're clearly in bed together. What I'm saying is you have to figure out, and I was trying to ask this the last time, what is the end game?
Yeah,
Like,
that's the big question.
Yeah.
So, is anybody familiar with what's called the invisible hand theory? It's like a
like the
philosophy that some people follow. Now I can see your hand, Tom. Don't be. But whoa, it disappeared. So invisible hand theory is basically they just let things happen as they're going to happen. But the thing is again, I've said this before. Nothing is. I don't think things are being. I don't think there's conspiracies. I think there's choreography. I think that they guide us one way. They've seen how we act about bread and toilet paper. Why not make something bigger?
Well, opportunism, opportunistic behavior. I mean, like I said, getting back to the article, one of Mr. Wade's, postulations is that this guy who was in charge of a lot of funding for the Wuhan lab, when this thing got out, no one's saying that he did it on purpose, right?
This guy seems to be the villain of this story. If this was like a movie,
what's his name?
He would be
let me find his name. But the point is, he was funding a lot of this gain of function research, and when shit hit the fan, gain of function research is when labs take, in this case, a coronavirus that has either very little or none. I don't think it's none, but very little lethality, and they work with it genetically to increase its lethality for the purpose of then having it available to work on to create antidotes and vaccines against it, so that if anything like it ever gets out, we've already kind of done the research. So it's on its surface, it's a very noble thing, right? But the fact that this guy was knowingly, and they've got him dead to rights. I mean, in his own writing, he knows that that's what he was doing. And then when everything hit the fan, he just clammed up. Like everyone's like, "Oh, where could this have come from?" And he was just like completely silent about it.
But you're saying that he was altruistic with his intent.
Well, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
He wasn't silent.
I'm not saying I agree with gain of function. Research, but
he actively tried to mislead everybody.
Yeah,
but was he trying to create a virus to kill 500? I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. That's a whole other story.
Sinister.
I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt that he was doing it for noble purposes. But whether it leaked from the lab or not, but once it was out, whether it came from an animal or not, this is a guy who's sitting on a ton of information about and knowing that this research is being done, and he zipped, and the Chinese government zipped, and everyone just got quiet. And the Chinese scientists that were aware of it, they got zipped. I mean, it was like you couldn't talk about it. And I'm not saying that at the time it would be irresponsible to say, "Oh, this definitely came from a lab." But when you're not even allowed to discuss it, I mean, that's a whole other situation. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. You've had that up there before.
Yeah.
Yeah. dude, like I said, we just gotta suck it up and know that this is what we got. We're not going to know anymore. We can, and even this is, just he wasn't the only one that knew.
Right.
Sure.
Correct.
His phones were being tapped. Was he American?
Yes.
He was from New
Patriot
York.
Act. They can get all the.
And again, here, getting back to the
No, their funding relied on.
their funding relied on him. He was getting funded by the NIH.
He actually lied. So did Mike Scout.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this guy Dashik, according to the article anyway, so the government grant from NIH went to him, then he subcontracted it to Wuhan. And then when the virus broke out, he was one of the representatives for WHO that was investigating the origins of the virus.
And
So
he
he was
already knew.
pointing his finger the other way.
Right. So
saying, no, it didn't come from my lab. It came from the wet market over there.
And he
Right.
could have been
He had
totally,
no evidence to say that.
and he could be totally innocent and just trying to dodge it. He had his hand in a cookie jar and he just doesn't want to get caught and get in trouble.
That's
Who
not
knows? I mean,
Sounds far more likely.
He's withholding information.
he was
So it's-
withholding information at the very least.
And his,
But
his
that's worse
purpose,
than
he's
lying
covering
in
his
so
own
many ways.
Yeah. So was
But
Scout.
here,
That's why,
when I'm talking about, and it's not just a minor point. When I talk about how important it is to a free and civil society to have quality journalism, whatever that manifests its way, I really think it's a possibility. This guy, if he had the mindset that there were going to be Wood and Bernstein and who's the other guy? If he was going to have these gumshoes on his tail, that he knew he was going to have the screws turned, right, and bamboo put under his finger, or whatever, he was going to get investigated, he probably wouldn't have done this. But he knew that our media coverage is bullshit and that he could just say whatever he wants, and no one even called the guy. I mean, this Nicholas Wade guy, he didn't have to do like deep throat, like hiding out in a parking garage. This was all readily available. He just connected the dots. This was all like things that were readily already reported on as separate stories. He just pulled it together. And again, these Fauci emails that just came out, they buttress a ton of what's in this article, like completely separate source. He didn't even have access to that.
Right. Nobody did.
I mean, it's pretty compelling, to say the least. But my concern is, again, if we don't have a decent press, a fourth estate, which is there to keep the government in check and protect the people by providing unbiased, and it's always going to be biased to a degree. There's always going to be bias in some difference between bias and driving a narrative. And if our media is so just destroyed, it opens the doors for people, whether this guy had nefarious reasons or not, or whether he was just covering his ass. It opens the door for all kinds of other people to just try to get away with stuff because they know they're not going to get caught. And that is a whole other level of danger. This isn't just like, I don't like CNN or Fox News sucks. This is like so much more important and so much more serious than that on a lot of different levels. And we're going to
Actually,
have
I think the thing that's the most dangerous is that out of all the post-industrial countries,
Here we go.
we're the one that did the worst at it. And I think
journalism?
if no, I'm talking about as far as us wanting to help each other, just regular,
with the virus.
regular guy. Yeah, it was just I don't even get it. I don't get it.
I don't
So-
agree with it, but I do get it to a degree, because you have there's such a polarization in our media that people have had evidence that they're being lied to through especially recent history. So when they're already primed to be suspicious, that's, again, this is another unintended consequence. That's the danger of it. Like, people are like, oh, there's a government's telling me this. Fuck that. The government, they've been lying to me for whatever about this over here, and they have proof. It's not just like their opinion. So it's dangerous because it basically doesn't allow a society to kind of work together, because there's so many other interests that have been proven to be deceitful in the past. And when people pick up that someone's being deceitful to them, I mean, think about your interpersonal relationships. I give people the benefit of the doubt right out of the gate as a stranger. I mean, it's just the way I am. I know some people are the other way. However, if someone is being deceitful or lying to me, that's it, right? And people are like that with media, and people are like that with their government and other things. They're not very forgiving.
There's been a couple
whether it's accurate or not, Darcy. I mean, whether their opinion is correct or not. I'm just saying, if they feel that way, they are hyper skeptical, and that's the danger. And I think a lot of people, and again, I'm not, you know my opinions on a lot of this stuff, but people that are walking in like, I'm not wearing a mask because fuck you, like, that's fucked up, right? I mean, why do people?
Look, here's the reason why. Here's the reason why it was easy for me to take this seriously, was because they were warning white people about it, and I'm gonna be honest with you. So I was like,
it's
look,
like, it must
they're
be
warning
serious.
white people about it. You had better pay attention.
Well, here's the thing. Most people aren't aware of this, but the pangolins are notoriously racist.
Is that what that is? Is that the pangolin?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I can't figure out who they hate though.
Who hates?
I mean, do they hate white people? Do they hate Asian people? Do they hate all people? Like,
pangolins?
Yeah, pangolins.
They hate anybody that doesn't look like prehistoric creature.
Oh, that's all of us, really.
They really are. They're kind of cool looking, actually.
Yeah, they're humanists.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Are they related to armadillo?
No, they're more like an anteater, but they got this weird. It almost looks like tree bark, doesn't it?
I've never seen one of those in my life, man.
Right?
I don't think we
Might actually be carrying.
Looks like a pine cone.
I hadn't seen one until last year.
I think they're cool as hell. I was looking at some videos of them, and they're like very docile, sweet creatures, but they cough on you. It's the weirdest thing. I'm just kidding. No, but they're very docile. They're from all I can tell, very sweet.
And also, but as far as like what Darcy's saying, I think the reason why it was like a dog-eat-dog, Old West kind of world. I mean, if you look at 2020, really, in retrospect, like, we were under assault of the senses. Like, it's
been a horrible year, yeah.
It was just brutal because you had so much going on. Like, first of all, we have this new virus, and we have death tolls on the screen like something out of a movie. Constantly. It took a while for people to digest, and some people never did, that it was the old and the infirm that were predominantly dying of this disease, and that for other people it was a bad flu. And I think we just wrote that off because a lot of people knew somebody old and infirm that got stuck in a fucking nursing home that died. And it hit people home, a lot of people. Like, what is it now? 3 million or 2 million or 1 million? No,
worldwide.
In this country, it's what is it now?
600, 700,000.
Okay, so I mean, and then it's all over the media because that's the story, right? I mean, everybody's dying in the street. They're showing footage from other countries. If you have a family, you're gonna be like, fuck. I gotta hunker down here, and I gotta take care of my own. And then on top of it, you had the population centers were under assault with fires and assaults and whatnot, cops and shit. And then you also had the biggest election of our lifetime. Like Trump can't win. And then the Democratic primaries, and then, okay, well, Joe's the guy.
It was a packed year, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to Darcy's point, I will have one caveat in there, and again, this may just be my recollection, but March what is like mid-March is when stuff really started hitting the fan, as far as like it was always being talked about. I mean, if you were following it, I mean, I was reading about this in December. So
February 15th, around February 15th is when I bought all the masks.
Okay.
Because I had already, remember, I was in South Korea, and I'd seen all that stuff and the way people were reacting, and I was like, okay, well, and I remember thinking, man, I can't wait until I get back home. This won't be a problem there.
It's gonna be, yeah. But
it's funny,
Mike, I remember too when if you watch cable news at all, one of the things every day was like the Trump press conferences, whether it was on the tarmac
early on, yeah.
And they would like take snippets. I don't care what network you watch, they would give you 30 seconds of him being an asshole. And it was COVID every day.
But I would say to the point of
that was like February. That was like February at least.
It started. I mean, but it really ramped up by March. Is when people, like, companies were closing and people were laid off.
Right.
But I would say my memory of the beginning, and I would say like March 20th through April, everybody, it was like after 9/11, everybody was like, yeah, man, wear a mask, 6 feet.
I didn't say I was right about anything until it was the NBA.
But I'm saying right at the very beginning.
I was like, I'm right.
I think people were cool at the very beginning because people were, as a people and people in general, were pretty trusting. And when it's like, holy shit, this horrible thing's happening, here's what you need to do. People are like, okay, fuck it, put on the mask, out of work. Like, people will fall in line very quickly. But sustaining that, when people started noticing, like, who's an essential worker and why is my company shut down but grocery stores are open? Or I'm an independent business person that has a store, I can't have anyone in there, but Costco is open. Like, when
that
all
one
the
bothers
cracks
me a lot
started appearing, that's when shit started going sideways.
Well, Mike, remember it was supposed to be 15 days to flatten the curve.
Flatten the curve, right?
The curve.
Here's the thing about that I find it so troubling. Like me, I'm an essential worker. That's my job. It's not a big head thing, but I'm trained in medicine. Granted, I'm a psych nurse, but still, I know the language, and that's a huge part of doing this is just knowing the language. When somebody says, certain terms, I can pick it up pretty quickly. Like erythrocytes or, different things. You can take the letter, you can take and put them together, and you know what you're talking about. That's red blood cells. But the thing is but you got people that are making $8 an hour in a grocery store, no training whatsoever, no understanding of the real importance of washing your hands and all that. Honestly, washing your hands was the biggest thing.
Not doing this with the mask all day.
But we didn't know that. I mean,
no, but my point being is the concept of essential worker was just what was ever made it was most convenient for society. I mean, really, supermarket workers probably shouldn't have been. It should have been skeleton crews. You know what I mean? I mean, they put up the shields, but now the shields are coming down. I think I told Mike from Go that, I mean, like, right when it first started, I kept saying this thing, because they were saying, oh, it spreads super fast and it's really deadly. And I was telling Mike, like day one when we would started talking about it, that it's one or the other. It cannot be both. Because at the end of the day, what are we at, 500,000 right now?
6 to 7.
6 to 7 out of 330 million people. It's not the worst numbers you could have.
No.
The Spanish flu, we've said this before, ate up like a third of the world. By today's numbers, that'd be like 60 million. I think Mike and I were trying to figure it out.
It's still a lot of people, though, man.
It is, and I'm not being dismissive about it. But what I'm saying,
let's say no one died, but let's say, I don't know, 10% are down for 3 weeks.
That
killed me, man. That's I can't.
it breaks my heart that people died from it, but we have to, the science of this is an important thing to remember, that in the grand scheme of things, this was
and
training
also
our bodies
I really
for something
don't
else
think
later, probably.
we ever had what I consider a shutdown, because we had
Look at newspaper articles from the Spanish flu. They were wearing masks
because right in April, Rebecca's parents had videoed people. There were like all these kids on the beach. I was like, see, I bet you most of those kids are not from Florida. They're going to take that right back to all those flat places where I was speaking about, and out west, where it shouldn't get to. I was like, if we took this seriously, it wouldn't get to those small mom and pop places like way out. It just wouldn't get there.
Dude, there was definitely a shutdown. There's a lot of businesses in my neighborhood that never came back.
No, I agree. I agree with that, but they're shutdowns and then they're shutdowns.
It wasn't
right?
like the Chinese.
So it's like, okay,
they weren't like kidnapping people.
If I follow
They
all
didn't
the
have
rules,
guns at your door.
and then the guys next door around me or whatever, they don't. It's.
I'm just saying, at the beginning, everybody was in it. I remember in my neighborhood, there was this whole thing of like, put a teddy bear in your window so that when kids take a walk around the neighborhood, they can see, and everyone had teddy bears in their window. What I made fucking squirrel picnic tables. I mean, everyone was just doing, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And I made fucking squirrel picnic tables. I mean, everyone was just doing, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And people have patience, and people will act as a group initially for a short period of time, but when they aren't shown the facts and like the truth, and like everything starts spiraling out of control. When things start appearing to be arbitrary, that's when you lose people.
Well, also,
like, fuck it. They don't trust you anymore.
Also, the lockdown lifted in the summer, if you recall, and we can talk about that being commerce and tax dollars, because I believe that. I really do.
Yeah.
So,
and then also the numbers were coming out, and it was becoming apparent that the people that died from this were very specific. I mean, they were coming out in like April, May.
Mm-hmm.
And then less people were dying from it. Hospitalizations dropped drastically because people weren't freaking out about it.
But the level of trauma that people, I mean, there are people who had their parents died. They couldn't go to a funeral.
Mike, I said that.
Horrible.
I said that like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I got sick because of a funeral.
Oh, really? Is that where you think you got it? Or
no. So I didn't go to the funeral, and it was because Rebecca's oldest daughter lost her boyfriend. He unfortunately he drowned in a tub. Fell asleep in a tub, drowned.
Holy shit!
Right.
So they went out to Illinois to go to his funeral, and Rebecca or one of her daughters brought it back.
Jeez, man.
So look at this thing behind me. I'll get out of the way for a second, but this is 1918.
Yeah, man. Spanish flu.
Health Commission issues proclamation ordering.
Did you say Spanish fly?
What?
It was Spanish fly. It was the Spanish fly flu. It was super fun at the beginning, and then it just went out of control.
Do I make you Randy? No, but I mean, we've done this before. We've done this before. We've been through this before. This was worse. This was far worse.
I think there were, I think, and this is just my own,
only 100 years ago.
This is my own feeling. I think at first things were done altruistically and people tried to make the right decisions, but then it became very apparent that this was something that was very easy to exploit for whatever other reason.
Commerce, man. If you buy a mask that's got Redskins on it, you know what? The people that make those masks pay for their lawmakers and all
Dan
that.
Snyder, he's behind everything, man.
No, I'm not even saying that, but I'm saying it kind of trickles up. You know what I mean? It'd be foolish to think that the masses, that the people that make the money have the control. We know this. the lobbyists. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that the guy that makes the Redskins mask, but what I'm saying is it became
It's
common.
opportunistic.
Well,
It's not a big conspiracy. It's something happens and there's people around that are like that can take advantage of it. It's
Like
not
cicadas.
pre-made thought ahead of time. I don't
fucking
think.
cicadas.
They did it. They've got all the money.
I
They're
do,
all
let me
like,
tell you,
Okay,
I don't
Tom's got the floor.
believe,
Bitches.
now listen, I don't
What's up?
believe the 600,000 number. No, I think that's going to
Yeah,
be the next shoe to drop. So this one you're kind of exposing the origins of COVID. I think the next shoe to drop, and it may not come to like 5 or 10 years down the road when it's politically safe for people to start even discussing the numbers, were they correct or not. But I think these numbers are way off. When you have all of a sudden cancer deaths drop, heart disease deaths drop, pneumonia and flu deaths drop almost to nothing for those ones.
Which is
And
ridiculous.
then all of a sudden COVID is spiking up. Then there's something, because those people still must have been dying from those things as they always were.
Yeah, but they like to nail the
So-
COVID on it because hospitals get a certain amount of
There you
money
go.
for.
So these numbers need to be
working with COVID.
revised at some point down the road. Somebody needs to come back and correct the math here, because I think
It's
we're
the-
way off.
Yeah, the dying with versus dying from.
Yeah.
Right. Well, again, the flu, the year before COVID-19 hit us, now this isn't the same amount, but it killed 85,000 people the year before. That's a frightening number. But again, as much as it sucks, it's a certain portion of our population. You know what this is? This is a world telling us that we need to lose some fucking weight and stop eating so many carbs. Because honestly, healthy people.
It's the elderly.
We're doing fine.
The elderly are normally the ones dying from the flu. And you can't tell them to get in shape or
Oh,
anything.
the Zeus. You remember Avi, don't you?
Yeah.
The guy, his diet, it's like 95% carbs. That guy's cut up.
But he's healthy. I'm saying you have to be healthy. Take your vitamin D. Vitamin D is crucial. You know, and just be as healthy as you can. If you're diabetic, take your meds. If you've got heart problems, take, you know.
Gotta be healthy.
What?
Jack is smoking
Okay.
while you're
You guys need
talking
to be as
about being
healthy as
healthy.
possibly can.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Right.
The abuse.
But yeah, I mean,
Perfect timing, Jack.
do
No,
the
it's just good.
things, do the things that make you as how do I put it? You want to be as immuno strong as you possibly can. You know, you want to not be susceptible to those things.
Yeah.
Rope-a-dope it though. You know.
I mean, I
Rope-a-dope
manage.
wrong.
I think
Rope-a-dope
it comes
the
down to
rope.
I'm what's Jason Alexander on Seinfeld?
Costanza.
Yeah, I'm George Costanza. I'm the guy that would eat the eclair out of the top of the trash if nobody was. That price saved me from coronavirus.
I'll tell you one thing I'm going to miss about COVID is not having a cold. Like, I have not had a cold.
That's interesting.
No, that was the
year.
cool thing. Yeah, that was the longest I went without a cold.
Yes, but you had a life-threatening virus.
I'm just saying.
Because
you
people
know.
are washing their hands, and you know, the mask obviously, and then the washing the hands, I think, was a big deal. People
But they
probably were
even-
not washing that
I
much.
still had those damn allergies though.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah,
They
me
even
too.
said that it doesn't stay on like
Surfaces
flat
really,
surfaces
yeah.
in it really that well either.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I said, honestly, it cannot be. This is back to what I was talking to Mike about. Is it just can't be super? What's the word I'm looking for? It can't be super virulent.
No,
It can be super deadly. It's I think
one or
it's
the other.
very virulent.
Like
It
Ebola is,
both.
yeah.
And you know, there's questions as to whether they didn't just go into the jungle and burn down villages when they got it because it's that bad.
But
Like-
one thing, and just to jump back to the topic du jour real quick, and then before I forget, because it was like another point, just getting back to, there are certain people that are really trying to commit, you know, acts of journalism out there that get various levels of support. Some used to work for major news companies that were then let go, like Cheryl Atkinson. I mean, whether you agree with her or not, she, Glenn Greenwald, Matt Tiabi,
Alex Berenson.
From New York Times, Matt Tiabi with Rolling Stone. I mean, 15 years ago, I would read Matt Tiabi articles. I was like, man, this guy's a freaking douchebag. And now I'm like, he gets it. Like you don't have to agree with somebody to agree with like their integrity. But I look at this, the way certain things are getting manifest. This guy, Nicholas Wade, okay, retired. He saw a need. No one's reporting on this. He was curious himself. He was like, I needed to know. Like, that's his training. That's what he did. And then who was it in our thread that posted the link to the Abigail Schreier video?
Is that the one she was
Jason.
talking about, the social credit?
That was Jason.
Jason.
Oh, okay.
So I looked her up because I thought that was a fascinating talk. And she had the same thing. She was an investigative reporter.
That
And
was
the story
Yeah.
about,
Transgender thing. Yeah,
And
that
the
was really
story
fascinating.
found her. Like the people came to her and were like, look, we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And she was like, hey, okay, I'll pass it along. And then she was like, no one's doing it, so I'll do it. Like, that's how some of this stuff is getting so bad that like people are like, yeah, man, this is a hugely important topic, and no one's
really
doing
is.
any research into it.
The thing I loved about that.
But also, Mike, in her case, she has a daughter that transitioned, and
I didn't know that her daughter did.
Her daughter did, and then regretted it, or no, her daughter either was an athlete, I think.
I did not know that.
I think I heard
didn't know she
that.
had
Yeah,
I knew.
I remember that.
I thought it was like someone came to her whose daughter was transitioning.
No, they all came after. They all, like the people that regretted it.
Gotcha.
I like how she delivered herself, and it's kind of like what I like when we're on and we're not bickering with each other. How she wasn't trying to like inspire you to see things her way. She was just trying to deliver information and express what her experiences were. And I also like the fact that, I mean, I've been thinking that for a really long time, is that this influx of information, these kids are getting the wrong information about how
to feel,
to live. Yeah. Like kids have homosexual thoughts and they don't end up being homosexual. It's like an experimental phase. Not everybody, but people do. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. But now we got if I talked about this, I don't want to belabor it, but they can now go online, and somebody who did not make a good decision and maybe had other issues going on that led them to that decision that may have forced them to do something that they were going to change, they would have changed their mind about. Now they're putting something on a blog, and then this other kid that's confused sees it, and they say, oh, well, they know how I feel, so I'll do what they did. And I'm not diminishing, non-binary, all these things. What I'm saying is I think they were always there, but now the zeitgeist is that you do what everybody else is doing, and there's just not even just the media, just in general, there's so much misinformation out there.
Well, I thought her point about social.
Wait a minute. It's one thing for the kids to fall for this, right, guys?
Yeah.
It's the parents too.
Well, the parents that are like, I'm gonna use the pronouns, and I'm not saying they shouldn't.
No, no. The pronouns I'm okay with. If you want to do that with your kid, that's your business. I may not agree with it, but okay. But I'm talking about the hormones.
Well, you know that the kids can get the hormones under 18 without parental consent in a lot of places.
That's the part that's kind of effed up.
That's wrong, dude. Yeah.
And they can have young girls can have their breasts removed without parental consent in certain places.
And that's the sort of thing, again, where stuff starts getting real, is when you have the school system, government, whatever, inserting themselves in between children and parents. And, and that's what gets people freaked out. I'm sorry?
Here's what I'd like to find out, and we should look into this. So there was a time where children who were homosexual, there was a large suicide rate. So one would think that if they're now, some of those children are now able to change their sex because they feel like that's what they want to do, one would think that the suicide rate amongst them would drop, wouldn't you think? I'd be interested in seeing if now that they supposedly have a solution.
No, I would
Hold on,
think
No,
that
it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
I know. This is what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, it would be interesting to see the numbers, because I'll bet they're the same. I'll bet the suicide rate is exactly the same.
I think it's worse. It's like 42%.
If they're more accepted, you would think that the numbers would go down.
That's the thing. They do it, and then they feel bad about the decision. That's where a lot of the suicides come from now. But still, I'd be interested to see if there was any wavering of it, or because it's really a very recent phenomenon. Like, I'd say maybe 2015 to now is when it's really ramped up. Just this whole pansexual, non-binary, all that stuff. It's really become part of the common talk.
There was a study recently that said that when they compared the numbers of it was girls that think they might be gay has dropped like drastically, and now the number of girls that think that they're boys has gone up drastically.
It's just swapped.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the one
that scares me, and I feel bad for them. I really don't have an ugly thing to say about them. I just want them to do I want them to make the healthiest choices for themselves.
Right.
And I think they're being led down a path, and maybe not even with ill intent, but just with poor information from people that may not be the best be making the best decisions in their lives.
You know, like certain Miss Page, now Mr.
She seems to be doing it pretty healthy, honestly.
As a middle-aged white guy, here's my opinion about young ladies who are trying to be transgender, right? Like, I've got an opinion on it. But the thing that Schreier said that I thought was amazing, and I'd never thought about before, was the social contagion aspect of this, and comparing it to the spread of bulimia and anorexia among young ladies.
They're very similar. They're very similar.
Where you have the social. I'd never even heard that term before. I was like, wow, that's pretty. And it rings. I'm not saying it's true. It rings true to me from my own experience.
What's the term, Mike?
Social contagion, in that you have certain psychological issues that can be transferred socially, and it's been already studied and shown, like bulimia and anorexia can spread through a high school population of girls. If one or two may have it and got it, or dealing with this issue, and then other people find out, and they kind of
so now
those are all that's body dysmorphia, right?
Yeah, but now they're using a term for the non-binary kids. They're calling it gender dysmorphia. And yeah, body dysmorphia is fascinating. I've been thinking that that's what anorexia. I'm not, obviously I'm not a psychiatrist,
Totally
but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express. But I do have strong feelings about this, and I do feel like, because they see themselves different, like
right. When you look like that and you think you're overweight, there's a problem.
And
there's a huge problem.
There's people that have like cut off their legs. This is just another virus of it.
So the second thing that Schreier said, in addition to the social contagion, which I thought was pretty, and again, I've read up on this too, and it seems to be accurate, is that the general instructions that these pediatricians and doctors that treat this, they've gone from being like approaching it from a skeptical scientific standpoint to a supportive standpoint. So if little Susie goes in to see her doctor and says, I think I'm a guy, there's no critical examination. It's like, okay, well, I better support you in this and off to the races. So
the thing that I found fascinating was she said
they call that assertive treatment.
Yes.
curative treatment. Like a lot of doctors are only doing that.
Well, here's the thing.
it's
Do
out
you
of
remember
fear,
when she said that there in I think it was like 2015, like kind of
Affirmative treatment. Yeah,
Yeah.
affirmative treatment.
which saying
They're
yes
just
to everything
scared.
isn't great. But remember, she also said that like I want to say like 2015, like at the beginning of her story, that there was only like 1 or 2 gender transition clinics in the United States,
Yeah.
and now there's like 330.
300.
Yeah, that's in 6 years. That you know what that says? That says it's being monetized too. It's money. It's money. And don't you can tell me all day long that this is trying to keep kids safe and don't want them to kill themselves and all that, but that's too rapid of a growth. I do not believe 300 clinics are all being altruistic, and it's just to do the right thing.
I think there's also, this is my own personal opinion, whatever. I think there's also a lot of like Munchausen by proxy going on with these parents.
Absolutely. My kid's interesting because they think they're, you know what I mean?
And it gives you
Yeah.
something to talk about in your little coffee clutch or whatever. Like, you know, Susie Q is,
I got
it's like,
nothing but-
it's like fashionable. I mean, look, it's hard to believe people are like that until you've met them. And when you meet them, it's
Frightening.
it's very disturbing, but they do exist.
It's I mean, I've been around. Oh, you mean the Munchausen? But yeah, I see.
Yeah, when you meet them, like I was like, man, that's
I see
like
it all the
crazy. And then
time.
like I start, and I'm like, that's really sad. Like
we
it's-
constantly have somebody come in, and then their parents come to visit them, and we're like, we need to get you a room.
Mhm.
Like they're it
they're like
happens.
giddy
Look at
about their
the-
kids.
Look at the athletes like Todd Marinovich. Remember his story? So I mean, it's nothing
No,
new.
what story? What's up?
Todd Marinovich. So the father wanted to be an athlete and a quarterback, but he wasn't that good. So he pushed his son really hard to be a quarterback, and he was like pushed him too hard, really. And the kid just burned out, and it was a disaster.
Hmm.
He did get drafted by the Raiders, of course, but
Of course, the Raiders, right?
Oh, wait a minute, Tom. Was he one of the Brady Six?
I don't know.
Is he one of the
Might have
what?
been before that.
Okay. The Brady Six, the 6 quarterbacks that were drafted in front of Tom Brady.
Oh,
Okay.
by the way, I just have to say, Tom has the best background ever. Like, is
I
that
know,
a
Aurora
video
Borealis.
loop, or is it playing? Is like, are you actually in front of the Aurora Borealis right now? Like,
No, that's floating coronavirus behind you. It's just loose.
So what do you guys think? Do you think that I think we're getting past it. Like, I think actually, even if they didn't vaccinate anybody else, you're going to have people that are naturally resistant. And then we've got a lot of people now that have been. I think people are still going to wear masks. Not everybody.
dude, I'm vaccinated. I can drive 100 miles an hour in the Beltway now. Like, there's no repercussions for anything I do. I'm totally cool.
I cough in people's faces and just go, "It's cool, man."
Yeah, I can juggle chainsaws. Like, I'm
You're like
golden.
You're like Superman now.
Yeah, man.
You're all about that.
That's great. This was a good one. I'm glad we went down this road. So here I got a question. Does anybody know when we're supposed to find out all the alien news? When
I thought it was today.
I thought it was June 24th.
Really?
Oh, and
What alien news?
So there's
alien journalists,
there's
man. Like, come on.
so
That's what they're focused on.
apparently the government's
Look
supposed
at
to,
coronavirus. They're focusing on UFOs.
yeah. So apparently the government is going to release a bunch of information about, what do they call them, UAPs now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So all those videos that you guys were showing me like a couple months ago,
Yeah.
did you guys?
I saw your video, Doug.
I
Yeah,
saw it was
Tic Tac video.
debunked by a guy on the internet.
And it's my favorite guy, Thunderfoot. I love him.
Thunderfoot.
Yeah, I
But the
love
Tic
that
Tac
guy.
is debunked.
The Tic Tac's debunked?
Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Darcy
Yeah.
said it's regular.
Did you watch the
aircraft.
video? Did you
I
bother
did.
to watch the video?
I
did.
watch
I
everything,
watched it.
man.
All right.
What's his name?
That thing seems to be
Thunderfoot?
moving way.
Thunderfoot. I love that guy. He said, let me see, I think it was like 3 years ago, something like that. He did a video about Elon Musk and his Hyperloop, and he was like, yeah, that's not a thing, you know. He was explaining why, and it makes total sense.
Yeah,
He's
you
like,
love Thunderfoot, all right, because you hate Elon Musk.
I don't hate him.
I like
It's
it.
like, you
He's
should
a liar.
stay in your lane. Yeah, he's a liar.
He
He's
just
a liar.
dislikes him a lot.
Right, he
But
dislikes
you
very
know,
much.
I will say,
Do
Darcy,
what you will, you change the world.
the video of the lady beekeeper was very good.
Yeah, you know, it's sad though, but I've known a lot of people that have killed whole colonies of bees, thinking that, you know, something's going on, you know, and
This
they're
is
just trying to find a home.
A little known fact, in addition to running a BBS for a while, I also kept bees for a while when I was in college for like a year. And when I started out, I had like the whole freaking outfit with the
Yeah.
But then within, because you know, there's always like the cool dude that's like, man, you don't need that shit. So like after a year, I was out there in shorts and flip flops, like no hat on, nothing. I got stung one time in a year.
Nature, man, nature. Hey Zeus, remember that time when we were kids? We were walking over that bridge, and I got stung by like 3 or 4 bees, and I was like, "Run, Zeus, run!
Get out while you can."
Actually, I set you up, Darcy.
Yeah, it turns into the ending of that movie, My Girl. Where are his glasses? Where are Darcy's glasses? He forgot his glasses.
My favorite Darcy story was us skateboarding when it was the thing.
What the what?
And we went to my aunt's wedding, which was on October 31st. It was on Halloween, and they let us have a few beers, and then they let us have a few more beers, and then we got home we were on our skateboards. And Darcy just, I'm looking, he's going really fast, and then all I see is feet up in the air, and he landed right on his tailbone.
Oh.
And he goes, whoops.
Were these like the fat boards or like the little boards?
The nice boards, the $200 skateboards.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, but that was pretty funny. But I'm intrigued. So who's got next week, by the way, Mike?
Me.
Okay.
Tom.
What do you think we're gonna do? Give us a little
No, don't put him on the spot.
Yeah, you don't gotta.
Okay, fair enough.
Top secret.
So my alternate, I have an idea.
Next
And,
week, Tom talks a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to hear Tom for the whole. I'm not even gonna say anything the whole time.
I mean,
But I will say,
We'll just mute ourselves.
I think
you have the floor.
I think we should come up with, even though we're gonna keep. I like this round robin thing. I think we should come up with a little set list of general topics, so that if someone can't think of one, we can just like jump to it. Because the ones where we have no idea what we're doing, they're not charting as well. Like we're getting word from corporate, they're not performing up to standards. We need to have topical things.
I love that you
Or
guys.
we're all going to lose our jobs, and I don't
love
want
that you guys are on top of that. Somebody needs to be.
You're fired.
The original topic.
Hey, I'm waiting.
The original topic until I
He
read
wants
this
to be
article.
fired.
It was going to be fatherhood. I thought that would be a good topic.
Oh boy.
We can still do that. Father's Day's when?
Week after next.
Okay. I mean, mine aren't here, so I'll just be crying as you guys.
So I'm just saying, as we like all aspects, like grandfathers, fathers, so like the whole paradigm. I think it's fascinating, but I'm kind of new to the game, so
I got some good dad stories. For
And
my
how
dad.
old are your kids? How old are your kids?
I have one, and she's just
One.
turned 6,
Okay.
and I'm
My boy
born
just turned. He just
old.
turned 5. He just turned 5.
Cool,
I was there when she was
man.
conceived.
Great. That's nice, huh?
So say the words, Jack.
Yeah, boys, we've been on for a while now. I think it's time we should wrap it up.
all right.
Yeah.
Have a good night, fellas.
Good night, guys. Don't go anywhere, though.
Take it easy.
Vaya con Dios.
Our introduction. We should start like start with one of us and just like our introduction to video games, right? Because they were new.
Yeah, yeah. We were like the first generation to really have them, if you think about it. Was there anything before Pong? Because I had Pong.
Oh, I had some Western something when I was a little kid. It was it had like a gun,
Uh-huh.
and I think it had a paddle.
Yeah, it looked like the 80s cell phones.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there was the thing with where the dot would go across the screen.
But it had a Western name to it. And it was like a console. I think it was one of the first consoles. But this must have been like 76.
Yeah, something around there. That's about right. Yeah, I literally probably had every system there was, barring, well, I mean, one iteration of each system. You know, I didn't have an Atari 5200, but I had an Atari 2600. I had a Commodore 64. I had, Nintendo, ColecoVision. Do you remember that with that crazy?
Yeah, that was the first system that I had that was all mine to myself, that I did not have to share with anyone. It was not the family, whatever.
Wasn't that like an Intellivision clone? ColecoVision?
Sort of. It had that weird paddle. So it had the paddle with the numbers on it, and it had a joystick that you kind of did like that.
Oh, okay.
It was like long. It had a long, yeah. Man, and just the evolution of the joysticks and stuff. And,
Yeah.
In television with that circular pad thing, with those overlays that you put in that always go bad.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. And if you didn't have them, you couldn't play the game.
Right. Or you better have a pretty good memory.
Before we had the video games at home, I was born in 71. And I remember as a kid, there was this Chinese restaurant that had a Pong video game, like all the way in the back of the restaurant. We'd go into this restaurant just to play the Pong. You go all the way to the back and play Pong back there. As a kid, my sister got a job at Chuck E. Cheese. And this was like in the early 80s when the video games were all out. And I remember I would go there so often. Me and my brother, we mapped out the entire Chuck E. Cheese, like all the video games around the entire layout of the place. And we had them all labeled. We knew which one was which. And we'd go there with like a plan of what we were going to do and which games we'd hit first and so on and so forth. And at home, we had like a lot of the video game console. I mean, not all of them. We didn't have, I know I played Pitfall. I liked River Raid was one of my favorites.
River Raid.
I don't know what system if that was on. So I get them mixed up because a lot of the games were on multiple systems. So it was probably Atari or ColecoVision. And there was this one game called Mountain King. We used to play that like all the time. And with like games like Pac-Man, we'd like play those games so much. We would map those out. We'd get like the hint book on Pac-Man. I don't know if you guys did that, where it like tells you how to map out what route to go on every level to beat it without running into. And if you followed the level exactly, like the route, then you wouldn't hit the ghost. So we were like doing stuff like that and just playing like over and over. A lot of hours wasted on the video games.
Did you guys see that, what I just put up, or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that controller to?
That was the ColecoVision controller.
Oh,
No,
wow.
that
No, I'm not
wasn't
familiar with
the
that
one I
controller.
had.
Yeah, that was one of the special ones.
I think that
Um,
the Atari was similar. It was just the joystick with the one red
button.
button,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, God, and what other combat was probably I mean, my first gaming system that it was like bought for me was the Atari 2600 with like combat and
Which was like planes and tanks.
Yeah.
And what was the third? There was a third thing.
I think it was a helicopter, and you had
Okay.
like
It's like
tanks,
Defender
avoid buildings
or
or something. Defender, I remember that. Was that
Oh
on
man,
Atari?
Defender was awesome, man.
yeah, I love the sound, just the sound on like Stargate and Defender. Those two had like some of the best sounds.
Stargate.
Remember Star? It was
Target
kind
was
of
like it's very similar to Defender.
Is that the one where you kind of